So if I can... open the meeting with a karakia. Whakataka te hau ki te uru. Whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia mā kina ki uta. Kia mā tara ki tai. E hi ake ana te atakora. He tio, he huka, he hohu. Tihei mori ora. Good morning and welcome to our Finance and Performance Committee for today, Thursday, the 28th of April. We'll start with item 1, apologies. Now, I have an apology for absence from Councillor Aaron Keown. I've got an apology for a partial absence from Councillor Sam McDonald, an apology for a partial absence from Councillor James Goff. And I'm also noting that Councillors McDonald and Goff will be joining us remotely by Zoom. Also noting that our Chief Executive, Dawn Baxendale, is joining us by Zoom. And I've also got an apology from the Mayor for lateness. Leanne's at another engagement, but she will be with us as soon as possible this morning. So I'm happy to move those apologies. Do I have a seconder? Mike Davidson. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried.
David can remove my apology.
I'm not taking points of order from the public gallery, I'm sorry. Okay, declarations of interest. If we can get the declarations of interest up on the screen.
Sorry, I just see that it's just been moved, that my apology for lateness, but I just want to flag that I'm here, so you can remove the lateness.
Apology for, so what we talked about, has it been recorded incorrectly? It was an apology for partial absence for yourself and Sam.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah,
Thank you for pointing that out. Yep, so McDonald and Goff for partial absence, lateness from the Mayor, and Aaron for absence from the meeting. Great, thank you for pointing that out. Okay, so item 2, declarations of interest. We have got a number of declarations of interest which have been noted here, and the people concerned will be stepping back from those items as we move through the meeting, so that's just for noting. Now, the next thing I wanted to note is that the 28th of April is Workers' Memorial Day, also known as International Workers' Memorial Day, or the International Commemoration Day for the Dead and Injured. Now, this is a recognition that takes place annually around the world on April the 28th, so today. It's an international day of remembrance and action for workers who've been killed, disabled, injured, or made unwell by their work. So, of course, Workers' Memorial Day is an opportunity to highlight the preventable nature of most workplace incidents and ill health, and to promote campaigns for improvement in workplace safety. And the slogan for the day is "Remember the dead, fight for the living." So what I'd like us to do is just to take a minute's silence as we start our meeting to remember all of those who have been killed, disabled, injured, or made unwell by their work. So if we can just take a minute's silence in remembrance, please. Thank you.
Excuse me, Andrew. They just have Councillor Scandred up there as a conflict for item 14, CCHL.
So Councillor Scandra at item 15, venues Otautahi. Scanderat's crept into item 14 as well, which isn't correct. So if we can remove Scanderat, thank you, Mike. Remove Councillor Scanderat from CCHL. And yeah, Scanderat for venues Otautahi is correct, and the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillors Goff and Templeton for CCHL is correct. Thank you. All right. So confirmation of previous minutes, item 3. I'm happy to move that the minutes of the previous meeting be confirmed. Do I have a seconder? Tim Scanderat. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Item 26, supplementary reports. So we're bringing item 22, the organics processing options, onto the agenda as an open item. I'm happy to move that we do that. Tim will again second. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Item 4, public forum. Now we've got deputations this morning, but there are no public forum presentations this morning. Moving to item 5, deputations by appointment. We have 7 different deputations this morning. Each of those deputations has a maximum of 10 minutes, and that should include time for questions. That obviously means that managing that number of deputations will need to be quite strict this morning. There's quite a bit of time taken in our meeting. I'd like to thank in advance all of those that have taken the time and trouble to come along and make these presentations to us this morning. And I'd like to start by inviting Dr. Tracy McClellan, the MP for Banks Peninsula, to the table for the first of those 10-minute deputations. Tracy, good morning. Good to have you with us. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, councillors. Concise, mainly because my message is quite straightforward and my contribution is very simple. You have an important decision before you today, an in-principle one, yes, but a decision nonetheless. And the decision is that the council commits to solving a problem with its organic processing plant and commit to addressing what is a long-running harm to this community. And I urge you to make that decision today. It's clear that this facility simply isn't suited to a residential area, and it isn't suited to a residential area no matter what the changes are made to its operations. So by making the right choice today, by making a decision to move the plant, the council is essentially saying that you're prepared to put yourself on a pathway not only to moving the plant, but to doing the right thing, and you're prepared to put yourself on a pathway to repairing this community and to rebuilding the trust and relationship with both the people of Bromley and the people of Woolston. And I know I've said this repeatedly, but I'm going to say it again today. When I'm out and about in Woolston and in Bromley, it comes up every time, almost without exception. Every time people talk about what the effects are about this smell. It's not just unpleasant smells. It's not just the fact that you can't have your windows open or that you can't dry your laundry and your washing on the line. It's not just about not being able to go outside and enjoy your garden. It's about feeling trapped in your own home, in the very place that you should be able to have that enjoyment and to see all your basic sort of happiness. And it's also not just about the aesthetics of smell, because as we know, bad things smell bad for a really good reason. It's a biological indicator that something's gone wrong and that there's potential danger out there in the environment. And being in the state of constant hypervigilance about noticing the smell and what you're supposed to do about it creates huge stress, and it's created huge stress in this community. Not only has it taken years and years for the community to be listened to be taken seriously, and for the council to take their responsibilities with this plant seriously, all of that stressor has resulted in a community feeling that they've been left behind, feeling that they don't matter, feeling that their concerns aren't as important as other people's concerns, and that is not good enough. The communities in my electorate deserve better. As I said, we all know, and we've spoken about this on several occasions, we know that the struggle to be heard has been much more a struggle than it ever needed to be. And this is a community that quite simply has lost trust in the council. And again, I urge you today to make the right decision, to signal that you're willing to do the right thing and help rebuild this relationship. It would be remiss of me not to mention the timeframes, and whilst I'm urging you, and I certainly hope that you're going to make the right call today and make an in-principle decision to move the plant, I'm aware of the fact that the report mentions a 3-year minimum and a 6-year maximum, and I would like to be really clear that this community expects that to be a 3-year maximum and that you are on the clock. It's going to be incredibly important to move as quickly and to move as efficiently as possible, not only because it's the right thing to do, but as a signal that you are taking this seriously and that you're going to move heaven and earth to rectify this problem in a timely manner. It would also be remiss of me not to mention the Bromley Wastewater plant fire. And I mention that, although it's a completely separate issue, because we're seeing with that example an acute example of the impact that smell can have on a community on a much broader scale. And it's vitally important that the council also does everything to address the wastewater plant odours. I know that today that you'll be discussing some knotty questions about how the council can tackle this and the wastewater plant problems. And I also appreciate the fact that there's no easy answers, just like the Bromley Organics plant. I appreciate the fact that some mitigation work has happened, that you have done what you thought you needed to do to try and improve the situation. But here's a problem before us today with the organics plant that we can actually resolve whilst this wastewater situation is also in a mitigation phase. So again, it is something that I'm urging you quite sincerely to commit to. I think it's absolutely the right decision, and it is the first step of many towards rebuilding the faith and the trust that this community should be able to have in their council. I know, as I said, that the community will have you on the clock, so I'm certainly hoping that it happens in a timely suggestion. And that is it, really. I don't need to take my full 10 minutes. I'm happy to accept any questions and to reiterate my point that I very firmly and sincerely urge you to move this plant.
All right, thank you very much indeed. Now, Pauline, you've got a question?
Yeah, thank you very much, Tracy, for coming in. I'm just wondering that if, regarding the organics processing plant, if the council chose to close it and take the waste up to Cape Valley, the report says we could lose our waste minimisation levy from the government. It doesn't say that we would. I would say there'd be a strong risk that we would. Is there any way that you could advocate for us in that regard, that perhaps we might not lose that?
It's a good question, and thank you. And I think, the short answer is absolutely. My understanding of that mechanism is that it's there for a really good reason, and it's there to incentivise the right choices and decisions. But in this situation, I think there's a strong case for advocacy that the right decision here is to protect the community. So I'm sure that there is certainly worth having the conversations, potentially official on official, but I'm happy to be involved in terms of looking at what sort of flexibility exists there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yanni.
Yeah, thank you for your deputation and your concern. And I just also want to acknowledge your predecessor. I know the former MP for the area, Ruth Dyson, also spent a lot of effort raising the concern with us. I just wanted to check what the best way was for council to work with central government over the solutions, noting that central government is currently consulting on a recycling strategy, and also that may have an impact on this, and also that government has made funding available for COVID-19 response infrastructure that generates employment, and also that you do have special consenting pathways that you can look at. So what would be the best option for us as a council, hearing the concerns that you've raised as local MP, to try and work collaboratively with central government to try and achieve better timeframes for the relocation of the plant?
Thank you for the question, Yanni. And I think the most salient point there is about that fast-tracking consent process, because that's within everybody's best interest. And obviously, it's a process with public parameters. If the council puts forward a bid that clearly lines up with those parameters, and I would encourage you to absolutely do that, then there's no reason why the government wouldn't take it very seriously. Essentially, the ball's in your court. You know what those public parameters are. Putting forward an ambitious, well thought out bid that absolutely lines up with those parameters is all we would ask that you do to be able to take that seriously. In terms of funding, I don't want to obviously make any comment that puts me in trouble with the Minister of Finance, but it would be incumbent on this council to explore all those options, and there are several options. And it's about, potentially even partnering with other agencies, like certainly the other Canterbury territorial authorities or regional councils as well. If the council has a serious bid for support from, to central government, then there's no reason that we all couldn't, get together to make sure that we absolutely put our best foot forward in that regard. I think this is a really good example of what those funding signals are absolutely there to signal about. So,
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Tracy, thank you very much indeed for coming along to speak to us this morning. Thanks very much for your time. Thank you. So I would now call the next deputation, Michael Williams, if you'd like to come forward, please. Thank you for joining us. And you have 10 minutes. If you wanted to include time for questions, that would be within the 10 minutes allotted. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michael Williams. I'm a retired locomotive engineer and also a relatively new resident of Bromley. I've been living in Bromley now for approximately 18 months. So I sort of bring a reasonably fresh set of eyes and sense of smell. I don't have the technical detail that my colleagues who have fought this issue for now close to 10, 11, 12 years. It's been on their agenda, sucking up their spare time and dictating their lives. Now, I can't believe it, 18 months, and we're back doing exactly the same thing. Everybody around the council and ECAN understands the issues. They know what the hell's going wrong out there. They know where the odour's coming from. They know what the solutions are. But anyway, I've sat down and tried to come up with a fresh approach and perhaps try to understand a little bit of the psychology behind why our elected representatives, the council, and our regulatory body, ECAN, haven't taken action and shut this plant down, or at least moved out all the rubbish that actually stinks and send it out to Cape Valley. Anyway, I'll get on with it. The organics composting plant must be relocated. We all understand that the current location is a mistake. Composting at an industrial scale, combined with its location in the direction of a prevailing wind, will continue to impact adversely on the residents of Bromley. Can't get away from it. It's sitting there, the wind's coming across it, we just live a few streets over and we get it. It dictates your life. It dictates when you can have a barbecue. Friends don't want to come over. You ring them up. You want to come for a barbecue? Oh, mate, no, not really. It stinks over there. And it's a shocking indictment that we still have to put up with this. The odour issue has now been understood for what is safe to say years. Organic processing plants' non-compliance with their resource consent and the indifference shown by ECAN to multiple clear breaches must stand as a benchmark case in regulatory failure. Why the situation has been continued to allow for so long? I'd like to digress a little bit here. At the last deputation, during questions, I was asked a question, and the question actually, it was from a councillor, and it actually floored me. The councillor said to me, Michael, if you knew there was an odour problem in that area, why did you move into it? I mean, it was so inappropriate, and it was such a dumb-ass question, I couldn't believe it. I mean, there's 100 reasons why you'd move. None of them were his business or the business of the councillors were here. But what it did was, it made me reflect on how he had a mindset that the stench problem was sort of our problem, not an industrial problem. And what I wrote down here is what I now believe is that this question goes to the heart of a problem which has been for many years the total indifference by a majority of our elected councillors in ECAN. Since moving into Bromley, I've been subjected to what appears to be an industrialised form of snobbery, where we in Bromley are treated as second-class citizens, not deemed worthy of the investment that would enable us to partake of what the citizens of Christchurch take for granted, which is pretty simple: the right to breathe air uncontaminated by this pollution plague. As in many forms of institutionalised behaviour, this is often subtle and not always a conscious behaviour. How else can we explain the tolerance for this ongoing issue? So we all understand we have institutionalised racism, we have institutionalised sexuality, where people are subjected to, people of different sexualities are subjected to institutionalised behaviours, and a lot of the time people aren't even aware of this bias. So I go on now to say, so what's in a name? The very name of Bromley is synonymous with sewage. All too often the Christchurch water treatment plant, and Tracy here tripped, Bromley water treatment plant. What other suburb is known by its association to a sewage treatment station and an organics processing plant? It's actually the Christchurch water treatment plant. It's actually the organics processing plant, privately owned. It's not the Bromley. It's not our plant. It's not our suburbs plant. It's in our area for sure, but it's not our plant. And I think what that sets up is a mindset around people that Bromley, an immediate association with sewage. So this, I believe, has created this inbuilt bias, resulting in a level of indifference that would not be accepted anywhere else in our city. Just take what I'd ask the councillors, that representatives here, just to take a minute and think: have I been guilty of subconsciously being influenced by the long-standing association of Bromley as the sewage suburb of Christchurch? Would I, as an elected representative, have tolerated this anywhere else in the city? Has my role in ECAN been affected by this bias? How else can we even begin to explain this total indifference over many years to the stench from the OPP operation? So today we're making this decision that will affect the residents of Bromley in so many ways. Please take into consideration that it's very easy to be influenced by subconscious biases. In this case, the name of our suburb, Bromley. It's amazing how quickly things can change. I see now that the council has accepted in principle that OPP needs to be relocated. But in yesterday's press, the timeline gave a possible frame of 6 years. I was down getting a coffee and I saw the press. I don't buy the paper, I just look it up online. But I brought this one because this is a landmark. It's a landmark in the fact that finally there's been some acceptance of the problem. It's a landmark, and that this is going to take 6 years to fix. You've got to be kidding. Absolutely kidding. I couldn't believe it. We've been putting up with this now for over 12 years, and now this is the headline? Great stuff. This now leads us to what steps can be taken to continue the work that has already been done to mitigate the odours and ensure OPP operation meets its resource consents and operates as a good neighbour. Absolutely critical. Two very important things there. Meets its resource consents and operates as a good neighbour. There has been an improvement, I've got to admit it, but it's very difficult to actually sit down and differentiate what odours coming from where at the moment. We're being blasted by odours from the water treatment plant, and there's still some residual odour from the organics processing plant. One step that could be taken, in my view, is, and we've talked about this before, but it's been always put down to money, is the removal of all food waste from the OPP operation. This would, in my view, significantly assist with the outcome in mitigating the odours while hopefully the plant's relocated and rebuilt. While food waste being placed in the red bin would come at a cost, this would go a long way in reducing odour from the plant. With a possible timeline of 6 years, continued action is required now. The residents of Bromley have the right that ECAN and the Christchurch City Council will work together to take all possible steps to ensure that our quality of life does not continue to be impacted by the OPP plant. I mean, yep, we've got principle, it needs to be moved. Well, I think that's pretty much agreed on, and I'm certainly hoping the council will do that. But in the meantime, we've got to look at what mitigation steps we can put in, and we do need to put some continue with strong mitigation steps. 6 years, I would consider that a total fail. It's 3 years would be an absolute maximum time that would be accepted to me. And look, I appreciate the opportunity to come along and be able to talk today. I very much appreciate the moment of silence. I was a health and safety rep on rail for 2 decades. I understand the dangers of a rail in the port industry. I think we need to acknowledge the loss of life down at the port, an absolute tragedy. City Council is part owners of a port company. So, I mean, it must be very close to your hearts that we've had a loss of life down there. Once again, you know, here we are 18 months and I just hope we can get this sorted out, people. You know, we need to move on from this issue. My colleagues here, these guys, they're retired. They spend their spare time drawing up speeches, reports, reviews, looking at documentation, trying to work for the community to solve this issue. And I admire them for it, but they're done. They've had a guts full of it. They're actually burnt out from it. Vicki, she's burnt out from it. I mean, I actually struggled after 18 months to get up and, you know, prepare something, try and find a different angle. But I would think this subconscious bias, it does concern me that institutionalised bias, the name of Bromley being associated with the sewage works, perhaps has influenced the continuation of this problem. Any questions? More than happy to have a go.
Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to come along this morning. There's time for just one really quick question, if there is one? Tim.
Thank you very much. In your opinion, if you look at Bromley and you move that plant around Bromley, you've got some amazing assets close to the estuary. You've got the ponds, the wildlife, etc. What would you think would be quite a good thing to put in its place?
There. Well,
park or what? I mean, it's
originally I understand it was drainage board land, and it was given for free to the city council so they could build this processing plant.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, looking in the future,
what could we put there for the
community? What for the city? What are your thoughts? Maybe think about that.
Well, just leave it. Yeah. Just we could return it to. One of the things I want to see is the greenification, if that's a word, of our area. Right. You know, the Brighton area, we've got the Christchurch cycleway, which is an absolute shambles. We've got all these areas of empty land now. And I want to see a lot of it return back to nature. Sure. You know, I'd like to see, you know, not everybody agrees, but cycleways, you know, just trail cycleways and different things set up.
All right, Michael, look, thanks very much indeed for the deputation, for the time spent coming to talk to us this morning. We appreciate your heartfelt comments and the remarks that you've made. Thanks very much indeed. So the next deputation is from Nicole Marshall. Nicole, I'd invite you to the table. So recognising your role as an Environment Canterbury councillor, but also recognising that you're making this deputation to us this morning as an individual, as a member of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. So just before I begin my deputation, just reiterating what Andrew said, I am making this deputation under my own steam. It is expressly my own viewpoint. I will not be commenting or responding to questions on other elected members, staff or operations of Environment Canterbury, and I'm not going to be commenting on any individuals from the community. But I also want to give my apologies to the community that I can't stay for this meeting. We are in the middle of our annual plan hearings. I need to get back to them. So this deputation is on agenda item 22, organics processing options. Until the 1940s, the Bromley area was largely peri-urban. Some residential areas, the cemetery, but mainly farmland. Through the 1950s and 60s, Bromley became increasingly urban. In the 1960s, both the settling ponds and the Bromley industrial area began developing. From the 1970s, there was rapid expansion and subsequent infilling of both the Bromley urban and industrial areas to where we are today. Why have I started with this timeline? To make it clear to you, as our elected representatives, that Bromley isn't a case of reverse sensitivities to existing activities. Residential occupation of Bromley predates industrial activity. 25 November 2020 and 9 December 2020, your Three Waters Infrastructure and Environment Committee considered a paper, Organics Processing Plant Development Options. You had the option of moving the organic plant. You had deputations from the Bromley community and held a community meeting where residents begged you to close the organics plant. You chose to redevelop the site. 25 March 2021. You approved budget to redevelop the site, with market research confirming the budget was appropriate for the redevelopment option. 9 September 2021, 6 months later. Your council halted the redevelopment process as apparently your market couldn't deliver to your budget. Instead, you were to receive a report back by March 2022 with options for building a new organics processing facility and upgrading the existing organics processing plant. It is now 2 days until May. It is now 16 months and 3 weeks since you decided not to move the organics plant. Since you decided it was better to save some money by going with the cheaper option than to save a community by permanently closing and moving the plant. This may not have been the logic behind your decision, but this is the reality for the Bromley community who continue to suffer from your facility. As a council, you are responsible for delivering the 4 well-beings: social, economic, environment and cultural. You are failing to deliver social well-being for the Bromley community. There have been countless news articles in the last years, as recently as yesterday, detailing high instances of respiratory illness and severe respiratory illness in Bromley, disproportionate to other communities adjacent to industrial areas. The difference? The concentration of your waste facilities in Bromley, facilities the community has been complaining about for decades. In Bromley, we have people who cannot stand to live in their own homes because the smell invades their homes and plagues their lives. A putrid smell that they have endured constantly for years. Pensioners cannot open their windows on a hot day to enjoy a breeze or turn on their air conditioner because that invites in the smell. Kids can't play outside because the smell makes them sick. As we've heard from Michael, families can't have visitors or won't have visitors because people are embarrassed about the circumstances in which they're forced to live and endure. People flee their homes because the smell is so bad. People can't move away because who would buy their homes? So that brings me to my next point. You are not delivering economic well-being. Certainly not for the Bromley community, as their house prices are suppressed because of conditions created by your facilities. I believe council is also failing to deliver economic well-being for Christchurch as a whole. You are spending millions of ratepayer dollars every year on a facility that is poisoning a community. Is this a financially prudent decision? Is this a financially moral decision? Is this something that ratepayers understand is happening and agree is a good thing for you to spend their rates on? As a ratepayer, I say no. Bromley is a community that has suffered for over a decade because of your facilities. How long the Bromley community has suffered and how deeply it has suffered, and the way the Bromley community has been treated by your council has created an environment of massive distrust. Repeated failed interventions by your council to fix the issues at the organics processing plant means our community does not have any trust or faith that any action you take to fix, remediate or replace part or all of the organics processing plant will fix the situation. The Bromley community has been let down by you too many times. This council is a bad neighbour and the community wants you gone. And this brings me back to today's agenda item, organics processing options. I am pleased to see Officer Recommendation 1 that the Council agree in principle the relocation of the organics processing facility to an alternative site. I thank Council staff for making this recommendation. I do request Council amend the recommendation to remove in principle. You have repeatedly failed to deliver in practice for this community. An in principle decision is worth less than this piece of paper. Paragraph 1.2 on page 5 of today's supplementary agenda shows one resolution of 8 that were made on the future of organic waste processing in Christchurch at the 9 September 2021 council meeting. The more important resolution missing in today's council paper is resolution 4A. Request staff report back to the council by March 2022 with options for building a new organics processing facility and upgrading the existing organic processing plant. I fail to see how this recommendation is materially different from today's Officer Recommendation 2A. Request staff approach the market for options for locations, partnerships, joint ventures, commercial opportunities. In September, you promised you would decide on a new facility in March. It is now April, and you are still not deciding on a new facility. In fact, staff recommendation 2B would have you take 10 more months until February 2023 to come up with options to consider. This will make it 26 months since you first decided not to close or relocate the organics plant. And in the meantime, you would continue to poison a community, as per recommendation 3. Your city was expecting you to decide on the future of organics processing and the health of the Bromley community last month. You have repeatedly shown inability to meet your own timeframes, budgets, or expectations. You have failed to improve your facility so that it does not make a community sick. You are not fulfilling your duties under the Local Government Act to promote wellbeing. I request that you replace recommendation 3 with a resolution to immediately cease operations at Metro Place. It is unconscionable to continue to spend ratepayer money to make people sick. Almost 17 months ago, you decided it was okay to make a community sick for the sake of saving money. Today, you can make things right. Today, you must resolve to immediately close your organics facility in Bromley. You must resolve to remediate your site as soon as possible so it no longer emits smell beyond the boundary. And then you can take 10 months to come up with an alternative. Why would you vote to prolong suffering when you can end it today? Please do the right thing.
Are there any questions? Yanni.
Thank you for your deputation, and I appreciate what you said at the start. I just wonder if you've made a similar deputation to Environment Canterbury as the regulator around their enforcement action.
Yeah, constantly.
And what has their response been?
It's been inadequate for what I want, for what we all need to say. And I'm still pushing on that. I know this isn't just on you, it's on us too. And I'm doing my bit. I want you guys to do your bit too.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Nicole, thank you very much indeed for the time taken this morning. Good to see you. Thank you. So I would now call Bruce King to the table to make his deputation. Bruce, thank you for joining us.
Good morning. It is a very disappointing person that's turning up today in front of this council. 18 months ago we came here and we thought we had some reprieve to the situation that's been going on personally for at least 13 plus years, and I am bitterly disappointed when I read the paper yesterday another 6 years to get rid of this crappy stink out of our area. I'm here to talk about the OPP, the Organics Processing Plant, or as I call it, the odour producing plant. Same initials, just a different effects on what happens. I have lived in Bromley for over 20 years. I would like to give you a brief overview of the history of the life in the wind shadow of the composting plant over the past 14 years. During those years, the odours started soon after the opening of the OPP in the late 2008. Prior to this, the site was used for composting of true green garden waste, and there was no offensive odours emitted from the operation. I have been reporting excessive odour emissions on a regular basis since the decision was made to add residential, commercial and industrial food waste to the green composting operation. Originally, the complaints were made to the CCC, and when that brought no change, I complained to ECAN. The only time complaints had any effect was after the OPP started composting Bowron tannery waste. At that time, I was advised by an ECAN inspector to do a local leaflet drop, which I did. ECAN received 63 complaints the night of the leaflet drop. The smell was absolutely putrid. The OPP was given 14 days to remove the offending material. This happened, and the waste and smell it created was moved to Bottle Lake initially. The plant then returned to emitting its normal repugnant odour. After this breach, the CCC installed air scrubbers to help control the odour, and much later purchased an electronic odour sensors to determine the source. This expenditure has proved to be a waste of ratepayers' money in an effort to eliminate the odour that supposedly did not exist. As a result of the change of the consent to the resource consent, a community liaison group was set up. This group meeting was intended to to be a place where residents or business owners could ask questions and hear their concerns regarding the continual breaching of the resource consent. The CCC and Living Earth staff were then required to report back to the next community group meeting detailing what action had been taken to address the members' issues. However, there was never any recognition of the residents' concerns regarding the offensive odour or excessive dust. All requests for remedial action were ignored. These meetings became a source of extreme frustration for residents, and many felt it was a waste of time and pulled out. However, my feeling was that if I did not attend these meetings, it would be considered that there was no problem and nothing would ever change. It's just like's happened now. Nothing has changed. In fact, what did happen was the CCC staff, representatives and Living Earth management continued for years to deny deny that the plant produced any offensive odour and instead directed blame to other industries in the area. Even as recent as 2020, a CCC employee was reported in a press article as saying there was no offensive odours coming from Living Earth. We were continually banging our heads against a brick wall. Finally, our elected ECAN councillors listened to the residents and of course experienced the putrid smells for themselves. A thorough investigation into the industrial odours in Bromley was organised and the OPP came out the worst offender. The CCC was consequently given 1 year to operate within the conditions outlined in the resource consent. Hundreds of thousands of ratepayer dollars have been spent by the CCC in an effort to delay the inevitable and continue the OPP's operation at its present site. Now another year has gone by and we're still suffering from vile odour, black dust, pathogens, bioaerosols and possible Legionnaire's disease. With the relocation of the maturing compost to the sides of the oxidation plants, the CCC is exposing more people to the odours and dust. This is evident by many comments on social media. Closure of the OPP on its present site is the only acceptable option now after failure to comply with the resource consent by the 31st of January 2020. The day after the resource consent ECAN's timeline expired, there were ECAN inspectors around and they could smell the vile odour that was coming from the plant on the 1st of February. At present, there is all the main maturing compost is moved from the plant, but there is still a few hundred tonnes of tailings, which is the coarse compost, which is too coarse to be put into the compost, and it goes back through and gets reprocessed. And those piles would probably be, as I say, probably 50 to 60 or 70 metres long when I was there last Tuesday or Wednesday, and they're probably 3 to 4 metres high. Now they still produce odour, and the flat tack running of the misters and everything does not cover the stink. We are, as Michael said, we are treated like second-class citizens living on the eastern side of Christchurch. And we had to remember for the people who died and injured during work processes today, how about a remembrance day for the people who have suffered for the crap from the CCC owned and Living Earth operated odour producing plant. You know, it is vile, and there's two things I'd like to say is I thank the councillor, our area councillor, for his work over the years, and I thank for Pauline for listening to us in the last few months. And otherwise, I am very bitterly disappointed by a lot of people who have been in this council for a long time, by taking the bull that's been given to you by the Three Waters and Waste that this plant does not produce any odour. Sorry, that is just BS, and it's been given to you, and we have been bullied at the CLG meetings. My wife refuses to go anymore because a certain person in the Three Waters and Waste come and stood over her and spoke to her in such a terrible manner. That is the attitude we've had for the last 2013 or 14, I think the CLG meeting started, and that has been the general attitude. If we have spoken the truth, we have either been banned or we have been trespassed from the building, so we cannot attend those meetings. And I'm still waiting for my meeting to discuss my banning from the mayor promised me about 6 years ago.
She's hopeless.
She put that in a council meeting. She promised me a meeting, never eventuated. All she did was sign off a letter, exactly what I'd had from someone else in the council. So I'm bitterly disappointed with the city council, bitterly disappointed with the way they've treated the people on the eastern side of Christchurch, and bitterly disappointed with their now extra time taken to resolve this issue. I had some form of hope 18 months ago, but then again, when we came to the meeting here, you only looked at one source, and that was fixing it up, because there are ulterior motives why they wanted that site fixed, so they could put a biogas producer in there and use the pipeline that's down from the sewage farm down to this office here to run the place. And you can see the signs along the street that the gas pipe is already there. So I am bitterly disappointed that it's going to take another 3 to 6 years. When I read those headlines yesterday, I bloody cried. I'm sick of the way we are treated, and I'm sick of the way the City Council is procrastinating and believing the bull that comes from the Three Waters and Waste. Thank you for the opportunity.
Are there any questions? Tim.
Thank you very much for your presentation. If in the short term we looked at stopping domestic organics or kitchen waste, etc., and industrial organics, like say for the likes you mentioned, barons, etc., in the short term, do you think that would help or ease the problem whilst we move forward?
No, I personally don't, because it's the way the plant has been operated and been neglected and abused. You just had to read the reports that were presented 18 months ago, the way that Living Earth had treated the internals of the place, opening and closing the doors with loaders, not putting the treating the place with respect and keeping it in a good maintenance. In their contract, once a year you have a right to get rid of that person, and not once is that part of the contract been used. I'm very disappointed again.
Thank you.
Thank
All right,
you.
look, thanks very much indeed for the time taken to come along and speak to us today. Thank you. And next I would call Jeffrey King to the table. Jeffrey, thank you for joining us, and you have 10 minutes. If you wanted to leave time for questions, that would be within the 10-minute period.
Before you start the clock, sir, I'd just like to thank Yanni Johansson, our community representative, and Alexandra David, our community board chairperson, for the time and effort. They're banging their head against the brick wall on our behalf. Good morning. I have come to stress the wrongs. There are no rights of the CCC OPP, composting operation at 40 Metro Place. Debilitating odours, the black dust, affects a quarter of the city's population. You can smell it out at Horsville. It affects our lives, lifestyles and health. It is that bad sometimes we are driven from our homes. At night we go to New Brighton, sleep in our cars in the lay-by. During the day we go to Sumner, Littleton, elsewhere, upwind of the composting operation. Nobody should be subjected to such living conditions, but this council allows it to happen. Operations with governance at this council is bewildering. Breaches of the law, statutes and consents are mind-boggling. And you people sit round the table and allow it to happen. People, heads of department, don't know, or if they do know, they're being deliberately ignorant and arrogant. Point in question, 18 months ago, we had a meeting with the head of Three Waters, Helen Beaumont, and she did not know of the foundation document of the OPP, the very basic design build document, the foundation document. She hadn't read it, she knew nothing about it, and she's the head of the department. The foundation document, Simpson Grierson legal document for the design build of the operation, document 0607-192, and in particular clauses 3.9, 1, 2, 3 and 4, which state that all aspects of the composting operation to be under negative pressure. In other words, enclosed. It has never been enclosed, never ever been under negative pressure, and is still not under negative pressure, such as the callous operation structure. The OPP breaches the Resource Management Act 1991. It should never have opened in 2009, but this council appears to be above the law of the land. It also breaches the emissions law. Look up 12.3b. Methane expelled from this operation is equivalent to a herd of 4,000 dairy cows. And yet we have green supporting councillors, not looking at anyone in particular, who never say a word, want to have a bob each way, so to speak, and this council, doesn't this council have a platform for climate change, yet breaching it? Hypocrisy. Thus, one must ask the question, why is the CCC above the law of this country and nothing done? Non-feasant might be an appropriate word. The following of laws and documentations of the OPP, the following of the laws and documentations of the OPP by this city is likened to an air stewardess, the people that serve the drinks and the food, controlling a 747. Three Waters and Waste don't have a clue. We are now in our 14th year of this schmozzle, and we in the wind shadows have suffered more than enough, and our being subject to the behaviour from the CCC and ECAN also for that matter is beyond the pale. We have been subject to lies, deceit, deception, abuse and bullying by such incompetence so as to cover backsides. People with pretentious titles and no ability to listen and understand the problems the community face are running the Three Waters and Waste Department. Open your eyes and ears. The department has issues with rubbish collection, the OPP, and now the sewerage operation. Is there anything left for them to fail? I don't think so. Unable to make a decision, this revamp, or should I say the shifting of the OPP, was mooted some 2 years ago in earnest. 1 year ago, and they still have not found a site. What have they been doing? Absolutely nothing, ensconced in this ivory tower. If me are to be believed, now, goodness, the sewerage problem has taken 6 months, and now it's another couple of months before any action starts. 6 months. And they've been running around in ever-increasing circles. It has taken 13 years to get thus far to talk about shifting the operations of the OPP. Some of you have sat round the table 3, 6, 9 years as our representatives. Yanni Johansson and Alexander from the Community Board have been beating their heads on our behalf against the brick wall. Very little support from around this table and no support from the top table, and that means the miracle from Birmingham and the mayor. Over the past 12 months, you've had the windrows removed, but left the tailings behind. And in spite of the comment yesterday in the press page 2, there is no difference in the odour intensity for days suffered from. Even the facts of complaints as printed are deliberately misinformation. More lies, deceit and deception spread amongst the public to back the malfeasance from within. It was reported one complaint only has been made this year. I have made 67. Who is spreading the lies, deceit and the deception, the misinformation, and whose backside is being covered? Heads should roll at this Three Waters and Waste portfolio, starting at the very top. Incompetence Incorporated.
I would ask you to be respectful to our staff, please. I realise you're not identifying people by name, but
we put up with enough. Not getting any more bloody pushed down. The biofilter is third world. The offensive, debilitating odour is not treated. It is just pumped out the atmosphere through a tray on bark, with bark on it. The biofilter is a joke, but of course it's run by experts who will obviously tell you water runs uphill. When councillors visit the plant in 2015-16, the Living Earth, in conjunction with Three Waters and Waste Department, Winter and Joyce, turned off the air circulating pumps so that the foul, debilitating odour was not pumped into the surrounding air. Councillors thus stated there was no smell, that the odour must be coming from adjoining industries. Straight out lies, deceit, deception, and they are still paramount 7 years later. To date, this council has spent around $40 million with no improvement. Yes, $40 million, high figure, because of the incompetence of this council, never had it insured. We stated the time in 2013-14 from memory to shift it there and then. But no, the experts within Three Waters knew best. The council plans to spend another $21 million. This was authorised or talked about 8 months ago or 6 months ago. An expert composting organisation stated that it will cost $40 million. So that means $80 million spent, and the result will be the same. Nothing has changed. It's like winning lotto and writing a cheque. The biggest problem is the third world biofilter. So to replace that with a system that treats the odour before it's pushed into the atmosphere for all to breathe in the pathogens and bioaerosols could cost another $20 million. What? We're up around $100 million now. We have tired of the lies, the deceit, deception, abuse and bullying. Abuse where correspondence is not answered, we are left hanging. Bullying where we are trespassed so as to get our persistence out of the way. I got trespassed for asking at the kiosk down below in Hereford, 53 Hereford Street entrance, asking at the kiosk to speak with someone from Three Waters. All I said was, may I speak with Justine Moe, please? And the lady, she came back, she said to me, she's not available to speak to you. And I said, well, can I speak to her on the phone, please? No. Thursday, the next day when I was back in here, I got trespassed for asking a question. Then lied at the meeting, and they got stuck into Bruce King, and it happened to par for the course, and it's incompetence. They want us out of the way. The culture stems from the very top and is filtered down through the ranks. On the 20th of March 2020, I was at a meeting with the CEO and her male secretary, and we're explaining about the living problems within the wind shadow of the OPP.
Now that brings us to the end of the 10 minutes, if you'd like
Pardon?
to wrap up. That brings us to the end of the 10 minutes.
Well, I haven't finished.
If you'd like to wrap up,
So
please.
it took 3 months to get the appointment. She knew so. We were tolerant at the time gap. However, a month in the meeting, I have asked 7 times if I can have a meeting, a follow-up meeting. I can produce the emails. I asked, that was from our 20th of March meeting. We still have not had the courtesy of a follow-up meeting, and one would expect in a well-run operation.
We are going to need to bring this to a
I
close.
turn this to abuse and bullying, and we have no right, and we have a right to be heard, and we have a right to be respected as the operation and ensure we have the city we live in. The operation needs to be shifted
Okay, we're going to need
well
to bring
away
this to
from
a
the
close. Everybody
residential
else has
living
taken their 2
areas.
minutes.
In the
So if I
USA,
can ask you to
some
wrap
of
up,
these
please.
composting industries need to be 8 miles from,
Okay, can
not
we-
kilometres, from the residential
I've asked
line.
you 3 times now to bring this to a close, and you've ignored me on 3 occasions. Can we please bring this deputation to an end? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
More bullying.
Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to join us. Okay, we need to deal with this. Can I ask you, please, Mr. King, to bring this deputation to a close? The 10 minutes is up. The time has been taken. We're giving everybody a fair opportunity to contribute, and your 10 minutes has come to an end. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us this morning. Thank you. All right, so I would now move to the...
From the top
I would now move to the next deputation. Can I call Don Gould to the table, please? Is Don here?
Abuse.
Don, good morning. Thank you. Don, thank you for joining us this morning. You also have 10 minutes to make your presentation to us. Thank you.
Morning, Andrew. Thank you for your time. Level of frustration around this one is clearly very high. I can understand the community's sentiment. I'm going to make this as quick as possible to move this on. I've got a PowerPoint presentation. Andrew, I know you love my PowerPoint presentations, so lots of lovely pictures here. I hope I drive this well. Are we going to put it on the big screen, folks, so everybody can see it? Excellent. Oh, we've got Jamie still there on the screen too. That's wonderful. Morning, Jamie. Right, so let's move on without further ado. Right, my major concern around, I'm going to address the report that's on the table today, and my major concerns around this, a lack of detail for good governance. It seems very high level. It doesn't empower the community, support the council dealing with the infrastructure disaster as well as I'd hope. We have press articles and radio interviews with very frustrated elected members, as well as a council meeting with members of the public in tears, which is partly why I've got involved. I'd like to acknowledge some of the folk in the public gallery today, Vicki Walker particularly, who has done an absolutely astounding job representing us around the country in front of the media, which I acknowledge Television New Zealand and other media companies here today as well. Members should be considering, in my view, a bigger, more dedicated team specifically on this trickle filter problem at present. We seem to, I feel like we've got a team that's got its spread across too many different problems out there in this disaster right now. Whether the staff feel that way or whether elected members feel that way, my point is simply as a member of the public, that's how I feel at present with this situation. What I am going to say next, though, is that this situation has picked up the pace. The good news, from my opinion, is this has picked up the pace. The amount of public pressure and interest and engagement has lifted. Some of what I'm going to present in the next few minutes actually I think is probably already out of date. I'm receiving more reports through from council staff, from elected members, literally hourly, and in the last few minutes actually from some members. The first thing that comes to mind for me out of 15 points is that there doesn't appear to be an environmental advisor in the management team, certainly not signatory to the paper that's on the table. The next issue is one of a cover. This has been one that's come up quite a bit. Reading the report, there seemed to be 15 different options, I think there was, in the list of things that could be done about the covering this thing. One of my concerns is, should we be covering it with urgency, giving ourselves more time to actually deal with it? The report talks about the complexities of actually dealing with the content once it is covered or if it's covered, but in fact the community is more concerned about the impact of it as it stands right now. And if we covered up the problem, I hate the idea of sweeping something under the covers, but if we actually covered it up and contained it a bit, then we could allow ourselves more time to actually deal with the real problem that is the stench of the rotting, decaying media inside it. Again, exactly what staff are doing and exactly what hits us in the public arena as far as information, I'm sure there is a lot more detail. Elected members have gone to lengths to point out there's more detail behind the scenes that we don't know about. So again, I stress that my comments come from a sense of just what we're receiving in the public. And at present, I don't feel confident. I don't feel reassured that the right things are being done. I talk with friends and family who also agree that we don't feel like the right things are being done. So we have concerns around those issues.
There are more technical things I could say, but I won't labour the point here this morning. Health concerns, health and safety of workers on that site doesn't appear to be being addressed particularly well. There are members of your own staff whose families are on social media commenting about the fact that the highlight up there on the screen at present, they're suffering from headaches when they come home from work. I've got another friend who works in the space and his wife comments that his car stinks, which means their personal assets are also being run down. Timelines and pledges. I have to commend the team who put together the Finance and Performance Committee reports. I have personally gleaned a massive amount of really good understanding from these reports, and they're very robust in a lot of their presentation. On this particular instance, I don't feel like there is enough milestones, deadlines. Deadlines, if we don't hit a deadline, folks, it just doesn't matter. We review what went wrong and we move forward and set another deadline. But at least it puts some lines in the sand. And in this instance, I don't feel like there are enough lines there. Air quality monitoring, I understand there's a team from Hamilton flying in first thing this morning to look at air quality monitoring. My friends and I have looked at air quality monitoring as well in the local community because there is concern about the level of emissions that are coming from somewhere at that plant. Some folk are going to tell me that it's not coming off the trickle filters, it's coming off the aerators that will settle down when they start to do their work properly. I acknowledge that, but right now that settling down period, even in the latest reports, tells me that it could be as late as May, June before that really starts to take effect. And in the meantime, we have real health concerns. Folks, I've got a petition or a couple of petitions out there, and I know you've all seen them, but what you might not have had a close look at is the number of health concerns. I downloaded the data that Change.org gives us the opportunity to look at. I was going to graph it, but in fact I find it too hard to look at personally. The number of dozens and dozens and dozens of people expressing my reason for endorsing this complaint today is because I'm suffering from ill health. Disinfecting it. A lot of debate. This slide is essentially about the debate. I know that some of you as elected members are just insanely frustrated at this issue. You represent constituents who are on the phone to you night after night after night, late into the night in some instances, early in the morning in other instances. So I will move on. Tank emptying. What this slide really is about is the flow of technical information. There are technical specialists in the community who have lots of knowledge around the sort of biomechanics that are happening in this facility. We're making wild speculation, wild suggestions, purely because even though we would read the reports are just not in the public domain. We've got questions, they go unanswered. I get why they're unanswered. I get the fact that you've got technical people on the ground trying to do their best to do the job today, and they don't need me in their ear every 5 minutes with another question and, oh, can you please explain to me how an entire sewage treatment plant works? Because I understand bits of it, but I don't actually understand all of it right this very second. But can you give me a couple of hours to explain it to me? Yeah. Wet filter management. One of my concerns here is that we've talked about a cover to keep the thing dry so that it doesn't rot down, so it doesn't pollute the environment around us. What we haven't talked about is the impact of that filter material being wet on the people who are actually going to do the job. Are they all going to be out there in hazmat suits and respirators? Management team, I think I've covered that, so I'll just move on. Poor comms. Guys, the comms have been amazing in some respects and shocking in other respects. look, you could probably stand 10 council staff in front of me all day and talk about this all day, and I'd still probably grizzle and moan and whinge. You've seen me on social media. You know that I like to push these issues to get the best comms we have got. So I think we need some moderation and temper around some of that, some maturity, which is why we have you as elected officials, and you're sitting on that side of the table and I'm sitting on this side of the table. However, I am going to speak to the 3 petitions I've got out there right now.
Noting that we've got less than 1 minute left.
Okay, so we'll pick this up. The point of the petitions essentially was to gauge public opinion. Three Waters is an incredibly unpopular government policy currently, and yet we've got over 1,000 people calling on government to look at changes and intervene, and also people wanting these things covered. So those petitions are there. I'd like you to just consider them tabled. I've got a range of other points. You guys have got the PowerPoint presentation, so you can follow that up.
All right,
Thank you,
Don,
Andrew.
thank you very much indeed for coming along to speak to us today, for the PowerPoint and for supplying that to us. And obviously you've been giving this a lot of thought and, you know, doing quite a lot of work around it as well. So thanks very much indeed for coming along this morning. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So now we come to our final deputation of the morning, and I'd invite Vicki Walker to the table, please.
Might I ask if I can bring my neighbour with me, because we are a unit?
Yes, of course. Yep, most welcome. All right, so you've got 10 minutes for the deputation, and if you wanted to allow any time for questions, that will be within the 10 minutes. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, I'll read my bit and you can take it.
Mine's less than 2 minutes.
So, okay.
All right, thank you.
Right, oh, glasses. Thank you for receiving me today. I believe it's my human right to have fresh air to breathe. I believe it's your job to make sure you do your utmost to make sure that I do, that we do. We have battled with living with the composting plant for years now. And it's taken a toll on our lives. In essence, it's robbed us of a quality of life, of being able to enjoy our properties to their potential, our families, our homes, having to constantly dodge the smell however we can. Christchurch will always have an easterly prevailing wind, and I believe the plant should never have been built, the OPP plant, should never have been built there, so close to residential properties, and needs to be moved immediately, needs to be gone yesterday. Plans should have been made already of where best it is to go, and with wise choices of how to, and so never to cause this problem again anywhere else. Get it gone, I want it gone now. Just as we're battling the efforts of poor quality from the OPP plant, there comes the fire in November 21 at the wastewater sewage plant, Christchurch wastewater sewage plant. An accident caused by someone working on the roof, I believe. And since then, we have been existing with this disgusting, repulsive stench. The stench has caused us to suffer from sleep deprivation, interruption to sleep, being woken by the smell while sleeping, not being able to get away from feeling trapped, headaches, sore throats, coughs, asthma, nausea, not wanting to eat, feeling repulsed by the stench. Our fresh, clean clothes smell when we are out. I can't warm my dry house using my home ventilation system as it brings this repulsive air in from outside. I have to turn it off because of the stench. Our lives are being shortened physically, also with the stress of this, and mentally having to battle for our air quality exhausts me. ECAN has continued to not issue the council with any consent breaches. However, ECAN's own manager, Johannes Welsh, said it was not strictly monitoring the odour emitted from the plant. Is the Department of Health monitoring it? Monitoring and testing was in it. What's in it? What's in our air? And who's in charge of that? Where are the statistics? One of our people had some research, one of our people in our residence, and it was cause to worry that it's toxic. A month ago I met with you and I felt rubbished by a member of staff. She compared what we are smelling here in Bromley to what people have to put up with in Rotorua. I wasn't given the right of reply, but here I can. 400,000 humans' waste is not geothermal. Or show me the proof that it is. Where is the monitoring statistics? We had no problem before the fire. $6 million was spent on aerators. The huge trickling filters that were damaged are left open to the weather, to the rain, to let the rot set in. 400,000 humans' waste left rotting and causing foul toxic stench to over 90,000 people on the east side of Christchurch. There are so many suffering from it. Jane Davis, the General Manager of Infrastructure Planning and Regulatory Services, I will quote from stuff on the 24th of April 22. During the wetting and drying process, ground rain events, the bacteria would likely recolonise and restart breaking down the material and generating odour again. We're about to have our rainy May. Obviously then, the options 5 and 6 of the plan need to happen yesterday. A membrane over the trickling filters needs to be erected with scaffold below, a gap between the concrete and the membrane to allow any gases to escape, strops to ensure it is secure in the wind, and just like preventing an umbrella from going inside out, an air vent at the top to cover and allow the membrane to breathe and air to pass through to keep it secure. This is in principle would allow the media within the trickle filters then to keep the stench to a minimum whilst keeping it dry and ready for removal. If not, I can predict it would hold the contractor up from moving it and making it less of a task. Ideally, get the crap moved out now or cover it. We need to be consulted and given timeframes quickly and effectively on any decision to be made. I believe Simon Macker of Senior Comms Advisor, daily contact with him needs to happen to you, and timely decisions need to be made. Whilst this happens, when making a decision, the Department of Health needs to be employed to monitor what there is and what's happening, and what choices you're making are the least harmful to our air quality, our babies, our children, our elderly, our domestic animals and our wildlife. Jane Davis, I will hold you responsible to make this happen as you are the General Manager. Lastly, I can't see in the plan anywhere that you have thought to bring in some relief to our community with this stench while it continues. All I can see is that there's intended rate rise. For what? For not being able to live comfortably in our homes, for not being able to live and our lives in our homes. Can you roll out the Red Cross or Mayoralty Fund? Perhaps. I'm having new carbon filters positioned in my HRV so I can use it at a cost to me. I'm using a dryer. And when I can't dry my clothes outside due to the stench, I'm using petrol to drive to Sumner and get away from to get some fresh air. Doctor's bills. It all has a cost, and on top of the cost, it's my health. We got through the earthquakes, we got through the massacre. We now have COVID, we've had the composting plant, and now we've got the sewage, and this is a cost to our health and our businesses. I can't work effectively and efficiently in my business, and neither can my husband. We don't get our sleep and we don't relax. There are thousands like me suffering here. I won't and can't wait for this toxic stench to be remedied. You have wasted precious time already. Nearly 6 months has passed. And this is 6 months of my life with this stench and years with the compost. I don't want to go to my grave before it's moved and fixed. I deserve my human right to fresh air. Do your job. Make our health paramount. Get on with your jobs you're paid to do and use them well and wisely. Please. Katanka.
Hi, my name is Katanka and I live in Bromley. I am severely affected by the stench from the wastewater treatment plant since the fire on the 1st of November last year. I did my due diligence before moving here in the mid-80s, and I had no problem prior to this date. I don't get around that well now. I don't drive anymore. I can't just leave the area like some lucky people, if you can call them that. The stench invades everything. It gets right inside my house. I can taste it when I'm talking. It's revolting, and it makes sleeping impossible. I should not have to leave my home. It's supposed to be my safe place. I suffer from sore throats, sore eyes, headaches, shortness of breath. I miss all my friends. No one wants to come here anymore. I sneeze and I cough a lot, and people straight away think I'm contaminated. Flip, yeah, I am. But it's not from COVID like they think. My power bill is going through the roof because I can't go and sit in my conservatory anymore if I'm lucky when the sun's out. It constantly reeks in there, and I don't want to hang my washing outside. It's hard enough for me to get it outside. I've got brain fog, and I feel so overwhelmed with what's happening. I'm being made to go through. It's not on, Christchurch City Council. Sort the shit now. Thank you for listening to me.
And thank you to both of you for coming along and making the presentation and the deputation to us this morning. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. There's time for one question, if there was a question. All right, look, thank you very much indeed for the time and the energy that you've taken coming along this morning. Thank you. So that brings us to 10 to 11. What I'd propose now is that we take a 15-minute break for morning tea before we get into the substance of the two items that have been the subject of the deputations. So if we take 15 minutes for morning tea, and then we'll deal with the Christchurch Wastewater Treatment Plant Recovery Update. That's item 7. And then we'll move to item 22, the organics processing options, which I've deliberately brought up the agenda so that those who have made deputations can listen to the staff presentation, to any questions and to the debate and the decision making. So let's now adjourn for 15 minutes. Let's come back at, well, let's say 10 past 11 to move straight into item 7 at that time. So thank you very much. And once again, thank you to everybody that's taken the time and the trouble to come along and speak to us this morning. Thank you. We'll adjourn. Meeting back to order, please. And if we can move straight into item 7, the Christchurch Wastewater Treatment Plant Recovery Update. So if I could invite the relevant staff to the table, please. And the way this will run, we've got a presentation from staff, then we'll move to questions from elected members, and then obviously we've got resolutions that we will look at, get a mover and seconder, and then we'll move into any debate. So welcome staff to the table. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, and we're in your hands with the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have Adam this morning, who is the manager and looks after our wastewater treatment plant. So the Christchurch Wastewater Treatment Plant and the operation of that plant is fundamental to protecting the health of the city and to the operation of our city. And it is also council's biggest asset. And it's fair to say, as you've heard this morning, that for several decades it has been operating extraordinarily well out in the suburb of Bromley to the east of the city, and that all changed with the fire in November. The fire itself was a catastrophic event, and we wish to acknowledge and apologise to particularly the local residents about the smell that has pervaded the neighbourhoods and indeed much of the city since the fire. We know that living with the odours from the wastewater treatment plant is both unpleasant and distressing for people in the immediate vicinity. So just to clarify the sources of the odours, following the fire, there were several sources of odour from a damaged plant. However, most of those have been resolved, and we are now left with 2 major sources of odour. The first one from the oxidation ponds, and that is due to the very high load now going onto those oxidation ponds given the compromised plant. And Adam will take us through more of that detail later. The second source of odour, which is a more acute and less frequent odour, is from the trickling filters themselves. So while the trickling filters are offline and they're not tanks, so they're not full of water, they are housings with a plastic trickling filter media within them, and when it rains, the organic matter that is still attached to that media does begin to break down and emits a foul odour from time to time, and the neighbourhood affected depends on the weather conditions at the time. So we'll talk more about that later, but to the presentation itself, what our focus is on improving the operation of that treatment plant and finding the best possible and fastest solution to addressing those odours that are impacting the residents. Adam Toos will take us through how that plant worked prior to the fire, what damage was caused, and what we've been doing in the days, weeks and months since. Then we'll have Adrian Seeger and Kurt Scorange address some of the insurance and health and safety aspects and some of the investigation of that damage that has been taking place also over those few months, and the proposals and options for removing the filter media from those trickling filters. 2 reasons for removing that. One is it'll remove the odour source, and the other is we can then look at the long-term solutions for reinstating treatment. Katie McRae is going to go through what we've done to keep the residents updated and our plans for continuing that. And she will, then I'll come back and just go over the next steps and give a bit of a summary for you. So thank you, and I'm happy to hand over to Adam Toos.
Thank you, Ellen. To understand the impact the fire has had on the treatment efficiency of the plant, it's important to understand the basic operating parameters of the plant. The primary purpose of the plant is to remove organic matter and to break down the nutrient load within the wastewater. To achieve this, the plant uses a combination of physical and biological processes. So on the screen there, you've got a graphic. The sewage comes from around the city via pump stations and goes to the first stage, which is inlet screens, where gross inorganics are taken out: sanitary towels, condoms, false teeth, anything that fits down the toilet. After that process, it goes into grit removal, where sand and grit is settled out and taken away. From there, the flow goes into sedimentation tanks. Here, the flow is slowed down. Organic sludge settles to the bottom of the tanks, where that sludge is taken out, taken to digesters, is dried, and then goes for land remediation. The flow from those primary tanks used to go onto the trickling filters. In there, it used to go to rotating arms, which are at the top underneath the covers, and this would distribute the sewage over the top of the plastic media. The sewage will make its way down through the 8-metre structure. On the plastic media is a naturally occurring biomass which would treat the sewage and take the nutrients out of the sewage as the sewage passed over it. Air is also pumped into the trickling filters and will go through to provide the perfect habitat for that biomass to do the treatment for us. The biomass would obviously grow over time as it's treating the sewage, and this would slough off with the sewage and would join the rest of the sewage into the aeration tanks. Blowers blow air into the aeration tanks through the sewage, which allows the sloughed off biomass material to combine with the flock. So as it moved on to the next process, the clarifiers, it allows that sludge to settle out. Some of that sludge is pumped back through the aeration tanks to keep the process going, and the excess of that sludge is taken off and goes through the digestion process. From the clarifiers, the flow goes to the oxidation ponds, where it takes up to a month to get from the start of the pond to the end, where it's exposed to UV light from the sun, which does the pathogen treatment for us. Sorry, can you go on to the next slide? Thank you. The fire that occurred on the 1st of November 2021 caused significant damage to the plant's 2 trickling filters. The damage was such that both filters were rendered inoperable and were subsequently bypassed. The trickling filters are responsible for removing 60% of the nutrient load and were a key component of the treatment process. It's important to note that the efficient removal of nutrients early on in the treatment process is critical for the management of odours. During the fire, runoff from the burnt material and roof material flowed downstream, passing through the aeration tanks, clarifiers and out into the oxidation ponds. This oxidation depleted runoff had a serious impact on the biological processes and at times created anaerobic conditions, which resulted in significant odours. Next slide, please. What you are seeing now is drone footage, which was taken over the Christchurch wastewater treatment plant, focusing on the trickling filters. In that image, you can see the misters working, which was fire suppression to try and put out some of the hot spots, which you can see also smoking on the left-hand side. For context, those filters are 55 metres wide, which is the equivalent of the front door to the back door in this building here, and they are 8 metres high. So it's essentially from ground level on the street outside to the level that we're sitting at in this building here. What did we do immediately after the fire? As soon as possible, the filters were bypassed. We started dosing polyaluminium chloride to the head of the primary tanks. This is an odourless white powder, which is mixed with water to create a solution. And this, at the head of the primary tanks, supports the settling of, introduces enhanced settling of the solids in the settling tanks to take the load off, so taking more sludge out of the system earlier on. This process is still continuing today. The dead sludge was taken out of the activated sludge plant and was taken away to Cape Raleigh. We also tried seeding the activated sludge plant by taking some activated sludge from Littleton wastewater treatment plant. The aeration of the aeration tanks was increased by using all maximum 3 blowers on site, and all 4 tanks were brought in line. Normally we only run on 2. Hydrogen peroxide has also been dosed to the head of the oxidation ponds. When added to water, this breaks down and releases oxygen into the sewage to try and maximise the oxygen saturation to improve the quality of the water in the ponds. Combination of these measures, plus the resilience of the size of the oxidation ponds, has meant that we have continued to meet the conditions of consent for the sewage that's been discharged out into Pegasus Bay. Whilst these initial measures have had some impact on reducing odour emissions, we acknowledge that we have not reduced them to an acceptable level. Our primary focus is to improve the water quality from the wastewater treatment plant going into the ponds and to remove the trickling filter media as quickly as possible. An adaptive management plan has been prepared for staff and confirmed by consultants. So how have we adapted the plant? As mentioned, the trickling filters are key components of the biological treatment process. Without them, the plant is struggling to process the wastewater effectively. Council staff formulated the concept interim recovery plan, which was subsequently validated and the design detailed by an external consultancy, i.e. to confirm the plan is going to work. The plan involves 2 key stages. The first one is to convert 2 of the plant's 4 clarifiers into aeration basins and also to increase the activated sludge within those tanks. This will go a significant way to replacing the biological process that was lost by the loss of the trickling filters. The second stage is to install aerators on the oxidation ponds. So, progress on stage 1. The 8 aerators are in on the converted clarifiers, and they have been operational. We have been test running them. They have improved the dissolved oxygen levels going towards the pond, and they are making an effect already. 6 of those aerators have been sourced from the United States. 2 aerators were already in New Zealand. The motors have come from Brazil, submersible cables have been sourced from Australia, pumps have been sourced from Sweden, transformers and switch boxes and electrical cabling have also been sourced from New Zealand. The laying of electrical cables and the installation of transformers to power the aerators is in. However, supply chain issues have delayed some components from overseas. It is anticipated that the pumps will arrive within the next week or 2. Once those are installed, the activated sludge treatment process should be fully up and running, and I anticipate it will take 3 weeks for that process to settle down. Once that's done, the quality of effluent going out to the oxidation ponds should have significantly improved. Therefore, a progressive and noticeable reduction of objectionable odour is anticipated. Stage 2, the oxidation ponds. It is anticipated that additional aerators will also need to be installed on the oxidation ponds. 3 aerators are currently on the ponds and operating. We only know how many additional aerators are going to be needed on the oxidation ponds depending on the success levels of stage 1. We will monitor the situation and respond to the adaptive management plan accordingly. Hydrogen peroxide dosing will be retained on site. However, as anticipated, we will only need that for high rainfall events. When flow comes through, will be above the amount that we can manage to pass through the temporary aeration plant and will have to be bypassed to the ponds. However, this should be managed by the hydrogen peroxide dosing. The polydosing of the primary tanks will also be reviewed to see whether the additional load that is going to be increased as a result of stopping the polydosing is going to be able to be managed by the temporary activated sludge plant. As mentioned before, an ODA report is in the process of being commissioned to establish the baseline of measuring success. We are also working on the installation of a permanent trickling filter bypass solution, so that work is underway at the moment.
Thanks, Adam. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Adrian Seeger. I'm Council's Insurance and Asset Manager. And well, Adam and his team have been reconfiguring the plant through a significant transformation. I've been working with other external experts and staff on assessing the actual impact of damage to the trickling filters. So we can have the next slide, please. Okay, so in terms of assessing the damage, we've been doing this in conjunction with our insurer, who's been remarkably cooperative throughout the whole process and responsive. They had appointed somebody to liaise with us on the 2nd of November and accepted our claim 3 weeks after the fire, almost to the minute. We know that that's remarkably quick because smaller claims that other clients of our brokers have taken 6 weeks to 2 months and in some cases up to 6 months for the insurer to be satisfied there is a valid claim. As it says on the slide, on the 2nd and 3rd of November we did a visual damage inspection so that we could be sure there's no issue caused by the concrete tanks themselves to the operation of the plant. Following that, we appointed some external experts to undertake damage assessments, and that included drone footage of the type above, 3D drone surveys, close-up visual inspections up on knuckle boom type machinery, and also scaffolding towers, as you can see on the right hand picture. So we actually had to build some towers to get these people up and over the top of the structures and in to look at the top of the media as well. We've also undertaken a series of removal of concrete cores to check for fire and heat damage, and it's not terribly clear in the presentation picture above, but in that area outlined in red there are a number of holes where these concrete core samples have been taken, and they have actually been sent overseas for analysis to determine any fire or heat damage. We are expecting initial results back from that testing sometime in the next week. As part, well, we've been doing all this. Kurt has been looking at the odour issues from the trickling filters, so if you want to come up and join me, Kurt.
Good morning, my name is Kurt Scorange. I'm one of the Senior Health and Safety Advisors for Council. So post-fire we've looked at a number of options to help contain the odours that have been emitted off there, also looking at all the options that have come from the public as well. So if we could jump to the next slide, please. So after this, consultants were asked to identify and provide preliminary assessments of the effectiveness, risk, environmental management and hazardous materials compliance. This led to the consultants providing odour removal options that were quite uniquely challenging due to the open air environment and the size of the housings for the filters. The scale of these filters, as Adam's already alluded to, are 55 metres in diameter and approximately 8 metres tall. Some of the options that were come up with were more suited to smaller, more enclosed environments. The filter media within the trickling filters is classified as hazardous material. The media material itself contained within the trickling filters was used to treat wastewater, therefore meets a threshold of Class 6 dangerous goods under a land transport rule for dangerous goods. This requires special care when cartage and removal. The media also meets classifications under the Hazardous Substances Regulations and Hazardous Substances and New Organisms Act 96. A number of options are being considered to manage the odours from the trickling filters, and these have been grouped in attachment B of the report table today. These have been grouped in ways of chemical treatment, covering, capping and air extraction. It's been noted that covering the filters will create a containment of the gases. This would be more highly dangerous for both our residents and our workers on site alike. All of the chemical treatment options identified so far are by their nature hazardous, with the potential to create further hazardous gases and create an even higher health risk to people. The top layer of plastic, filter media, and the roof material that collapsed and melted in the fire has formed a permeable and impermeable media across the top of the surface. This means that any spray application of chemical treatment will not reach all areas of the media. It would be similar to putting a sprinkler on top of this building and expecting to get wet in this room. Removing the material still remains our best and most effective option, and we're currently working with options of removing and or deconstructing the structures. Once the media has been removed, the odours being emitted from the trickling filters will be gone. From the grouping of options that we've looked at, when we first look at chemical treatment, there are high levels of warning of toxicity to both environmental and health. Recent ideas of deodorizers have caused even more concern around health issues due to the height that the misters would need to be installed, and potential wind and actually spreading that further over the community is likely to cause respiratory irritation. Capping of the filters by way of tarp, cover, whatever other options we've come up with, all would create high concentrations of gases that would be more dangerous to site on staff, and when released into the public would create further health risks. And air extraction options that were investigated would need a negative pressure, so effectively a lid would need to be built on top of that, and that would take longer to construct than what it would be to get to the stage we're at this point now of being almost ready to remove the media material itself. Thank you.
Okay, so that brings us back on to the removal of the filter media. As you will all be aware, we have undertaken a direct appointment of a contractor to accelerate the process for this. We've been discussing with the contractor their methodology to carry out the work as quickly as possible, but also as safely as possible, given the unique circumstances, the fact that they are carrying out a major job in the middle of an operating wastewater treatment plant. The actual start date of lifting the media out is still to be confirmed, but the site establishment is planned and resources have started to be booked in and arranged. There'll be some initial site preparation required. The presentation, there's a picture which is partly hidden by the video camera logo there, but it gives an idea of the scale. So that's an 85-tonne excavator sitting on a pad of aggregate. So to give it height to reach, they will need to construct and that was carried out during our filter media trial removal back in December. They will need to construct a slightly higher pad than that to get the total reach needed into the tank itself. The methodology is basically to pull out the media, chip it down from what it appears at the moment, which is in that top picture on the slide. It's just bales of plastic filter media, and they're probably just under 1 metre long by 60 centimetres deep, 60 centimetres high. So they'll be pulling those out, and they will be chipping them down into sealed bins, which will then be compacted and loaded out to Cape Valley. We're working with Transwaste Canterbury and the operators of Cape Valley itself to maximise the number of loads we can get out per week. Again, it comes back to the safety involved and effectively finding a level which allows us to work quickly but without putting any further risk on the contractors, the staff, the local community with that material. And unfortunately, there's no two ways around it. The odour is going to increase while we are pulling out that filter media, but they will be setting up misting water sprays. You will remember post-earthquake demolition sites often had big misting cannons on them. They'll be using something similar over top of the extraction and the processing loading area to keep any dust down to the minimum. And that will also then have the effect of suppressing some of the odour as well. This morning we are I got an update. We're expecting the last couple of bits of information from the contractor today, so we're anticipating being able to make an announcement on that early next week. In terms of announcements, Katie, you're up.
Thank you. If we could go to the next slide, please. So as you can see up there, just want to show you, we've had a few COVID challenges, but since the 1st of November, these are some of the communications that the team has been working on. But I think the point I really want to make here is actually we're continuing reviewing our comms and looking for the most effective ways that we can communicate with residents. We have another flyer drop prepared very shortly. Our e-newsletter has now moved to weekly, and we're keeping our website updated. We're encouraging people to sign up to our newsletter, and they can do so by following that URL, the website link that you can see up there on screen. And we're looking at some other options as well about how we can just keep people informed of progress as things move on.
So just a short recap from me in terms of the next steps. We will, of course, continue to work on the interim operation of the plant in this recovery phase and continue to make improvements and install that new infrastructure as everything arrives. And that will result in an improvement in the operation of the plant, an improvement in the quality of the water going into the ponds, and a continuous improvement in terms of the odour or the potential for odour from those ponds. The challenge then is those trickling filters, and the staff advice is that the removal of that material remains the best and most effective option. So removing that material takes away the source of the odour and completely eliminates that issue. So we've talked about the direct appointment of the contractor, so the fastest possible procurement process has been followed, and we will hope to announce that next week. In terms of that odour increasing during the process, that is true. However, we will work very closely with the contractor and our operation on the site to minimise that as much as possible. And that will include covering filter media that's waiting to be chipped. That will include choosing the weather conditions for those operations that could result in the most odour being released, and continuing to work on the treatment plant process itself so that that underlying odour from the oxidation ponds is continually reduced as quickly as possible. So just to reiterate that we as a team apologise for the odour and the continuation of that odour problem over the last few months, and I do want to reassure you that we are doing everything that we can to address that, and that we do understand the need for speed. So additional resources have been brought in to focus on this issue and to accelerate progress. And I'm happy to move to questions.
Thank you. So thanks to staff for the presentation. Now moving to questions. Jimmy Chen.
Thank you. One question. Because last night you sent it to the council regarding the new revised attachment A and attachment B. Particularly based on this earlier the presentation, you consider the outdoor removal and also the regular management options. My question is whether impact those the timeline for the event attachment A regarding the new attachment B, have any impact on that timeline?
So from the staff perspective and the continued operation of the plant, we still believe that removing that filter media is the very best option, and that going to cover, capping or chemical treatment would actually delay that removal and make the problem persist for longer.
Okay, but the completion date is still a commitment by the end of this year.
That's correct, and we'll be working with the contractor on those dates. And if we can do it faster, we will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Leanne.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I thought it was an incredibly helpful step through all of the different features of this. And I think the one that stood out for me that I hadn't appreciated was the fire burning for just over 3 weeks, and the impact of the melting of the plastic and the roof into uneven sort of caps, I guess, over the top of the media, making, I guess, progress is going to be more challenging because of that. But also the other thing is getting other chemicals into the plant to reduce the odour. Do you want to talk a little bit more about that?
Yes, if the so the damage to the roof, so it's a combination of the melted plastic media and the roof material itself that is coalesced on top of the trickling filter media. If that hadn't happened, it would have been relatively easy to skim off the top layer of damaged filter, and in fact we may even have been able to put the trickling filters back into service once we'd replaced the arms. However, it's done considerable damage to that media. And even when the fire service tried to put out those hotspots, they had a lot of trouble getting enough water into the areas within the media that were still burning. And while we maintained the sewage running into those filters to assist the fire service in keeping the volume of water really high, we did still have that smouldering plastic for a number of weeks.
Yeah, so if you could go on the presentation to slide 4. The fire broke out on one trickling filter. So the fire started off on, next slide. Back to the fire damage and implications slide. That one. So looking on the picture on the left, the fire started in the trickling filter on the right, which resulted in a partial collapse of the roof onto it. So half the roof burnt on one side and then the fire collapsed on one side. That was the one that was most difficult to get out because of the sealing of the surface. The one on the left, it was more of a complete collapse of the roof. So the one on the left was easier to put out because it was easier to get the water over it. The photograph on the right is difficult to see. In some parts, the media is burnt down about 3 metres. So when you're spraying the water onto it, the water naturally goes to those lower areas and sort of surcharges straight through the filter. Whereas some of the other areas which are protected, not burnt down quite as much, those are the areas where you're going to really struggle to get any application of chemical or anything onto it. The filters are originally designed to have perfect surcharging equally all the way through the from the top to the bottom, but as a result of the fire it took 3 weeks to get out simply because we just could not get the water to the areas where the hotspots were occurring.
But that's also then presents a challenge for introducing
Anything.
new chemicals into the system.
Correct.
Yeah. And the other thing was scale, and somebody described it the other day as being like this height. So we're on the second floor of the council building. The ground floor, Hereford Street through to where the art gallery is on, the end of the council site on Worcester Street. That's the scale that we're talking about.
Yep, so it's 55 metres in diameter.
Yeah.
So to get to the centre is 25 metres from the edge. So trying to get any application controlled over a 25 metre distance is quite difficult.
And but just 2 more questions. One was in relation to and it may be health and safety. The question was in relation to the options that you got the consultants to put together as quickly as possible to, what would be the sort of options that might limit the impact of the stench. I mean, let's not call it what it isn't. It's a stench. And so what was it that the consultants were basically looking at? They were, as I understand it from the report, the updated report, is that they were looking at smaller contained environments rather than these massive trickling filters.
Yes, that's right. So the sheer scale of these filters presents a really unique challenge on how to contain this due to that sheer size. There were some options that might have been viable for a smaller option, so significantly smaller, but just given the sheer size of these, a lot of these options weren't going to be viable or would have created significant risk to the operation for the contractors, staff on site, and the residents around the area as well.
So it was basically a combination of the scale and the melted mess over the top.
Correct.
Okay, and the last question is, and I don't know who's the right person to ask this to, but how are we keeping the regulator informed? Because obviously the regulator is Environment Canterbury. They're responsible for air quality. They know that we've had a catastrophic fire. So how is that engagement taking place, and who is maintaining that relationship?
So we sent a letter to Environment Canterbury the same week as the fire to put them on notice that there was a risk of breach of our consent conditions for both the wastewater discharge out through the ocean outfall and for our discharge to air in terms of odour beyond the boundary. In terms of the discharge via the outfall, we've managed to stay within the conditions of our consent, which is no small miracle actually, but the part of that is because it takes so long for wastewater to pass through the plant. So it takes over a month for wastewater to come in through the screens and then be discharged through the outfall. So there's quite a long residence time in the plant, and we managed to get quite a lot of those interim operations in place to maintain the quality of that effluent within the consent conditions. It's not as good as it usually is, but it's within the conditions of the consent. And in terms of the odour, we all know that that has been very much more difficult to contain. So we have a regular meeting with Environment Canterbury, and we have a program manager, Michael Croucher, who's been appointed to manage the recovery of the plant, and he has developed a very good working relationship with Environment Canterbury.
Right, so they're all up to date with what's going on.
Yes, and we keep them up to date with the monitoring of the conditions of the consent.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Phil.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Helen, just a couple of different points. Before they burnt down, I was under the impression that these trickling filters were very efficient and only working at sort of 60% because they were so...
Yes, indeed. So the plant is an extraordinarily well-run plant, and you heard that actually in the deputations this morning, that people had no concerns about buying a house in Bromley because you'd hardly know the wastewater treatment plant was there when it's running so well. And indeed, Adam Toos was on the telephone to me during the fire, and he watched one go down and thought, we can run the plant with the other one. There's plenty of redundancy there, and then the other one went down. So, yes, indeed, we had plenty of redundancy in that plant with 2 trickling filters.
We could have run with one.
We could have run with one, yes. However, without them, we've obviously had to scramble and change the configuration of that plant to replace that treatment effectiveness.
Because, correct me if I'm wrong, just this for everyone else, that when they were built, they were run for 5 years without a roof, and then roofs went on to solve a similar problem to what we're having at the moment.
That's correct. The roofs went on in the 80s.
Yeah, and that helped. Now, other question is the second clarifier going in. When I was out there the other day, the first one was going, and that's where the little bit of tiny bits of foam were. Is the other one just had water in it and it was ready to go, or are you waiting for?
No. We've had both clarifiers operating as activated sludge plants. They're just running on diesel at the moment till we get all the electrics fully in.
Okay, and at the moment, lastly, we're dealing with a contractor, which is good. Has the contractor got enough resource, or can he pull in other contractors to help him so that we can do both at the same time?
Are you back to the trickling filters?
Still on trickling filters, yeah.
Adrian.
Can we, as the contractor that we're dealing with, got enough resource to do both at once, and that will halve the time that these people are having to put up with?
The contractor has got sufficient resource and has started booking in resource from other firms that they can use, particularly around the trucking and things like that. In terms of doing 2 at once, that came down to, as I mentioned, we're trying to do it as quick as possible, but as safe as possible. And basically, if you look at the photo up there on the left of the 2 filters, between the trickling filters and the operational plant, the gap is about 15 metres.
Yeah.
It's about the same on the other side to the boundary fence.
Yes.
In terms of running machinery, and off to the right of them, as the photo looks, is going to be the laydown area. In terms of running machinery on 2 of them at once in that constricted zone,
have we asked them?
We have talked to them about it. They are considering it. Our view as staff is that it would actually be very difficult to do, given what is required in terms of exclusion zones around it and the need for Adam and his team to continue operating the plant right next door to it.
Okay, and now almost lastly, with building a ramp up for the crane and the machine, the excavator to see inside, is that going to go right around the whole thing? Is that is one shed load of stuff?
No. Short answer, no. They are going to build one for access for the large excavator, and that will start pulling out the top. And then when they get to a point, there'll be a smaller machine able to be put inside it to move it to there for extraction.
Same place, yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
we won't be building right around both of them.
So the mound will be between the two trickling filters, so that they only need one mound for both. Is it?
I'm not sure where they're
Okay,
planning
I'm
on
just trying
locating
to
it. Yeah.
see if it.
That's
to
part of
do
the
it as
info
quickly
we're
as possible.
expecting back shortly on
Okay, thank
exact
you.
layouts.
Are there further questions? Yanni?
Thank you. Just in the attachment that we've had, sorry, just bring it up. There's an option that's on page 5, and that is to install super water absorbance layer on top of trickling filter. It says that few real benefits as weight of absorbency layer will compromise structures and delay removal timeframe. Then goes to say that the steel distributor structure can remain and doesn't need to be removed. And then it's got that there's some risks, but I was just trying to understand, like, if the contractor is working on one of the trickling filters, is there an ability to use any of the options in that table, and this option seemed to be the one that could possibly help, but are you able just to give us a little bit more advice around that, if we are able to just use any of the options in this table on one of the trickling filters, if that reduces the risk and can deal with some of the odour problems? But yeah, thank you.
Hard one to answer until we get the full methodology from the contractor. Based on what we have in front of us at this stage, the risk would remain relevant regardless whether one filter was done at a time or both.
The other thing to take into account when we're talking about putting capping layers on top of the structures, like whether it's bark or an absorbency foam or something like that, the structures themselves are not designed to hold any weight, any pressure. They are simply a shell for the media that's in it. So were we to do anything like that, there is the risk that by adding all that additional weight inside it, you're going to push out panels, which will then cause because of the design of the tanks, will then cause them to effectively unzip around.
Right. Okay, it just says that we need further information on the specific superwater absorbance solution to carry out further analysis. Who's provided this sort of environmental management and hazardous material responses that we've got?
These are our consultants in this instance. So when we're looking at that, we need to understand further that substance to work out what additional risk that will pose to the environmental management of the plant and the disposal of that product after its use.
Yep. But we should be able, once we've got the strength and the strength testing of the cores, we should have some idea of the load bearing capacity of the structure.
No, we know the load bearing capacity now from the original designs, and the advice from our engineers has been, if you put any significant additional weight on top, then you are risking a failure of the structure.
Okay, thank you. I had a question about the air quality monitoring. So we sent ECAN a letter after the fire recognising that we were likely to be in breach of our consent around ocean outfall and the air discharge. Appreciate your response around the ocean outfall, but did ECAN put any requirements on us to measure what was being discharged into the air? And if so, what were they? Or if not, why not?
So we've voluntarily been doing additional monitoring of the plant, and that is for both management purposes of the plant, because the interim operation is very different and the plant is not as resilient as it was. And we've been providing that additional monitoring, those additional monitoring results to Environment Canterbury. However, they're mostly focused on the quality of the wastewater discharge. We as a council don't do air monitoring as such. But we are looking at getting some additional resources and to do some more detailed odour monitoring around the plant and make sure that we've clearly pinpointed and quantified as much as possible the sources of those odours right across the plant. We're fairly sure about the odours from the oxidation ponds because those are relatively simple to monitor, and Environment Canterbury themselves have been doing some monitoring. However, the other sources of emissions tend to be infrequent and related to the weather conditions. So we need to do some more work to fully characterise those.
So I guess I'm just sort of astounded that one of the key consenting conditions is around air discharge, and yet we don't seem, like the question that I put in on the 6th of April, are you able to advise the community how we're measuring the air quality and odour effects in regards to the composition of the discharge from the wastewater treatment plant? People are asking, how do we know it's not harmful? So no one has done that today.
Environment Canterbury have done some work. Right. We have had some conversations with the community public health people from the District Health Board, and they have not raised any direct public health concerns. If they had direct public health concerns, they would be raising those.
But if no one's monitoring what's being discharged, how does anyone know it's not harmful?
We understand what is being discharged, and most of the issue is around odour. And the issues around odour are more the indirect effects, as you heard described this morning, in terms of distress and loss of quality of life in terms of people's houses and their being able to live and work outside.
To continue to back this up, we do have scientists from Hamilton that have arrived in Christchurch this morning that are undertaking specialised odour monitoring from the plant directly and also around the surrounding suburbs, following the same mapping that ECAN have been using to give us a greater understanding of what that odour is.
And I just note that they were just coming down for a very limited period of time, and obviously we've heard that depending on climatic conditions, things can be worse or improved. So what's our plan for regular air quality monitoring around use of smart sensors, technology, working with ECAN or the CDHB? Is there any sort of ongoing program that we've looked at to provide confidence to local residents about what's being discharged?
Yes. The equipment that the scientists has brought down today, we are also leasing off them to continue to monitor using the same methodologies that they are. So it means that when we have these adverse weather effects, that we can continue to monitor these odours and send those samples away for further analysis.
Right. And when are we likely to get the first results of that sample?
Next week.
Right. Thank you. The other question from me, I've got three more questions, sorry. It seems, I appreciate that you've spent a lot of time on the technical aspects of keeping the plant operational and working through the insurance and the technical solutions around what can be done. I guess what I'm just trying to understand, and I think this was reinforced by the comment that we've heard at a previous briefing, that this is almost unparalleled in the world around the scale of damage that's occurred at a wastewater treatment plant, is I'm trying to understand where in the recovery response we've got a sort of health and well-being plan being put in place to deal with the social and the community well-being aspects of what's happened, especially when we think about our response post-earthquake, where we saw a huge focus on the well-being of local communities that were adversely impacted. So is there a plan in place around the health and well-being of the local community? Who's driving it? If there's not one, how do we best get one in place?
the focus, as you have quite rightly pointed out, has been on improving the operation of the plant and reducing the potential for those odours, because it is the odour that is the real challenge for the local community. The plant itself is running at full capacity. We can accept everything that is offered up to us through the pipes. However, the effectiveness of treating that is the challenge for us, and then the resulting odours from the parts of the treatment process that are not coping, particularly the ponds, and then the residual from the trickling filters. In terms of the community, the best that we can do and what we have been focusing on is the communications, so that people understand what is happening and why it's happening and what we are doing to address it and how long they will have to put up with it. That has been interrupted, as you understand, by COVID and lockdowns. We did have a public-facing meeting right at the beginning, and then we were unable to do any further of those. So the information has largely been going out on social media platforms, through Newsline, and we've done some leaflet drops to those most affected neighbourhoods. Because while you can smell it right across the city, and I can certainly smell it at my place, in the centre of the city, that's a nuisance. For the local neighbourhoods, it's really distressing. And for those neighbourhoods, we've done a lot more in terms of direct leaflet drops to let people know what is happening and why it's happening. And you can, if you have a look on the Environment Canterbury website, where they do the monitoring of where the complaints about air quality are coming, you'll see how they follow the weather patterns. So we'll get them from New Brighton if there's a gentle southerly blowing. We'll get them across Linwood and Phillipstown if there's the general northeast blowing. So it moves around the city, but it's those immediate neighbourhoods that are most affected, and those immediate neighbourhoods where we've focused most of the communication efforts.
And can I just be really clear? The Ministry of Health or the CDHB has not expressed any concern over what's happening.
The Ministry of Health and the CDHB are quite aware that some people have quite high levels of distress and upset around this, and their recommendation, just as it was through the earthquakes and following the mosque shootings, is for people to talk to their own doctors about what is happening for them. Those are the best people to provide advice on their health and well-being.
Okay. And just a final question from me is, and I appreciate that we're in a unique situation with a lot of things happening in water at the moment, and reforms and changes all over the place in terms of central government and the pressure that's putting on council. But I guess I'm just interested in whether we've considered setting up a sort of joint task force with our partners, maybe with central government, maybe with some external people. I was just, I guess, reflecting on, again, the comment that was made that this is almost unparalleled in terms of the world, what we're seeing in terms of the damage and the challenge. And I just wonder, and we've heard from some of the deputations today, whether we have enough resources and whether we might think of additional expertise or support or help to have a kind of focus on doing everything that we can do. So, has there been consideration of a joint working group, if you like, for lack of a better term, or a joint task force with partner agencies to ensure that any barriers to getting progress on solving the problem are overcome in a creative and practical sense?
We've certainly been working closely with our consultants and contractors on this issue, and they have been very supportive in terms of providing resources. It is a very busy time for the Three Waters industry as a whole, as you know, and there's a lot of work happening already. So there's a lot of additional infrastructure renewals and upgrades happening across the country, and that has been a challenge for us. And you heard Adam go through some of the supply line issues that we've had. But yes, we have worked with other agencies, and we have a very good working relationship with Environment Canterbury in terms of how we work with them and work within the conditions of our consent. And we'll certainly be talking to them if any new consents are required for the replacement infrastructure. In terms of central government, I don't think, to be perfectly honest, there's a lot that central government could offer us at this point in time. There's a good level of expertise across the country in the private sector and from other councils that we can draw upon. And I don't think that is indeed necessary. There's no Ministry of Works to roll in anymore.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Just to drill down into that a little bit further, and then I've got Pauline, Anne, and back to Phil. The people from Hamilton are arriving today, and they're doing air quality monitoring, both on site and in the neighbouring areas. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, what are they looking for? How long will that work take, and where will it be reported?
That work's being undertaken today. We expect the results of that next week. It's to further analyse the odours and what's being smelt around the area to support the information that we've been receiving from our consultants from Environment Canterbury. It's effectively another opinion to make sure that all that advice remains current.
Right. And in terms of where that's reported to, will that be reported to us, or can that be reported to us as elected members?
Yes.
Excellent. All right, thank you. So now moving to Pauline, and then I've got Anne and Phil. Pauline.
Just quickly, and thank you so much for the excellent report. It definitely shows that you have been doing a heck of a lot since that fire to address this issue. But my question is the fact that the media is going to be removed during the winter. There'll be positives out of that because of the temperature drop, is that correct? And could we expect the odour to be possibly a bit less because of the cold weather?
Possibly. Certainly the cooler weather does help.
And what about increased rainfall? Because is it correct that the dampness only increases the odour when it's followed by warm temperatures? Is that correct?
Yeah, odour issues are extraordinarily complex. So it is the wetting and drying of that media that is the source of the odour, but then yes, the temperature conditions, but also the wind conditions following that wetting cycle have a big impact on how bad it is and where it goes. So if we've got strong winds, it's actually dispersed quite quickly, but those very still cooler nights, it'll drop down into the local area and very badly affect those immediate neighbourhoods. So, I mean, you all understand that odour is both an objective and a subjective measures that are in place to assess the impact on people. And I don't know how much you've done around odours. Some of you around the table will have done quite a bit. So there's those FIDOL factors. So it's about frequency, it's about intensity, it's about duration, it's about offensiveness, and it's about location. All of those factors come into play. And the further work we're doing is to characterise the odours themselves. So what is the makeup of that odour? So we know there's hydrogen sulfide present. We know there's sewage and decaying organic matter present. We know that some of that is affected by sulphur compounds as well. I mean, you all know the smell of natural gas. It's got mercaptans added because those organic compounds with sulphur smell so bad at very, very low levels. So it's a warning in terms of natural gas. So that characterisation of the odours will help us in terms of understanding where they're coming from and what best we can do in terms of the management to reduce that source of the odour.
Thanks. Awesome.
Thank you. Anne.
Thank you. We have heard this morning, of the terrible distress that's been caused by the stench, and I don't believe as an organisation we're doing enough to support people and their well-being. What are some of the options we've got? We've heard a little bit about that this morning, but what can we do? Can we set up a small group to address this? Are we going to have a helpline set up? What can we do to help people with this immediate effects of their mental and physical health in this situation?
So all of the usual channels are available to people through council, so they can continue to put questions through and ask us directly if they want further information about what's happening in their particular area. We are looking at stepping up the communications, as I talked about before. And there are avenues for support for people who are in a particularly bad situation, such as through the Mayor's Welfare Fund. However, we haven't proposed setting up anything specific to this incident.
would it be appropriate for us to perhaps suggest that through an amendment this morning that we do set up a group that could address those things? I've just heard this morning about extra power bills, for example, because people are having to, stay inside and not go outside, or dehumidifiers needed, those sorts of things. Even vouchers to the hot water pools would be something that would perhaps communicate that we are aware and would like to provide some care. So could we bring that through and as a recommendation? Would that be appropriate?
I think that what you would need is some further advice from staff on the options that are available, and we could certainly get our community team to have a look at that and bring some advice back to you rather than table an additional recommendation today.
So you can just do that without us needing to put anything in the resolutions today?
Certainly we can.
How quickly would you be able to come back with that?
We've already been doing thinking about this conversation, so it should be within a week or so.
Right.
Yep, it clarifies it. Yep.
I'm happy to move the resolution, but I'd like to have put on it a request that staff prepare some advice, and if they do so with a smaller group of people, and you serve as the chair of the Mayor's Welfare Fund, so that would make you ideal to perhaps lead a little group of people to do that, and come back to council. So I've got another recommendation that I'd like to include in it, and that is that this updates be presented fortnightly to the council, or finance and performance until this matter's resolved. And then that means that there is no backlog of public-facing understanding of the issues that we're confronted with here. So I'd like those two elements to be added to the resolution. On that basis, I'm happy to move it.
Excellent. Right, so we need to come up with some wording. I don't know whether staff captured enough of that to be able to put something together that we can add to the resolution, but that would have the effect of staff bringing some advice back around setting up the group and the focus on community welfare that Anne talked about, community wellbeing, community welfare, and also to achieve that update, what effectively would be every 2 weeks. If it's coming to finance and performance and to council, that would be effectively a public update every 2 weeks, which means there'll be a continuous flow of information with an expectation that even if there was minimal new information, the update was still on the agenda, so that we had the opportunity for even a small amount of new information to be presented and to ask any questions, so that there was always that regular flow of information coming in a public forum, in a public meeting.
Thank you, and I'll be seconding that. Thank you.
All right, so we're indicating that Leanne's moving and Anne is seconding. We just need to come up with some wording. I'll leave staff just to work on that for the moment, and then we'll capture something. Phil, you had further questions.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I realise, and I commend everyone for all the work we're doing, but I'm trying to just get a result, trying to get something that can happen as soon as we possibly can to alleviate this problem. I've got two questions. I'm just looking at an overhead photo of, not like that, but just here, down there. There is a lot of room to the south where we've got the set down area ready for work to be done, but there is a hell of a lot of room out to the east. If we took over that access road, there's a lot of room to be able to do two things at once down there, and I think we should investigate that. Now, I now understand a little bit more. Now, someone said, I think it was you, the melted roof has gone down and sealed a bit of it, so someone coming up with an idea of spraying something on it may not be as effective because a lot of it's sealed. I think you said about putting a sprinkler on the roof here and it wouldn't get wet. How much percentage of the roof is blocked, roughly, very roughly?
I anticipate it's very difficult to know that.
Would it be 50?
The one on the left is certainly more, the surface will be more porous compared to the one on the right.
More
porous.
Right.
So
Now,
like I say, it took 3 weeks of continuous application of water onto it to get the fire out. We were putting about 1.2 tonnes of water over each filter per second, and the fire still carried on for 3 weeks.
Okay, so what I'm getting at, that in theory, if we'll say 50% of it's blocked over the two of them,
I wouldn't like to.
there's got to be some of it blocked. So you would say that the stuff that's blocked is not smelling because it ain't getting wet because it's got a roof on it.
It's very difficult to know. It's 8 metres down. You can see where there's voids where some of it's sealed on the top, some of it's burnt down. There was hot spots going through. So those hot spots is obviously combustion happening below. So what you see at the surface is possibly that. It may be like a limestone cave surface underneath. It might be that it gets to some areas and there's big voids where the water will just fall and capture and still have 4 metres of dry media underneath it.
So I read, and I can't see it on this page, but I think it's on the other one with all the read writing on it. Have we thought about livening up those suction fans? I know you say that you've got to have a negative pressure in there, but if the odour is just quietly wafting out, and we start up those fans and suck it down and blow it through into the biofilter, if a percentage of the roof is blocked, it must stop it wafting up. It must suck it down a little bit.
A lot of that pipe work was quite damaged during the fire. Certainly on the top, we don't quite know what it's like at the bottom. We did take off a lot of the motors and the stuff to be able to improve. I can't remember the exact reason. We took a lot of the pipe work to bits as well in order to be able to do some investigations, spray water and all stuff like that.
So those pipes around the bottom, the big white ones that I think they're about 1 metre diameter, they've all gone.
No, they're still there, but we dismantled quite a lot of it during sort of the investigations and during the fire suppression.
Okay, and I asked this question the other day, and someone did tell me how, and I value your input. How much depth of fluid is in the bottom of the tank at the moment? Do you?
Hydraulically wise, probably off the top of my head, up to 1 metre.
And why don't we take that out? Because we can. There's nothing to stop us, is there?
The bottom of the trickling filters are still hydraulically linked to the rest of the wastewater treatment process. The way this site has been set up is the channels are generally square or rectangular, and they use metal slide gates that go in.
Yeah.
The frequency of which we use those slide gates is very infrequent. For example, the trickling filters, we certainly haven't isolated them in the recent history. Those gates don't particularly seal well, so we could pump it down, but then it will just refill itself again, and we don't believe there's any benefit in doing that because we don't believe the water at the bottom is a source of odour.
So if we put the gates down to stop the treatment plant coming into the filters and put a submersible pump on the filter side, we could pump it down and perhaps make it a lot drier in there and maybe try and solve some of the problem. Have we tried that?
We don't believe it will make any impact. Okay. We can certainly have a look at it, but it's not come up by any recommendations by the site staff or by the consultants.
Okay, because I'm just sort of getting just that if it's wet it smells, so if we can try and make it dry it won't. But
so there's no media in the channels at the bottom. So the way the structure is, you've got 8 metres of media. You've then got a base, and then which is porous, which then goes into drainage channels underneath, and then that comes down into an outer channel.
Yes.
I do not believe there's significant amount of water held in those collecting drainage channels underneath the trickling filters. It's more likely to when they gradient down to the lowest point at which that's then hydraulically
which is drawn away, but there's nothing to stop it. There's nothing bad in that would stop us putting into our system, into the wastewater treatment plant, because it is just sewage what you deal with anyway.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay, so we could maybe try it. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Now, I've just had a comment through by message advising that some people that are watching the live stream are finding it difficult to hear people. So if I could just ask everybody to speak clearly and speak perhaps a little bit more loudly than you normally would, just so that people can hear on the live stream. I just had a message from somebody who's finding it difficult to hear. So that's fine. Now, are there any further questions? I've got Mike and then back to Yanni. Mike.
Thank you. Look, acknowledging obviously the need to do things safely. Is there any provisions within the contract to allow for incentive payment for timely completion of the work?
the short answer is anything's possible. We are looking through the contract wording and what we could do at the moment, but obviously given it's commercially sensitive, it's not appropriate to say what we will or won't be doing in this particular meeting.
Yep, thank you. Yanni.
Yeah, thanks. Just under 4A, could we change that to ask staff to prepare a psychosocial response plan with the CDHB and possible NGOs or other potential partners, such as NGOs?
I would imagine that the advice that we get back, depending on what that advice is, would have the ability, if it was felt to be the right thing at that time, to lead to that as a proposal. But I think we need to have the advice in front of us that we're asking for here, given that we've heard that that's only going to take a week before we go straight to the end point of preparing such a plan.
So it's probably worth noting, Councillor Johansson, that we are meeting with the District Health Board next week, so their input will be provided.
That was my understanding, so that's why I thought it would be good to record that.
We're not. We don't want to predetermine the outcome of that meeting, though. But we are meeting with them, so they will inform whatever response we have and bring back to you.
Yeah, and my understanding is after other significant disasters in our city, there has been extensive extra resources put in to dealing with the psychosocial impacts that those events have had on our local communities. And so I would hope that when this comes back, we can have some advice around what's happening from other agencies as well.
Yeah.
Can I just check? One thing I wanted to check on was appreciate that we've got a very complicated insurance situation, and also appreciate that we're in a kind of discussion with a contractor. But I'm just trying to understand if money was no obstacle, is there anything else that we would be doing that we're limited by not having sufficient budget?
It's a good question, Adam. In terms of interim operation,
in terms of interim operation, no. The solution that's proposed, I believe, will treat the vast majority of the sewage going through the process, and it will have a positive ongoing increase on the ponds. Once the temporary arrangement's in, we'll then monitor the ponds and focus on that, and then work out what the best strategy is for those. Gut feel for me is that we will see positive improvements in the ponds from about 10 to 12 weeks onwards. But as alluded before below, climates, flow variations will all have an impact. I don't believe there's any more. Obviously, there'll be a permanent solution going in the future, but I believe the temporary interim solution will be sufficient.
we are putting some additional resources in through the communications. I'm looking at Katie, but she's nodding that is sufficient.
Right. And so nothing that we're discussing with our contractor around timeliness of getting the problem solved or other potential things that we're looking at is driven by a financial consideration. It's driven by what's practical and what's technologically possible.
That's right. It's all around the practicalities and the logistics of it.
Right.
The insurer has been informed and along with us the whole way, so there's no issues from that side of things around finances or restrictions that might be put on by them.
And if that changes, I presume you would come back to us and let us know if there was additional resource required to achieve things quicker.
Yes, we would.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So then just turning to these resolutions, can we in 4B be quite specific, report fortnightly to council or the council and the Finance and Performance Committee, so that it's clear that that report is a formal report that's coming either to council or Finance and Performance? To council or the Finance and Performance Committee. It just really captures the expectation and the commitment. All right, and you're comfortable that 4A captures what you were wanting to achieve there?
Yeah, I think it's general enough to allow you know, the sort of groups that Yanni's been talking about to be involved in that, as well as residents. So yes, that's good.
And indeed, I mean, for all we're, just using the word support, we've kept it quite simple. The discussion makes it very clear that we're talking about welfare, we're talking about well-being, we're talking about psychosocial support. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so that's moved by Leanne and seconded by Anne, which now allows us to move into debate. Is there any debate on this? Leanne.
Thank you. And I would like to take the opportunity to acknowledge the community that has been incredibly affected by this impact. I know that when we looked at the wastewater treatment plant fire page on the council website, it talked about an unpleasant smell that has been replaced with the phrase an offensive stench and an apology for the horrible smells from our wastewater treatment plant since the fire. We know the impact that this is having on the community in terms of their sense of well-being. And there isn't a single person around this table that wouldn't vote for a quick fix if there was one. And that, I guess, has been the biggest challenge facing anyone who sits around a council table in terms of making decisions. There are things that you want to do, and you are absolutely dependent on advice that enables you to make those decisions. The advice that we've received in relation to this paper has taken a step further, some advice that was put together very quickly last week, summarising what our consultants had been asked to do, which was look at what is done to reduce odour in these sorts of circumstances anywhere in the world. And what they came back with were a series of options which could be defined now, as we can see, in the different ways that they have been summarised today. You either add chemicals, you cover, you cap, you aerate, pull air out. And each of them comes with a set of challenges because they're all designed for a much more limited environment than something that's 55 metres wide, from Worcester Street to Hereford Street in this council building, and as high as our second floor, 9 metres high. I think that was the right number. And so when we're dealing with something of that scale, what looks like a ready solution and suggested with the best possible intent becomes a solution that creates more risk and doesn't have the impact that you would hope that it would have. I think we do have to work as fast as we possibly can, but I'm also very mindful of every employer's obligation under the Health and Safety and Employment Act. We saw what happened in Pike River when people cut corners, where people were put under pressure, bonuses and others payable by Christmas. And we have to be cautious in that regard. We do have to make sure that that is a safe work site. Let's fix it without the loss of any lives. Let's fix it without any further damage to health. I wanted this advice on additional ways that we could provide support for affected residents, because we do need to find ways of listening to the plea that has been so eloquently put in front of us today. I wasn't present for all of them. I was speaking to the opening of the Māori Women's Welfare League conference, but when I came back, I was able to listen to, when I was coming back, I was able to listen to the presentations, and the last of them when I arrived. So I heard what people had to say, and I believe that what we're committing to today is a constant stream of communication, but we're offering a two-way street. So if people have got any questions, they can come to us, and we are going to work with our partner organisations to see what support that we can continue to provide. And if that means finding different ways of helping people cope in this really, really difficult environment, then we will find those those ways to do those as well. But I do want to also pay tribute to staff. This was an important piece of work that needed to be dealt with in a rushed period, in a week surrounded by holidays. So the Easter weekend followed by recess for the councillors, followed by Anzac, but to have brought that all together last week, and then providing the additional information today, the walkthrough, that's going to give us so much more better footing for communicating with the wider public as to the where, why and how, and the significance of the work that has been done and will continue to do. I know that the contractor, and I'm looking forward to the announcement next week, but I know that the contractor is on board with the council with the concept of making this as urgent a priority as can possibly be achieved while ensuring the safety of all those working on the site and the wider community.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Jimmy?
Okay, yes, okay. First one, I think the implementation is most crucial and urgent, particularly we listen to the staff, the report. Highlight those attachment A and attachment B, particularly attachment B, the reasonable regarding removal, those outdoor and also management options. Then attachment A, that's important, commitment, that's important, particular for the, probably will be a day or two, contractor will be the appoint and the methodology conform, then they can go on. By the end of this year, all those the filter media removal will be complete. This, I think, is the affected residents and all the eastern area, the people there, the desire, expectation. The other one, the communication is very, very crucial and important. While there's a gap, we can, even today, we listen to the particular 22, those the organic, the composting, the facility, but still, someone cover this, the wastewater, the treatment one, can see communication is important. So once those contractor has been confirmed, probably the fly to distribute to all those affected residents, that's important. And also based on this recommendation, regular the communication with all those the affected residents eastern area, as well as put on the council website, let the people know, because this is kind of a very crucial in the issue. Third one is we heard, particularly last the residents, they make the deputation, they affected by this the kind of the reverse the effect, how to provide a suitable way can give them the practical help. This is very, very crucial and important. So I fully support this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil.
Yep. I feel very, very sorry for the people, and I would like to think that after we'd been given the nod by the insurance company that the claim had been accepted, not worked all its way through, and if this sadly happens again, heaven help us, that we bite the bullet and we get stuck into it. We could have been discussing this 3 months ago before the smell really started getting carried away. Now I know, is it going to be demolished? Is it going to be emptied? But even if it cost us a bit more to empty it and then one day it was demolished, the concrete around the outside, we should have taken the bull by the horns and done it, and then we wouldn't be in the position we're in. But I'll support anything that gets something moving. Thank you.
Yanni.
Yeah, thank you. I think without doubt, we are in an extraordinary situation, and I think this is very different to the organics plant, which was a very deliberate decision of council to make a call to put it where it did. This was a disaster, and this requires a disaster crisis management response. And I think if any city in the world who's been through what we've been through, we should be as good a prepared as any to address these sorts of things happening to us and to our community. I just want to draw the parallel that in 2012, we built an 18,000 seat stadium in 11 weeks. And what was said at the time was the pressure of a tight time frame meant a less traditional approach to the project. And so I just think we really need to focus, and I appreciate there's a negotiation going on and we're in the middle of appointing a contractor, but I really want to just focus on the fact that we need to do things in a unique way to solve this problem and address the odours as soon as possible. Everything is high risk. We've seen that from the table that's been put in front of us, but ultimately decisions and actions need to be weighed up about versus the harm, against the harm being caused to the local community versus the level of risk of doing things. Not doing things is just not an option in my view. And I hear the pleas that have been made today, and I welcome the fact that councillors have acknowledged that. But please understand, these pleas have been made for months. People like myself have raised these concerns as every opportunity I've had to address the psychosocial impact that this is having on our local communities. And so I hope with the report coming back next week that we can turn the corner to addressing and recognising the health and wellbeing impact that this has had and that this will have going forward. I hope that we can show as much commitment to solving this problem as we can when we build a temporary rugby stadium in Addington. And just to support the idea that we do get some air quality monitoring and odour monitoring, although it may not be specifically our responsibility, I do believe we have an obligation to our local community to tell them as much as we can about what's going into the air and what's being discharged. And I hope that ECAN and the CDHB can join with us around supporting the things that we need to do to get this problem solved as quick as possible.
Thank you. This report and the public presentation of it, I think, has been incredibly helpful in providing information, in allowing questions to be asked and answered in a public environment, making it clear what we've been doing and what we're intending to do, what next steps look like and what expectations can look like. And I'd like to thank staff for the work that's been done both practically and in putting the information in this report and in the appendices and attachments together. But I'd also particularly like to thank the community members who've taken their time to come along today and give us their first-hand experience of what living with this stench is like. And I hope that those people that did come along and present to us so passionately can see that what you've told us has made a difference both to our discussion and to the resolutions and to what happens next. Requesting that staff bring an update to Council and Finance and Performance on a fortnightly basis means that there will be regular public updates on this matter. And for me, it's clear from this report that the scale of the problem is massive, that some quick fixes that people might have hoped would be possible are not as practical as we might first think. But it's also good that through the report, the updated attachment and the discussions this morning, we've considered those in a public environment. It's also clear that a huge amount of work has been done to date, and a lot of thinking and planning around immediate next steps has been going on as well. But it's also clear that now we need to move quickly to resolve this, to pull out all the stops to make sure that we do so quickly, effectively, and safely. And I'm totally supportive of doing whatever it takes to achieve that as quickly as possible. Leanne, did you want to close the debate?
Yes, I'll just close it off. There's just a couple of things I'd like to say, I guess in response to some comments that have been made. Councils are a creature of statute. We are obliged to follow the requirements of the Local Government Act 2002. We do not have the right to expend budget that we haven't got on our long-term plan or on an adjusted budget that has gone through due process. The acceptance of a claim, and gosh, people in Christchurch know this better than anywhere else, the acceptance of an insurance claim is not the settlement of the claim. We haven't settled our insurance claim as of yet. I'm hoping that will be sooner rather than later, because that gives us the degree of assuredness that we need. Everyone in the city knows the difference between an insurer wanting a rebuild or a repair, and the difference in the settlement amount that relates to that debate. So we're in a situation at the moment where we simply can't act ahead of the relationship with our insurer. And our insurer said to us, I think it was in late March, so a month ago, that the removal of the filter media can begin. So the first thing that the council considered at a staff level was to exercise a delegation to make the call to go to a direct contract. Now, that was something that had to be considered by a subcommittee of staff. These protections are in place. This is against the procurement policy, so it's an exception to the procurement policy. They needed to go through legal advice, insurance advice, and they made the call in a very short space of time to go into direct negotiations. Next week we will know who that contractor is, and we know that from what we've been told already, that contractor is going to be as committed to getting the work done as quickly as possible as we are.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? That's carried. Thank you. So now we'll move straight to item 22, organics processing options. So if I could invite staff to the table to speak to this report, please. Let's see how long this takes. What I'm proposing is that we deal with this and then take a break for lunch. I'm mindful of being respectful to people that came and made deputations that want to listen to this item. Yeah, we won't be, I imagine we'll be doing this and then breaking for lunch, and then we'll be back around 2 o'clock or possibly slightly after to deal with the rest of the agenda. So yes. Sorry, the short answer was yes. Lynette, welcome to the table. Thank you.
Kia ora. How are you this morning? Sorry, I think the staff are still coming in. They've been keeping the seats free. So someone may join me in a minute, hopefully. This morning we're talking about the organics plant and the processing plant and the options in the report in front of you. I don't have a presentation, but I thought I would give you a brief update. Oh, here it is. You know Ross, of course. I'll give you a brief introduction, and then we'll run for questions. So this report is coming to you today in response to two resolutions. One is one that requested a detailed assessment of both of technology, delivery, location options, risks, costs and impacts, including our greenhouse gas emission impacts. And the second resolution was in relation to the petition that was tabled last month. Also, what's happened recently is that the government has released the Transforming Recycling document, and we are also expecting the imminent release of their emissions reduction plan. So that has changed the landscape that we're working within around organics processing in particular. The current operation, Ross will give you an update before we go to questions, a very brief update on where we're at with it, but I do want to highlight with the table that we have not had a determination on the abatement notice from ECAN at this point in time. We have undertaken an independent report has been undertaken by Jacobs, and that work also included a request for information to gather market information. So it was literally a market request for information. Now, the technical assessment has shown that there's a number of technology options that could be used. But it's also shown that there is going to be more demand or an increased demand for organic waste to be diverted from landfill. So as we've indicated, it is changing the face of the market as we've got it now, and it will create additional demand for processing options. There's a variety, as I've said, there's a variety of options, and that depends on the type of feedstock we've got as to what is the right option to use. Aerated static piles are great and they work well, but anaerobic digestion might be better, particularly if we're dealing with food waste because it's fully enclosed. So there's all sorts of those options. The report also looked at locations, and a number of locations. What the report did tell us and was able to tell us was the quantum of land that we're likely to need should we move this site. And it's definitely well in excess of 5 hectares. But what it really did tell us is that we need to consider the combination of site, technology, and the feedstock that we've got coming in to find the right option, and it's a combination of those. And we could be looking at multiple options. So the report also talked through risks and consenting. It did say that there's no insurmountable barrier to consenting. But what I do need to be clear is that consenting is going to be significant, and we're going to have to work hard with the regulator to achieve our consenting goals. So it's going to be time consuming. There's also, what the report highlights is there's a balance when you try and understand the emissions impacts that we have. The balance between transporting and outputs. So there's a balance in what we look at. And so all of these need to be considered in the whole to find a solution. And we're also looking to ensure that when we assess costs, we assess whole of life costs, so we find the best outcome for the community on a cost basis and an output basis. And all of the work that we're doing is working to make sure that what we do aligns with the policies and strategies that you have, particularly our waste minimisation and management plan, climate resilience strategy, and our targets around emission reduction. They are the big ones that we're working to achieve. I'm going to get Ross to give you an update on what's been happening down at the plant and what we've done in the last 12, 18 months since to work on this. And then we'll just talk quickly about next steps, and then that'll be us.
Yep, and then we'll move to questions. Yep. Ross, thank you.
Thanks, Lee. Thank you. Staff, we've worked with the contractor Living Earth and developed and implemented a transitional plan for maintaining the operation of the organics processing plant. It was developed in June 2021 and just outlines the interim measures to reduce potential sources of odour, which included stop receiving pre-consumer food organics, minimising on-site storage of finished compost by prioritising screening and removal of finished product from the site, maintain effective treatment of processing air, including maintenance of the biofilter, and to investigate the buffering, including boundary plantings along the southern side of the boundary, and to maximise the stability of the compost on site. So since the implementation of the plan, the key changes that have happened is that all of the maturing compost has been removed. This is the compost that was previously stored in windrows. There was 31,000 tonnes removed from site. Completed the work on the biofilter to improve the back pressure and sustain airflows in order to maintain effective treatment for processing of the air. A new roof cover was installed on the screening shed, and that air from there is also passed through a biofilter. Included the addition of probiotics to the compost. What that does is accelerate the composting process. So when it comes out, it's a lot mature and less odorous. We've also had an independent air quality experts, it's PDP, carry out site assessment, and they have concluded that the number of potential odour sources from the site have been eliminated, therefore reducing the likelihood of offensive injectional odour beyond the boundary. And that PDP report is an attachment to this report. Thank you.
So we are continuing with the independent monitoring, and ECAN are continuing with their monitoring as well. So that is ongoing. So next steps in with this report, as we've highlighted and has been highlighted, we're asking for an in-principle agreement to move the site. Please be aware that's not us saying we're going to pick up what we've got and shift it somewhere else. What we want to do is find the best option moving forward to achieve longevity and ensure we meet our goals that we've got. So it could be something that looks quite different. But the request is to move into a detailed procurement process. Now, this is very complex, and that's partly highlighted by what we've just said. There's multiple inputs and output to get the outputs that we want. So it's likely to be multiple staged process, and it will definitely involve bringing a detailed procurement plan back to this committee. We will need to work through that and fully evaluate all the options and the implications of those options. So as highlighted earlier in the deputations, we are able to come back to you with full information and to ensure that you have a very informed report to make a decision on. And please be assured we are going to work as fast as we can. We are aiming for the 3 years if we can at all do it, but we are trying to be honest with you up front now that it is a difficult process that we're working through. So we are going to hit February for a decision, all things being equal, but that is very difficult. So we are working to hit that date, to have a decision report back to council so that you can have a decision on what the next steps are. And then something has to be built or agreed on.
Thank you.
That's
so
me.
you're happy to move to questions now?
Yes, I am.
Pauline.
Thank you. Just considering those upgrades that's already happened at the existing plant, and there seems to be quite a lot of concern in the with the community on particularly the biofilter, which you say has been upgraded. Have they been invited to have a bit of a tour and have a look at those changes?
Yeah, look, there is always an invite. Living Earth has been accommodating if people do want to, and there was, as part of this program of work, inviting community to, if they wanted to go and visit Living Earth. I think that one of the arranged visits was put off due to COVID, but it was.
It might be good to reactivate that. I'm thinking of particularly the liaison group and the affected community that comes in here. And secondly, the report states that if we were to close the plant and take the green waste to Cape Valley, it would be a cost of $8 million a year. I'm just wondering if that is the net cost and a full cost, and because you'll have overs and unders, wins and losers, and you'll have other things like possibly the waste minimisation levy loss or not. You may have contractor obligations for compensation. I don't know. Do you have any idea of a net cost per annum?
You did right with those considerations, and the cost that we put on there is really the transport and the disposal cost of that organic waste going to Cape Valley. So no, we haven't gone through that process and worked out a net cost. That is really just the cost of
shifting to disposal.
So
and we would have to come back
an
and
additional recommendation there that we seek that information. Would it be possible to get information within a month?
Yeah.
So, Pauline, what you're
Yeah, I
essentially,
think so.
if you put it into the context of today's meeting, what we're essentially saying, if I understand it correctly, is we heard some deputations this morning. One of the things that was requested from those making the deputations was that we close the plant immediately. What we're saying is that the information that's provided in this report is not sufficient for us to make such a decision today, but there is further information that could be provided so that we can consider whether closing the plant straight away is achievable and what the costs would be, and there'll be contractual obligations and there'll be costs and there'll be implications. So what Pauline, I think you're asking for is the report that we're talking about there, isn't it?
Yes, and I'm just asking if that could be come back within a month.
Yes, we get
And
that
also
back to next
considering,
committee.
as the Mayor has outlined in her last comments, that we have a statutory obligation to know what those costs are. And you'll note that I'm asking for the net cost, so the overs and the unders and what we end up having to pay to close that plant.
Yep, so request staff bring back in 1 month the full cost to council.
The full net cost, I think, would be better.
Full net cost to council, and I'd be tempted to add the words "and implications" in there, because some of it might be legal, some of it might be contractual, some of it might be practical. There's more to consider here than just cost.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Environmental, and weighing. We've heard from the community this morning, giving weight to what we've heard from the community in that equation as well, as we should.
Thank you.
Net cost and implications. Net cost to council and implications of closing the plant. Do you want to add the words immediately? Immediately closing the plant?
Yes.
Yep, of immediately closing the plant.
Just, do you want to have a little bit of flexibility about that? I mean, obviously there are contractual obligations.
That's
what I'm meaning by implications.
Staff are aware of what we're asking. Yep. That's why I'm saying the full net cost.
Yep.
Thank
All
you.
right. So, Pauline, I'm assuming that you're going to be happy to move all of this with that added?
Yes.
Yep. All right. Great. Coming back to questions, Tim.
Thank you. And Pauline asked my first one, but following and adding to Pauline's, could we also ask the organisation options to absorb that cost within the budgets that we've set in our long-term and annual plans? I think that's important. It goes back to what Leanne was saying before.
To me, that's part of the implications. We can add that as one of the implications.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because at the moment we've got a minimum of 8 million we're going to add to our budgets. We've got to look at how we can absorb that somewhere in the organisation. So if we can look at that and have that feedback. The second one, with regards to things that are organics that are accepted by the plant, is there any type of organics that increases the odour that we could look at removing? I think Bruce King mentioned there's bourons, there's other. So if there is commercial foodstuffs that are dumped or delivered to the organics, can we start looking at refusing some of those items that leave more of an odour than others in the short term?
Yeah, absolutely, and that was raised as one of the considerations is the interim plan. We did stop receiving commercial pre-consumer waste in December, so we don't receive that material anymore. If in terms of the organic or the food scrap component of the green waste, that makes up, of the organic collection rather, that makes up about 23% of the total. So it was presented at a community liaison group, the potential, and there was a report go back to the community of the impacts of removing that food scraps from the organic waste, and the impacts overall, we wouldn't have thought there'd be a reduction in odour. What we get back from the operator is that the main cause of the odour is the grass content in the organics. That has the highest potential to go anaerobic.
In the season we've just had has been a really high growth season, so we've had a very large volume through, consistent and large volume through this season. It's been quite...
Is there any opportunity to, when people are taking the organic waste to the recycling with regards to green waste, is there an opportunity there to separate grass, or just when we do a lot of communications, and so...
Yeah, only the green waste drop-off at the Metro transfer station actually goes through that organics processing plant. From the other two transfer stations, that is a separate contract and goes elsewhere. I imagine that would be difficult to separate. It's not something that's been looked at.
Okay, so there must be commercial operators that dump or that bring their grass clippers, because lawn mowing, etc. So, if that is indeed the source.
Yeah, what was happening previous is that that material was being windrowed at the organics processing plant site, so that was outside. It didn't actually go into the processing tunnels at all. That part of the operation has now ceased. That's part of the interim as well. Was we wanted to try and achieve to remove all possible odour sources, and that was one that was identified, so that has been removed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mike.
Thank you. I just wanted to get a clarification from staff because Resolution 6 changed slightly from when you said you could do it in a month, from including the implications of doing it. So is that still a practical timeframe to get that completed by?
Yeah, we can come back next month in the report to add to this committee. Yes.
Yep. Thank you. Yanni.
Thank you. I appreciate today that we've heard a lot about the impact of odour, but we also know that there is a significant impact of dust. Can you advise, under the current consent, how many dust deposition exceedances the plant has had?
There are deposition gauges which are positioned around the site internally and externally. There has been an increase. I do have the report here. I can go through and look at the exact numbers. There has been an increase over the last period due to the removal of the 31,000 tonnes of material. That's because that's more than the activity would usually be. Since that material has been removed from site, there has been no exceedance of those gauges, of the deposition gauges. So what we've seen is as all that activity has happened and that material removed, we have seen an increase, but now that material is gone, we're not seeing any exceedances.
So just to be really clear, in terms of the current resource consent, is the plant compliant with its consent conditions around dust?
We have had no issues raised with us from ECAN around dust.
Even though the independent
With
report
regard to our consent.
showed that the dust deposition limit was exceeded on 11 of the 12 months in the 2020-21 reporting period. 11 out of the 12 months, the dust deposition limit was exceeded, and ECAN have no problem with it.
Which monitor was that particular? Was it?
That's from the PDP report.
There's a number of gauges, some of them are internal monitoring.
It's under the heading 7, Compliance with Consent Conditions 2020-2021, the dust monitoring program undertaken by Living Earth in 2020-21.
So
and it just says, dust control measures shall be implemented to maintain the rate of dust deposition at the consent holder's boundary, measured in accordance with condition 33A. And then it goes on to say, the dust deposition limit was exceeded on 11 of the 12 months with available measurements in the 2020-21 reporting period. It then goes on to say, however, 19 of the 31 exceedances were recorded at on-site monitoring locations, and that the dust deposition limit was exceeded off-site from August 2020 to June 2021. So we've had nothing from Environment Canterbury regarding exceeding those dust levels in terms of the consent. So they're not in breach of the consent, even if they're in breach of the limits.
all we can answer is the answer we've just given you, is that we have had no feedback from ECAN in relation to dust, in relation to the consent requirements.
Right. Okay. Interesting. Can I just check, in terms of you said that we've had no determination on the abatement notice from ECAN.
No.
I'm just trying to understand just the timing. Is that the abatement notice that was given after the adaptive management plan timeframe was up? So after we were supposed to be fully compliant, is this around the notice of non-compliance that we received after that time, or is it around the whole?
Abatement notice? We have had no feedback from ECAN in relation to the abatement notice and what, if any, action they are taking
So have they given
We've
us
had
any time frame
nothing.
for a response, or do we know what the kind of benchmark time frame is to get a response?
So all we can do today is say to you, we have had no information and feedback from ECAN on when they are going to do this or when they are going to give us any feedback on the abatement notice. We've had one non-conformance, and we've been backwards and forwards with them on that, and there are disagreements between the two organisations on that, but we have had no feedback on the abatement notice that was due to be completed by the 31st of January.
For this year? Yeah,
We've
correct.
had no feedback since the 31st of January on the abatement notice.
Can I just check in regards to just putting a resolution, an additional resolution, that, and I know in the report you do mention around what central government are doing, but just picking up on the comments from the local MP, could we just have like a 0.7, perhaps a noting provision that just notes that council is keen to work with the local MPs to collaborate with central government as much as possible to achieve the best possible outcome for the community, or something like that. But I just think it's important to capture the desire and the offer that we should be trying to work together with central government over the shared goals around recycling, and also the opportunities to get progress quicker rather than later.
So let's...
I'm open to a different wording. I just wanted to raise that. I don't know if staff have some suggestions or whether we just need to make a note.
Is there any comment from staff on that?
No, that's what we're doing, and we've talked regularly and often about the fact that we're working closely with the Ministry for Environment, and I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's working with local MPs at one level, but it's working with
We've
governments.
got to work with the Ministry of Environment, and they're the ones that are undertaking the work, and they're the ones that are going to be critical in us being able to move forward successfully. And that was pointed out in the deputation this morning by Dr. McClellan.
So if we were noting anything, it would be that council is working with. Yeah.
Yeah, no, the council will work with central government.
Well, is working with central
we
government.
are already.
Is and will continue to.
Yeah. So if it's something that's happening, there's no harm in noting it, although, you know, we've been told that it's happening, and we can assume that it will continue to happen, expect that it will continue to happen regardless.
We can note it in the report that comes back.
So note that council is working with central government, on shared, what would we say, shared goals, shared outcomes regarding recycling.
Outcomes.
Yeah. Okay, so note that council is working with central government on shared outcomes regarding recycling. No, just with central government on shared outcomes regarding recycling. Well, we could, yeah, okay, so central government and local MPs then, we can leave that in there. Regarding recycling. Yep. All right, thank you. Okay, still with questions, Melanie.
Now with the Jacobs report, and I'm sort of looking at resolution 3 there, it does say that there's a number of things that could be improved to reduce odour, and one of those is about the tailings, which was mentioned in the deputations. So, do we want, one example it says in this report is about reducing the size of those piles, which is referred to. So if we're supporting the current process controls, does that include actually trying to do more to mitigate?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't read like that.
So one of the mitigations is to remove as much of those tailings as we can. And so as I pointed out before to Councillor Scandrett, it's been an unprecedented season for growth, and we have struggled to remove the tailings, but they are working on it. Ross?
Yeah, look, perhaps I'll just explain a little bit about the process. When the compost is screened, the tailings are the large fractions that are left over. They are useful and are used in the next stage of the process as the porosity helps with the next batch of compost, if you like. So because there has been a very long season, a lot of grass content, there's a lot more tailings out of the new screening, because remembering now that the compost is coming straight out of tunnels, being screened, and that finished compost is off the next day. So that's a whole change in the process. So those tailings are now going to, we've had a reduction of 1,000 tonne over the last month. So that pile will come down in that process now that we're into this quieter time, if you like. So there's less input coming through from curbside. And those tailings we need those reduced, because that is a potential source of odour.
So we agree, and that's what we're working to achieve. Yep.
All right. Anything further? Okay, so Pauline, you're happy to move this. Do I have a seconder? Yanni will second. So moved by Pauline, seconded by Yanni. Let's now move into any debate. Is there any debate? Pauline.
Yeah, look, thank you. This has been a really good report today, and thanks staff for everything that they're doing to try and mitigate the issue as it stands. But when this options report came to my committee, I think December 2020, we resolved to upgrade the plant, because that was actually an upgrade. It's not just a repair, it's an upgrade. That was going to totally enclose the operation, and it would then become a negative pressure system, which we've heard today is what people really want. And how we know what happened after that the cost blew out, and therefore we came with another report figuring out, well, look, if we're going to spend that much money, we might have to look at another site and moving it. So that's a kind of brief history of why we made that decision when we did. And also at the time I knew that finding another site was not easy. It's a very, very long-term process, as we learnt through trying to find the site for Cape Valley. It was a heck of an exercise. It's a lot of NIMBYism in it. So that's what we're looking at now, a bit of an exercise to find another site, if we agree in principle today, which I'm sure we will. But what we're faced with now is that this community's got a double whammy with the wastewater treatment plant. And even though, as staff are telling us, and some of the deputations have told us that the odour is being mitigated and it is reducing, but it's not reducing enough, and it's also being totally clouded by this wastewater treatment plant issue. And what we're hearing today is actually enough is enough, and I know it's been enough for a long time, but with this double whammy, it's just too much. And I think that the community has lost trust in us, and I would really like to regain that trust back. They've been robbed of their quality of life for so long, and this double impact is just too much. It's costing the community financially, as we've heard today, which Ian Galloway has expressed concern about, emotionally, mentally, and also their dignity of living in a place with these adverse conditions. And that is why I've put the extra number 6 in there, to really have a look at closing the thing in the meantime. So if that's at all possible, I don't see any other way around this. Once we get that report back, I'll really look at that really seriously, because it's just enough is enough. So I'll be supporting this today, and I encourage the rest of the councillors to as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? Yanni.
Thank you. Those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it is a quite frequently used saying, and from writer philosopher George Civic. We cannot change the past, but we can change the future. As the only current City Councillor who was here in 2007, I abstained from the original decision on the development of the site and am deeply disappointed over what has occurred. Looking at the information, here is what I've learned from that time. There was a clear lack of over-modelling. It was wrong to locate it in a prevailing wind towards a residential area. There was confusion over what was being built and who was responsible if it didn't work. There was a complete lack of oversight by the regulatory agency ECAN, and there were poor consent conditions that were insufficient to safeguard the local community from harm. It should have been fully enclosed when it was built, if it was going to be built at that site, but I don't believe it should have been. It should have been put into the country, as was the second option. I've also learned that there's been significant profits have been made by the operator, despite the fact that there have been thousands of complaints and numerous non-compliances. In December 2020, I personally believe we should have made the decision to move the plant, as it was obvious that a sustainable long-term solution was not to have a facility so close to where people live, work and play, located on the coast. I have had complaints from so many areas such as South New Brighton, Woolston, Linwood, Phillipstown, Sydney. This is not just about Bromley. This is about doing what is right for the city. Today we have an opportunity to give hope to communities across Eastern Christchurch that we have learnt our lessons from this embarrassing episode of our history. We can make a decision today that looks forward to a better, more suitable location for the organics treatment plant than its current place. I will do everything in my power as local councillor to get a new site sorted and fast-track to operation. I will continue my advocacy for the local community and work as hard as I can to ensure that their voices are taken seriously in both the continued operation of the existing plant and in the development of a new site. We must work collaboratively with central government to ensure we get the synergy with their proposed recycling aims and get as much support as possible to get a new site consented, funded and operational. In conclusion, I want to thank the local community who have stood up and made their voices known for many years. I want to apologise to them for what they've been through. It has clearly been totally unacceptable. But I want the community to also rest assured that just because we are making a decision today in principle to relocate the plant, it does not excuse or exempt the council or the operator from compliance with its current resource consent. It is and will continue to be completely unacceptable for offensive and objectionable odours beyond the boundary and for dust to exceed its permitted levels. The reality is that it needs to be moved, and it needs to be moved as fast as we can. We have an opportunity to acknowledge that we got it wrong, to apologise and to start taking steps to make it right. Thank you.
So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? That's carried. Thank you. So that brings us to just beyond 1:15. So we'll still adjourn for an hour for lunch. So we'll come back at 2:15 and that'll be for venues Otautahi and the other draft statements of intent. So we'll adjourn until 2:15. Thank you. Reopen the meeting, which I will do. We'll move straight to item 15. So the order of play from here is that we'll go through these draft statements of intent, item 15, item 14, item 16 and item 13. So 15 is venues Otautahi. We've got Caroline Harvey-Tier, Chief Executive via Zoom. Dale Andrews, the CFO, is with us. I'll pass this over to the Venues Otautahi team to make any remarks and then go from there. But Leah, you wanted to make some comments first.
Thank you, Andrew. And we've also got Brent Ford, who's the director of Venues Otautahi, who's also online. So thank you, Brent, for joining us. Just before I hand over to the team, I just wanted to make a couple of key points. So today's report follows a detailed workshop with elected members on the 29th of March with the Venues team. And the purpose of today's report is to receive the draft statement of intent and provide any further comments that elected members would like to provide to Venues in our formal feedback. Once received, Venues will complete and adopt their final statement of intent, which will be submitted to Council before the 30th of June. Whilst we will take the paper as read, key feedback to Venues following that workshop were requesting more specific undertakings in regards to the sustainability commitment, working with the wider council family to provide support in developing and implementing a local procurement strategy, considering ways to activate the town hall outside of event days, and amending the community discount performance target in final statement of intent to clarify the number of events provided at discounted rates, reflecting the commitment to community access. Inclusion of an additional performance target to also demonstrate community support provided through the Otautahi Collective, and working closely with council staff on providing ongoing clarity on prioritisation and reporting of council funding support, communications, stakeholder engagement and options for acquisition of te kaha. On that note, I'm going to pass over to Carolyn. Are you fronting this?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Thanks, Leah. That's a really comprehensive introduction, and thanks so much for your time today. And listen, certainly will be next time. Look, thanks again for the time at the workshop. It's always a really valuable process, and we've taken on board a lot of the commentary and feedback into what will be our final SOI, and when we represent that shortly. But just to reiterate a couple of the points in our SOI, look, it's an evolution of our document over the last couple of years, and it reflects our engagement and aspirations for te kaha, for sustainability, for deepening our relationship with ChristchurchNZ and the Christchurch Symphony Orchestra. And it reflects our ambitions around continuing to deepen our connection to the rich cultural heritage of our region, particularly in the guest and client experience, but in the physical venues themselves. The SOI is also reflective but consistent with future aspirations for COVID-19 survival and recovery, which will have a bit of a tail to it. Local procurement, so maintaining our momentum around local procurement of food and beverage, but extending that to broader services and supply. Economic impact, a real focus on highlighting the real value that we see from events in the Venues Otautahi venues. We're estimating around $30 million worth of economic impact in the coming financial year. And continuing to build our strong, trusted and collaborative relationship with Council. In terms of compensation sought, this is consistent with our prior SOI, but we will be changing some of the way in which we report to Council just to provide that genuine assurance of how we prioritise the operational support that comes our way. And that's to really highlight that that operational support goes towards solely making sure those assets are compliant, are safe and are operationally functional. In terms of the workshop discussion and other discussions that we've had with management of Council, some of those changes that we will be reflecting in the final SOI are taking that opportunity to breathe real life, real heart and real animation outside of event day in the Christchurch Town Hall, to work with Council in a collaborative way to support our ambitions and our aspirations for sustainability, not only operational sustainability, but sustainability in the assets. And also to really clarify our community priority, community access, particularly for the Town Hall and the Christchurch Arena. So making really clear those performance targets, that highlight that that is such a priority for us. So not only the number of events, but the value of those events. And so you will see those changes reflected in our final SOI. And I know there is some desire to see more information around community access, particularly groups and individuals. I just wanted to note that we do have confidentiality clauses in our agreement. So it is something that if there is more of a desire to see particular information around individuals and community groups, that would be a discussion to be had with those groups themselves. And I think that's us. So thank you again, and open the floor to any questions.
All right. Thank you very much indeed. Are there any questions? Yanni.
Yeah, thank you. And I just wanted to acknowledge, you know, that I know that you've talked a lot about the community access. I'm just trying to get some sense, I guess, of like why community groups would be adverse to knowing that they'd received a discounted rate. Like, what's the sensitivity around it? And I mean, are we able to get a list of the names of the groups that are using it, even if it's not the amount that it's cost?
Carolyn's still on. Carolyn, are you there still, or have you dropped off?
Just Caroline is. Look, I think it's just important to note that there are agreements that are in place. Now, we will work with seeing what we can provide in more detail, but there are agreements that are in place for the hire of the venues, right. And so we need to obviously consider that. But we will look into that further.
So, and just to be really clear, on page 393 or 18 of the draft SOI, the performance measure, at least 35 events receive the community rate, or the value of community discounts applied equate to at least 50,000. That's the total pot of money that goes into providing community access for that financial year.
Look, that's right. As far as the number of community groups that we are targeting, as far as that performance measure.
So
and the value assigned to that.
It just doesn't seem, I mean, I don't know what the cost is to hire the town hall, but from previous experience with community groups that have approached me, and this was pre-earthquake, you know, you wouldn't get much change out of $10,000 to $20,000. So 50,000 doesn't seem very much. I just wondered how we benchmark, if we've benchmarked that against other places around New Zealand, if we've got any sort of benchmark around what others do around community access for their local facilities and how it equates.
Look, I think what we'll do is we'll provide some further information on that measure. We will look into that further and provide some more detail in our final SOI around that.
Yeah.
So we take on board the comment that you're making on that.
That would be helpful. And just the other thing to feedback, which I know has been raised before, but it was also the cost of catering that was really difficult for a lot of the community groups to afford. And that was one thing when we were going through the town hall redevelopment repair, was something that got raised around reducing that barrier to groups as well. But look, I appreciate the work that you're doing. That's all the questions from me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any further questions? Mike?
Thank you. I just note that the SOI is going to exclude comments around living wage and restraint on senior executive rates, REM and board fees. I'm just wondering, that concerns me quite a bit, and I'm just wondering if you reconsider that and actually include it in your SOI.
We'll certainly take that into account. As far as living wage is concerned, all employees are paid the living wage, and but we'll certainly take that into account as far as your comments for the final. Ooh.
Yeah, we might just adjourn for a moment, please. get the meeting back underway. So we got to the end of questions on venues Otautahi. I'm happy to move that we receive the draft statement of intent. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Jimmy. Is there any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Now the next items are items that I'm conflicted on. So we've got item 14, draft statement of intent for CCHL, and item 16, draft statement of intent for Christchurch NZ, and in fact a part of item 13 because it involves the Rod Donald Trust. So we need to nominate a chair for that part of the meeting, given that I can't chair it and that Sam McDonald, the deputy chair, is not here. So, Mike, you're happy to move that we that we appoint Councillor Tim Scandrus. So moved by Mike, seconded by Melanie. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. So Tim, I will move out of the way so that you can do those next three items. Thank you.
Would you like me to start? I'll just start us off with the CCHL. Can you bring your team up? That'd be great. So we've got with us from CCHL, Jeremy Smith, the chair, Tim Boyd, CEO, and Tony Rowell, the CFO. So just before I hand over to the team, I just want to take through a couple of key points I'd like to highlight. So today's report follows a detailed workshop with elected members on the 22nd of March with the CCHL team. The purpose of today's report is to receive the draft statement of intent and provide any further comments that elected members would like to provide CCHL in our formal feedback. Whilst we will take the paper as read, key notes, things to note following the workshop include financial forecasts continue to be updated due to the ongoing impact of COVID, and so final dividend forecasts cannot be finalised until the business planning has been finalised. CCHL committed to work with council staff on the dividend forecasts. In our letter of expectations, we requested CCHL undertake a strategic review of CCHL's role to reflect whether after 30 years its original core purpose remains relevant and fit for purpose for the next 30 years. Work is currently being done between CCHL and council staff to agree terms of reference for the review, with a workshop scheduled in May to discuss the terms of reference and to report the outcomes of the CCHL's independent board effectiveness review. The strategic review will commence following this workshop, with the outcome of the review and any recommendations coming from it to the new council in November for approval. This will help inform any appointment processes to the CCHL board following council elections. And on that note, I will pass over to the CCHL team to provide any comments.
All yours. And welcome, Jeremy. Thank you very much. Thank you, Leah. Thank you, Tim. Thank you for the introduction. And of course, adding to that, you finally get to see Tim in person, such as COVID. The introduction to the SOI is all been made by Leah, and Tim and Tony will speak to that in a moment. But just one moment, if I could take to acknowledge, obviously, the very tragic incident that occurred at the port this week. Part of the group does very much feel like an extended family. No one likes to go through these, but it's been felt very strongly amongst the group, and I know you've been updated on process that is occurring, but I really did want to acknowledge that, and of course in this public forum pass on behalf of the CCHL board and team our thoughts and wishes to everyone involved, and particularly the family. So with that, I will hand over to Tim and Tony. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy. So Tim Boyd, everybody, and a pleasure to meet you all finally in person as the new Chief Executive of CCHL. This is my first time through the process of looking to arrive at SOIs. It's certainly been quite an enlightening process for me, being new to the role, and it's certainly been very helpful, and I'd like to thank the councillors for their time, certainly through the workshops as we look to finalise SOIs through this process. Tony's going to speak to
the draft SOI as it stands, and a little bit about the process and history of where we've arrived at. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. So the draft SOIs were previously presented in detail at a council workshop in March. So I will take the report largely as read and just note some key highlights. The numbers provided in the draft SOIs are subject to change due to economic factors such as inflation and interest rate volatility that continue to put pressure on the group, along with the uncertainty of COVID and timing of dividends. Final forecasts from the business planning cycle will be reflected in the final SOIs, which will be provided to Council on 30th of June. The draft SOI forecast group profits in FY23 that are lower than what was forecast in last year's SOI. The key reason for this is that the airport's recovery from COVID is delayed as a result of ongoing restrictions that have only recently been lifted. It's expected that it will take time for travel to return to pre-COVID levels, given the perceived cautiousness of travellers and the affordability of travel on households due to the impact of high inflation and interest rates, etc. Consequently, dividends from subsidiaries to CCHL are lower in FY23 than those included in last year's CCHL SOI. However, for the purposes of CCHL's draft SOI, CCHL has maintained FY23 dividend levels to Council, consistent with the prior year SOI. CCHL's statement of intent also includes key requests from Council's letter of expectation, such as maximising dividends, managing debt, board and strategic reviews, diversity, climate change and living wage. The key requests from CCHL's letter of expectation to its subsidiaries are largely outlined in the subsidiaries statement of intent, such as climate change, organisational collaboration, community engagement, diversity and inclusion, living wage and relationship with mana whenua. Most of these requests are included from the previous SOIs. However, there are some new items that have been included this year. Some of the requirements have not been included in the subs SOIs, but this is simply an oversight and will be rectified in the final statements of intent. Also, further work is required around greenhouse gas emissions footprints and the independent verification thereof, strategic review terms of reference and mana whenua targets. These items will be addressed in full in the final statement of intents. That concludes my overview, and now asking councillors to note the report and open up for any questions.
Questions, councillors? Yanni.
I guess it's just, and thank you. I know you've kind of provided an answer on the email, just around. Sorry, it was just in relation to the CEO remuneration. Obviously, council, we've requested on a number of occasions for restraint to be shown, and that answer around the total pool you've highlighted since 2017. There's been an increase of 17% or 4.2% per annum. But then also you've gone on to say this is not a fair representation of the increases. Total REM includes long-term incentives, termination benefits, holiday pay entitlements. So I guess I'm just trying to get a sense of like how that restraint is being shown and how we can actually look and measure it. Because it's really hard to see from the reports that we get, like what's happening. So, I don't know if you can talk to any trends or how that the request that we've put forward has been reflected. Yeah, that's really what I know. We've asked for the reporting of the bottom 10 and the top 10%.
That's right.
And I'm just not sure when we're likely to see that either.
That's right. So you have requested for the top 10 and bottom 10% of remuneration to be reported, and that will be first reported in the annual reports, which will be available by the end of September for all of the entities in the group. In terms of understanding the remuneration levels, we obviously I've given you some information that was publicly available out of the annual reports from FY21 and showing the increase that's happened over time. But what I was trying to say there was that the FY21 number includes those additional incentives that are paid when an incumbent CEO leaves a role, which is what happened in FY21. So it's somewhat inflated in terms of that overall total that I provided to you earlier. And we can certainly do some more work around looking at specific amounts that exclude those anomalies, those one-offs.
I mean, one thing that struck me with the COVID was just the varied response from each of the companies around the reduction in CEO pay. It was quite a contrast between what happened, and I know that's, I guess, up to the individual employees to decide what they do. But in terms of CCHL, how are you benchmarking what's fair, reasonable executive remuneration compared to what's happening in the marketplace and also in the public sector and the impact of COVID?
So the boards, when they make appointments, they all are very aware of the need to show restraint. That's very clear. We have those discussions, but they also have to balance that against attracting, firstly, and then actually retaining talent. There is no question that we do attract some very, very capable executives, and that's known, and they are then no doubt in demand by other companies. So it is a balancing on the way through. Many of the companies would be looking to externally based objective data, but some of the anomalies that Tony has talked about will always occur when you've got a group as broad as ours. There'll be new people leaving, people leaving, new people coming in, and Yanni, that does make it difficult to give you a really straight number. But the figures that Tony has given you there, it's not just a matter of they've gone up. What we haven't said is, well, what would similar positions have gone up by in that time frame? And we do know there's real pressure on senior salaries.
Thank you. Yeah. Is that it, Yanni?
Yeah, I just had two more questions. One was in regards to the living wage, and sorry, the 189. The report's quite good. The big sort of spreadsheet, but it's just quite hard when you read through the report to figure out what's being done in the draft statement of intent versus the table that was the key area of focus in the LOE to the subsidiaries. But I guess, so just, and thank you for, I mean, I did put this question in around CIAL and the living wage, and you've said that the airport has made a commitment to paying the living wage in their draft SOI, and then in relation to contractors, they're outsourcing its cleaning services under the current contract agreement. It's been agreed underlying rates will increase in line with living wage over the next 3 years. That's right. So I'm just trying to understand, like, given that the first person, as I'm aware, that raised the living wage with council was a cleaner from the airport over nearly 10 years ago, when will the cleaners at the airport get a living wage?
So this has been put in place now. That's what I was talking about.
Right.
That contract reflects the next 3 years, which is the term of the contract, and that they have agreed that will match the living wage.
So is that in 3 years' time they'll get the living wage, or is the existing contract being modified?
No, it's over the next 3 years that it will always meet the living wage.
It's in place now.
So that's from now. That's in place now, is it?
Yeah.
So currently the cleaners at the airport are getting the living wage?
That's my understanding.
Okay, cool. That's good to know. And the final question from me, which I don't think will come as any surprise, is Terrace Airport and the CIAL statement of intent. I guess I was just quite concerned when I read through that to kind of see that the airport was like the section in our agenda talks about that it fits the New Zealand's low carbon future, and I guess I'm just really struggling with understanding at a higher level the way it's sort of been sold to us. And I guess I was just interested in what feedback CCHL or what considerations CCHL have had around recognising the environmental impact of the proposed development and the financial cost to us as a city, but also I guess as the planet rather than like the airport, because I know the airport doesn't have to account for airlines' emissions, which seems to be the kind of big gap in it. But how I'm just struggling to know how that could be mentioned as being fitting our low carbon future when you think about the emissions that a new airport would create.
Yanni, we've got, as requested at the workshop, we have a briefing coming again from the CIAL team in the end of May, I think it is. So all of those questions that we can work through. Also noting too that it's very early in the process as where they are, so a lot of those questions can't actually necessarily be answered yet. But on that point, it would be nice to highlight the fact that our international airport has just been awarded the first, I've got this right, the first airport in the world that is positive carbon.
Climate positive airport.
Climate positive.
Yep, first one in the world, that's correct. And they've also just been awarded a platinum award within their size category at the Airport Council International Asia Pacific Green Airport Awards. Yep. And that's for their project around innovations and aquifers.
Right, I hear what you're saying, and that's great. But when I look at the Expand Our Horizons section for Central Otago, it says the reality is current airport infrastructure won't meet our community's future connectivity needs. This means we must urgently transition New Zealand's aviation network to a low carbon future. And that's to explore a new greenfield option. So, and then it goes on to say retrofitting existing infrastructure can be expensive and will only provide short-term solutions, doesn't address mitigation of
So Yanni, I think
changes.
It's been pointed out that CIL would be the better ones to answer that directly, and they're coming to us, I believe, in May for a briefing.
Well, can I be more direct then? Has CCHL raised any concern with CIAL around the environmental impact of the proposed terrace airport and the potential cost of going down this exercise?
Yep.
And if so, what was that?
We have, and to date, the responses are that it's very early on in the process. They're highly aware of the sensitivity of the issue, and it will be considered through every step of planning over perhaps the next 10 or 15 years before this becomes an airport.
That's right. And they have also, can I just add, they have also provided an extensive detail on a website to address environmental concerns around terrace.
Yeah.
It's all been publicly available from the airport.
And are you able to advise how much money the proposed terrace airport development is how much money's on budget for that planning? And
too early in the process to tell.
So, but they must have a budget for all the work that needs to happen.
I think that it would be better to be answered in May by them directly, I think.
We don't have that information available.
Yeah, I guess I was just concerned with the COVID-19 impact on the airport's finances, that spending money on this development now is maybe not the best use of funds.
Well, they're not going to spend it tomorrow, but I think, personally, I think it would be better to be put in front of them in May when they come to us. And who would be the best, if councillors have questions for CIL and for their presentation in May, who would be best to...
Send it through to the OCE, and we will make sure that any questions that you have, that we'll pass them on to CIAL through CCHL before the briefing. But note, the statement of intent is for the next 3 years. There's no, unless something's changed, I don't think there's anything going to be built in the next 3 years. So there'll be nothing on this budget.
They're valid questions for that, but we need to ask it to CIAL directly.
So send through questions and we'll pass them on.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from Celeste?
I guess I'm just following up on Yanni's point, because obviously we're in sort of a feasibility stage around a lot of the planning stuff, but we're also in a time where we actually have to make hard choices now. So we could say, well, we're just looking into it and we're just getting the information and we won't be doing anything for 10 years, but actually we need to be taking action now to prevent things that will hit us, well, are happening now. So I just want to make sure that as part of our sort of strategy, we are looking at addressing the reality as it is right now. So whether we can make a business case for tariffs is a significant question, given if it's based on the idea of reliance on international tourism. Is that a good strategy? Is that a responsible strategy for us as stakeholders in that? So my question would be, are we kind of taking into account those kind of broader questions across, and it would include questions around the port as well, like we might be meeting some of the sort of low-level strategic priorities in terms of sustainability, but how does that fit in with our overall kind of emissions reduction plan as a city? So I guess there seems to be a bit of a tension there between what we say we're working towards and actually the things that we seem to be putting on the table. I'm just a bit confused around how we'll be delivering on some of our climate change goals. And I don't think you can answer that my question now. I guess I'm just looking for a bit of clarification around how this stuff will be delivering for us in practice.
Well, thank you. Look, I think you've really hit the nail on the head when you said there's a tension in this, because there absolutely is a tension. And when all of our companies, ourselves as CCHL, and obviously as our ultimate shareholder, have this challenge on the table around climate change and sustainability, we discuss it around our board table clearly. There's a really easy solution, just stop doing things, but that's very economically damaging. It's in terms of the portfolio. There are other ways of saying, well, what strategies are available and what is the future going to look like, which is partly why it's hard to give crystal clear answers to the likes of Yanni's question, because things are going to evolve quite rapidly, but where do the companies want to be positioned if they're going to take advantage of that? And then, of course, in the airports situation, ultimately you've got, well, where are you going to allocate capital, and where is that capital going to come from? That's the big question. So I think if you're feeling there's some tension or confusion, that is the sort of the model that the corporate environment is operating in now, and trying to balance those things, and yet not put everything off until you can see what happens, because that's going to take a long time, and yet not stop doing things either. And so these challenges sort of emerge on an ongoing basis. So they're very real conversations. Can't give you immediate answers. I think, I have heard from the airport what their strategy is and why they believe that what they are looking at ultimately will turn out to be a better outcome from the environment than sitting still. But that needs to be challenged, and that also needs to be brought forward here. So I understand it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any further questions? I'm happy to move this from the chair. Thank you, Pauline. All those in favour say aye. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yanni, yes.
Just trying to follow. So we're just doing the CCHL one. Yeah. Look, can I just say, I just want to acknowledge the work that's gone on with the living wage, and I mean, it's obviously been slower than some of us would have liked, but I do think in the past 12 months and maybe 24 months that CCHL has worked with our companies to really put the pressure on to bring in the living wage, both to direct employees and the contractors. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that. And overall, I think the draft statement of intents are good. They give us a lot of detail, but I guess I'm just concerned that two main issues really. One is that I still feel like as a council that we're not involved in the strategic direction of our companies as much as we should be. And I think the Terrace Airport is a really good example of that, whereas I wish we could actually just make a call as a council if that's something that we agree with or not, and then it gives the certainty and the clarity to our companies to either go on and do it or not spend a whole bunch of money, time, resource, which is precious, into a project that we might not be comfortable with. But to date, we've had no ability as an organisation to make a call on that one way or another. So I'm not going to support the draft statements of intent for CCHL and the subsidiaries today. I do think we need to be far more directive as a council. These are companies that belong to the city, and I think we have to play a strategic role in getting the best outcome for our city by providing clear direction. So, but I appreciate the work that's gone in. I look forward to hearing from the airport around what their plans are. But I personally just feel that the tariffs proposal is not something that we should be pursuing with the pressure on our budgets and the environmental impact, and with climate change and the issue of sustainability. I think it's something that should just be put on the back burner for now. So I know I'll probably be in the minority, which is why I haven't signalled an amendment. I don't think I'd possibly not get the support for it, but I just wanted to put my position on the table and note that's why I won't be supporting the statements of intent. And also just to reflect that I also just want to acknowledge though that we are doing these in public, and I just want to acknowledge the transparency of having CCHL here today, and for the council staff just to say thank you for putting this in a public process. I also just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
Yanni, does anyone else want to? Mike.
Thank you. I wasn't going to talk to that because I actually agree with a lot of what Yanni has said, and share some of the concerns that he has put forward, especially around tariffs. But I think this is a statement of intent, and the time to do that should be in our letter of expectation. And I think we often say it all the time is we need to be much stronger at that time, but because they can only respond to the direction that we give them. So I think, look, I'll support this at the moment. I want to see what comes forward from this draft, because this is just feedback at this point of time. It does concern me, but I think when we get to our letters of expectation, we still need to be stronger and give much clearer guidance and direction of what we expect to see from our companies. And obviously they are at arm's length. The companies are at two arm's lengths with CCHL in the middle, but I've always thought that we're not strong enough, and that's where we need to improve. So hopefully, if Yanni is really concerned that when this comes back around for next year for letters expectation, we actually have a much stronger viewpoint at that time.
Thank you, Mike. Any further comment, debate? So, it's been. I've moved it. Pauline seconded it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Abstentions? Well, it's passed. Thank you very much, Jeremy, Tim, and Tony. Thank you. Yep.
Okay.
Right, so, item 16. So, welcome. And I understand Tracy's on Zoom, but Ellie, welcome to you, Julia, and Nick.
Thank you. I'll just do comments. I'll just make a couple of comments.
Yes. I'll just get Leah to make a couple of comments, and then it's all yours. So, Leah.
Thanks, Tim. So again, welcome to the CNZ team. So today's report follows a detailed workshop with elected members on the 5th of April with the CNZ Holdings team. So the purpose of today's report is to receive the draft statement of intent and provide further comments from elected members that they would like us to provide in their formal feedback. In addition, we are also seeking final approval in relation to the implementation mechanisms for the agreed expanded economic development agency, which was requested by the council in a meeting in December 2021 when it approved CNZ's role as an EDA. Those implementation mechanisms, which were discussed fully in our workshop in April, relate to the capitalisation by way of amalgamation of the former DCL into CNZ, noting the investment in the Christchurch Adventure Park will be transferred to CCHL prior to amalgamation, adoption of the Urban Development Prioritisation Framework, adoption of the Value Sharing Agreement, and noting work is continuing on the development of a pipeline for urban development projects, performance targets and a reporting framework. These will be completed as part of CNZ's business planning and reflected as appropriate in the final statement of intent. As per the letter received from CNZ, there are a number of internal processes, including business planning, that have yet to be complete in time for the draft statement of intent And on this basis, council staff have requested a review of the updated statement of intent prior to finalisation. And on that note, I'm going to pass over to the CNZ team so they can provide some further comments.
Thank you. All yours, Ellen.
Thank you very much. Yes, would you like to raise Councillor Chair online as
Oh,
well?
sorry.
So,
Apologies.
yeah,
Yes.
sorry. Yeah, so welcome, Therese. I've literally just got 3 slides. I'm very conscious that you've had a big day and you've still got quite a lot to get through. So I just thought I'd talk a little bit about our statement of intent and reference the EEDA very lightly because we had obviously quite an in-depth workshop earlier this month. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about our why Christchurch NZ exists. We exist as a separate entity, and our purpose is very much about stimulating sustainable economic growth for a prosperous Christchurch. So we're very much trying to deliver a really ambitious plan for the city, and there are various aspects to what we do that help contribute to that. So the what and the how that we do can tell you a little bit more about why we're here. And I think as an agency, we're often misunderstood about what we do and what we don't do. And I think the more we can tell people about the different arms of the things that we do, the better. So we have 3, I would say, big pillars that are very important to us. There's our destination and attraction pillar, which is very much about attracting large-scale events, whether it's business events or mega events to the city and working with the visitor economy. We have our innovation and business growth, which is a very big part of what we do. That's attracting business investment to the city. It's working with our clusters. It's helping in the innovation and the skills and employment space. And then we have our new function, the urban development function, which is a fantastic new string to our bow, which focuses on 2 different areas. One is the properties and partnerships, so the land-based work. And then we have our place-led initiatives and development. Supporting those 3 pillars, we have our marketing and brand, which is very important. And we have our shared services and the strategy team that help support that. So that's the what that we do, and it's quite a broad range. And when you think that we have a relatively limited budget of just under 16 million, it has to be stretched quite thin. We're doing a lot of things within that budget. As Leah mentioned, there are a few things that we still need to add to our statement of intent before it's finalised. So these are the 4 areas that we're looking at still adding a bit more information. Again, as referenced by Leah, business planning is a large part of that. So we're re-looking at those programs and just checking that they're still fit for purpose in the current world. We've had quite a lot of changes, whether it's a pandemic, whether it's some of the local government reform, or of course the incorporation of urban development into our organisation. We need to make sure that we're still fit for purpose there. And likewise, we're reviewing our KPIs just to make sure that they are achievable and thinking about what we can achieve in the current environment. We've obviously got to make sure that we incorporate the aspects that came out of the workshop on the 5th of April, which I thought was a fantastic workshop, and thank you very much to the elected members and to the Christchurch NZ board for what I thought was a really productive discussion. But we need to incorporate the outcomes of that into the statement of intent. And finally, we do have some changes underway from an organisational point of view, which may lead to some minor changes. That's things like values work. It's not structural changes. We're talking about things like introducing values into our work, looking at talent mapping and performance development work. So we'll incorporate that into the statement of intent. It is a very hot market and we need to make sure we look after our staff. So that's all I wanted to talk about today before I open up the floor to questions. Thank you very much for having me. It's lovely to be here in person and to see you all in reality rather than on the other side of a screen.
Thank you, Ellie. Any questions? No questions? Okay. I'll move it. Second it. Thank you, Sarah. Any debate? I'll put it. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. Against? And thank you. Move. Thank you.
Thank you. That was easy. Now we're doing Rod Donald. Rod Donald?
Yeah, we'll just...
Going to do Rod Donald?
Yeah. So we're going to do item 13 now, but I'll only be in the chair, and I know it's going to disappoint everybody for item 2, the Rod Donald Trust.
So it's just me.
Yeah.
So we'll just
Leah.
do. So just Rod Donald Trust. The only comment I wanted to make in regards to the draft statement intent, very similar to last year, the financial forecast reflect the residual trust fund prior to the commencement of the LTP funding but from 23-24, and the financial forecasts are preliminary, is subject to a strategy planning session to be finalised prior to finalisation of the statement of intent. And that was the only comment I really had.
Happy to move.
So, any questions on Rod Donald? So, just Rod Donald. This is
just Rod Donald.
No.
Yep.
Happy to move.
Okay. Second. Obviously, I don't think there'll be any debate on this. So, all those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you. And I'll hand over the chair back to the chairman.
Mike moved. Yep. And everyone seconded. Thank you.
All right, great. So that brings us to the other two item 13 items. So civic building, first of all. Leah, do you have some comments on that one?
Yeah, obviously just to remind people, civic building is a 50-50 partnership and joint venture with Otautahi Properties, which owns and manages the civic building. Very straightforward statement of intent. Obviously the only change is more so the reflection of the reducing loan. So the interest is released, but other than that, there's not much more to add.
All right, so are there any questions on civic building? All right, so I'm happy to move the resolution in respect of civic building. Tim will second. Is there any debate? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, that's carried. So now let's move to Central Plains Water Trust draft statement of intent.
So the Central Plains Water Trust is a joint trust with Selwyn District Council for the purpose of owning and holding the long-term resource consents for the taking of water for the purpose of irrigation in the Central Plains. The trust issues water rights, use rights to Central Plains Water Limited. Key purpose of the trust is to ensure the water company complies with the water use rights, and the CPW Joint Committee makes recommendations to the two settler councils regarding the trust. Key point that we would note in regards to the draft statement of intent that it does not provide climate change commitments, as the trust is not operational itself. The relevance of reducing emissions essentially for the trust itself is not quite significant other than meeting. Don't look at me like that, Sarah. I've got that look. Staff propose, though, that the council request the joint committee members, and if an agreement, that the request for the climate change commitment be provided as a formal content in the draft statement of intent for the trust. And also, staff are currently in the process of drafting some advice for elected members, which we will bring in the next month, which is in regards to the legal issues and whether to stay in the trust and what we can do from that. So we will bring that back in the next month. We're in the middle of the process of doing that.
Great, thank you. So are there any questions on the Central Plains Water Trust draft statement of intent?
To make that a bit clearer again, so do you want the joint committee to instruct the trust to instruct CPW Limited to have...
No. So it's more so the draft. So there's no climate change commitments, right? So, and even though it's not operational, we're saying, the relevance of emissions is still valid, and they do some stuff. So the staff are proposing that the council request the joint committee members to raise this matter with Selwyn, because both the councils have to actually provide that. I think it's in the report. We've got the more detailed wording in regards to what we do. So we'll formally send that through to you, Pauline.
Right, thank you.
Yep.
I just check though. They are, while then the trust themselves aren't operational, they're the holders of the consent, and therefore they are responsible for what happens with the consent. Yeah.
They're responsible to ensure that the Central Plains Water complies
with the consent.
But the trust hold the consent.
Yes.
It's kind of like with us.
Yeah.
And
the trust are also
I think we've strengthened that quite a lot in the letter of expectation,
Yep.
that the monitoring and compliance is quite key, and the reporting on that as well needs to happen.
All right. So if there's something to come back on that, then...
We're coming back in the next month, and not in regards to the draft statement sent necessarily. We will pass on the feedback to what we want, but it's more so in regards to the advice that has been asked by elected members in regards to the legal status of that trust and where we should
which
stay.
is a different matter.
Which is a different matter, but I wanted to highlight that.
Is there anything further that we need to do by resolution today, though, other than receiving the draft statement of intent? That's all?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So can I then... Are there any more questions? Can I then have a mover for Central Plains Water Trust? Tim will move. Jake will second. Is there any discussion? Sarah.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm not particularly happy with the statement of intent, and that won't surprise many people. I don't think we should be involved with Central Plains anymore. Not sure we should have to start with. What's happened is that the statement of intent does not deal at all with climate change. It has some water quality monitoring that happens, but there's more to the environment than water quality. The water quality is not good. If you look at the latest sustainability report, it is not good. And it's very clear that the land use has changed substantially in the areas that are serviced by the Trust, and they have increased substantially the amount of dairying that's happening on those farms that are serviced by the Trust. None of that is taken into account as part of the environmental monitoring. And so I'm not happy with the status of the statement of intent. Won't be voting to accept it. I know it's just a draft, but I think it really does need much more enhancement. They hold the consent. They are responsible for the consent. And there's a range of things. So they were pinged by ECAN over additional take from the Rakaia River that wasn't warranted, and the environmental impacts of that. Article about that last year. ECAN haven't been able to do anything because it was too late on that particular one, but I don't think that their monitoring has been good enough, and I don't think it's on a broad enough measures. Thanks.
Thank you. Just noting this was moved by Tim, seconded by Jake. Pauline.
Yeah, look, I hear what Sarah's saying, but I think the fact that we've got representation on the joint committee, and so Selwyn, which actually oversees the trust, and the objectives in number 2 and 1A, 1B, one of the objectives is agricultural and horticultural diversity, and that was something that I really wanted to highlight. And I think we've got to understand that this trust has gone through some radical change in the last 18 months, 2 years, and I think it's our role to actually really, we've got an opportunity to keep an eye on them delivering these on the SOI through their annual report. And that's why I really encourage us to still be a part of this, because it doesn't mean that we're agreeing with the operations of Central Plains Water Limited. It means that we can support the trust to oversee the better outcomes through the SOI. So I think there's an opportunity here to get things happening in a better way. So I'll support this today.
Thank you. Okay. No further discussion. Again, just noting that it was Tim that moved this and it was Jake that seconded. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong, my apologies, I'm looking at the wrong line.
That's right.
Double apologies, because I said that twice. Obviously, it's been a long day. Yanni.
Thank you. I just want to say ditto to what Sarah said. Thank you.
That was short. Thank you. All right, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? So the noes, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so that's 5. So that's carried. Thank you. All right, so moving on to, now we were going to do Te Kaha followed by LGFA, would that be correct? Yeah, all right, so let's do that, because we were going to do LGFA at 3:30.
Yeah, I know.
We'll just keep going through in order. All right, so Te Kaha next. Excellent. So Barry, welcome to the table. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. We've got 2 items. We'll do them back to back. So item 20, your draft statement of intent. And then immediately after dealing with that one, we'll come to item 21, which is the elected member update. Thank you.
Okay, so the only thing I wanted to highlight with the statement of intent was to note that the only cost information that we have in the statement of intent at this stage is the governance costs. Obviously, we'll be updating that information once we deliver the final bid and the DNC contract, and therefore the total project budget. So that's the first thing to note. Sorry, the second thing I wanted to note is that in the performance report, we
expected to present the sustainability strategy, design, construction and operation of Te Kaha to the Sustainability Committee, the Council Sustainability Committee in March. That deadline was not achieved. The reason being, with the appointment of David Kennedy as the Chief Executive, we have taken a total relook at the sustainability approach and strategy for Te Kaha. That has involved a meeting with the City Rail Link Chief Executive, Project Director and their consultants, and we are currently preparing a review of our sustainability approach, which will be presented to Council as part of the presentation on the developed design, and that currently is planned for towards the end of May. And as part of that presentation, the external consultant that was involved with the City Rail Link project will be providing an independent review of what we have done and are doing for the Te Kaha project. So I just wanted to note that in the performance report we expected to present to the Sustainability Committee. That wasn't achieved, and we are now planning to do that as part of the developed design briefing to Council. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Are there any questions for Barry? Sarah.
Thank you. And thank you for talking to people at the City Rail Link. Has that been really useful?
It's been extremely useful, actually. The Chief Executive Project Director was also involved as the Project Director for the Amy Stadium in Melbourne. Yep. So has a lot of experience in that area as well.
Great.
And took us through a comprehensive review of the work that they have done over a number of years, and shared with us their current sustainability performance report, which hasn't been published yet. So I think we got a lot of really good information. We've brought that back. Have to say that we have done a lot of that work already, so that's pleasing to see. But we need to put that in a form which we can present to you, so that not only can we understand what has been done, but what performance measures we're going to have in place going forward.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Yanni.
Yeah, thanks. You're okay with questions on both, or just...
We'll just deal with one at a time. So this is just the draft statement of intent at the moment.
Yeah, cool. I just wanted to check, obviously there's St. Paul's Cathedral and also the NG building. So I'm just wondering, in your statement of intent, you've got a lot of stuff around community, stakeholders, etc., but nothing really specific to the people that used to be on that site being incorporated into the design or having some recognition. I guess one of the things, it's really sad about the NG building, and I was just going to ask if there was a way in which, through the statement of intent, we could kind of ask you to look at supporting the heritage and the unique nature of that building and into some design elements of the stadium. Obviously, I don't know where the whole building's got to, but it seems like it's going to be demolished. Is that, I think?
Yeah, so I can make some comments on that.
Yeah.
So we were presented with a plan at the beginning of February from the NG owner. We gave them some feedback on that plan, and they made the decision to go down a recovery route rather than a relocation route. So whatever their agreement was with LINZ, they couldn't meet the requirements of that agreement. So they approached us to assist with that recovery demolition process.
Right.
So the process they're working through at the moment is they're trying to recover, they've employed contractors and they're trying to recover as much of that NG building as they can. They plan to build a new building in that stadium precinct on the land that they have swapped with the Crown. And so we found a way to store what they're recovering from the NG building until they're able to build that new building. So we have supported them in every way we can, notwithstanding the fact we aren't the contracted party.
Right.
The contracted party is LINZ.
So effectively, they're going to try and reuse some of the existing materials into the new build, and you're supporting them as much
we are
as
supporting
possible.
them as much as we can to store that recovered chattels and whatever else they decide to recover. And then we'll be working with them to ensure that there is as best as possible, a clean and clear demolition. And then when they go to build on the new precinct area, we'll assist them with making that material or those recovered assets and chattels available for them.
And just where did we get to with St Paul's Cathedral and the Pacific community around that sort of engagement?
So the project, along with VO, have been talking to all the stakeholders. And again, when we come back to you and give you a full update on the developed design, we will also brief you on the discussions that have taken place with those stakeholders and what the outcomes have been in terms of incorporating their feedback into the design for Te Kaha.
So it sounds really positive. I guess the thing is it's just missing from the statement of intent. Is there any way to just give some feedback around just having a, maybe one sentence or under stakeholder engagement, just recognising the communities that were based on that site being involved with the design. So it's happening. It's just a case of, I think, just reflecting it.
Fine. Yeah, happy to.
In the thing. Thank you. And then the other question, I mean, basically, the governance is effectively, you're not talking to neighbouring councils. That's a job that Venues Otautahi's got or council's got. Is that correct?
I think it's fair to say that we are supporting that process. So in order for the councils to be informed, they need to be informed about the preliminary design. We'll give them a briefing on the developed design. When we update the investment case, we'll be providing that information in terms of the operating costs going forward. So while Venues Otautahi have got the lead role here, this is a three-way partnership between us, the council, and Venues Otautahi. So we are collectively working together to provide that information for those briefings that are going to take place with those councils.
Right. Because I think, people that were at the Selwyn Forum, people may recall that there's been kind of a gap and a delay, and hopefully, I don't know if we can repair the damage around that, but in terms of their involvement, it might be quite nice to think about how we get them more involved at a governance level, if that's even possible, if we're seeking funding from them. So
can I just clarify there, Selwyn District Council have been involved in the investment case and were invited and attended all the workshops in there and the Civic. The former project director also gave Selwyn District Council an overview of the project twice, one during COVID lockdown and then more recently the overview today. They've also been briefed at the Neil Forum.
Right.
So I think some of it is changing personnel at Selwyn.
okay. I guess just to reflect at a high level, it was my sense from them that they wanted, if we were seeking funding from them, that they wanted a greater level of involvement and engagement over what we were doing. So I guess I was just trying to find a way to try and do that. Others may have a view, but
I think from a project perspective, our intention is to give them the same briefing that we will give you on the developed design, the sustainability strategy, etc., etc.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Are there any further questions? Celeste.
With the NG building, was there ever, I realised that, there was a plan to move it and that wasn't possible. Was there a consideration of incorporating the actual building into the design, given that the cost of demolition and also the sustainability impact of demolishing a building and then building something else, whether that could have been used or can be used for something?
It was their preference to build a new building and incorporate as much as they could from the old building in that new building. So that just wasn't a consideration. Right. They were keen to move on and move forward with the project. So they never raised that as a possibility. And so I think our role really was to help them to find a solution that they could live with and move forward with.
And second quick question, I understand it's quite high level, but in the statement of intent, the comment around sustainability, what is a sustainable approach?
Yeah, I think what might happen after we present to you that sustainable approach to design, construction and operation, there may be some specific performance measures that fall out of that over the term of the project. So at the time we put the statement of intent together, we described it as a strategy. And until, it's a bit like the total project budget, until we can actually complete that work, that design work and that assessment work, it's very hard for us to give you some quantifiable performance measures. So happy to revisit that after we present the developed design.
I guess the challenge with using a word like sustainability is it can mean anything to anybody. So for instance, sustainable economic development is quite different to having a reduction in climate emissions or using sustainable. So it would be good to kind of get some clarification on what that
I think what we'll end up with is we'll make a recommendation on what we think are the material areas that we have to deliver as part of that sustainability strategy, and maybe that might be a better set of performance measures than what we've got written there at the moment. But I think our first job was to complete that sustainability strategy and deliver that plan to you, and then from there we can pick out some specific initiatives and outcomes that we can measure as we deliver the project. And no doubt VO will have to do the same thing as part of operating Te Kaha.
So for instance, looking at where it fits within our climate budget would be a output that we'd be measuring?
Yeah, I think that's part of the VO long-term plan as well. So the operation of Te Kaha will have to have those sort of carbon or greenhouse gas or whatever those measures should be.
In the construction, I would assume as well.
Yeah, so part of it will be saying, I think there'll be a baseline of if we did a normal construction without these sustainability initiatives, this is what it would look like. And then if we apply those initiatives, this is the reduction in X, Y, Z, or the reduction in effects. So, and again, I'm taking a bit of a leaf out of the City Rail Link project because that's the approach they took. And so looking forward to sharing that with you when we present.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions? All right, so I'm happy to move this. Do we have a seconder? Jimmy Chen. Is there any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Mike, sorry. So you're voting against? Yep, all right. So that's, and Sarah against, and Celeste against as well. All right, thank you. And Yanni against. All right, so that's carried. Thank you. So now we move to the Te Kaha elected member update.
So there are two things I want to highlight. In the update, we noted, and we've noted for some time, that the final bid was due to us on the 12th of May. That has, we have been given notice that has been delayed by 2 weeks. The reason for the delay is because what's unfolding in the market. Everything from the responses they're getting into the market having very short expiry dates with those responses, which don't fit with our time frame that we require to go through the approval process with council. So that leads to B6 swap back going back to the market. And also there have been some delayed or requests for extensions of time from those subcontractors and other people in the market as they are grappling with the uncertain environment that we are dealing with. So B6 WAPAC are doing their best to manage that, but they have highlighted to us that if they were to keep to the original timeline, then we would get a final bid with a lot of tags. And we don't want to receive a final bid with a lot of tags and conditions. We would rather receive a final bid which is as clean as possible. So at this stage, we have accepted that time delay, but we still believe, even with that time delay, that we can still present that information and be able to have a recommendation by the end of June to council. So that's causing us to relook at all our plans, and we haven't actually finalised the dates for the briefings on the developed design. The developed design briefing's been delayed because we're doing this work on sustainability. I think that's appropriate. But also the investment case and the final bid and the D&C contract require that final bid from B6 WAPAC in order to input into both the investment case and the D&C contract and final bid. So highly likely that both of those briefings are going to be in June, and it may end up that we combine those briefings on the investment case and the final bid and D&C contract into one briefing. So we're going to have at least a minimum of 2 briefings with you, maybe 3. And the reason why we're being delayed is because of some of the things that are occurring in the market at the moment. And as I said before, we would prefer to have a clean bid and to have got through those discussions around the key terms of the D&C contract and come to you once, rather than come to you with some numbers, but with a lot of tags. So I just want to highlight that. There's not much we can do about it. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. And so that has occurred post the presentation of this report. Other than that, I'm happy to take questions.
All right, and just noting that we've got David Kennedy, the Chief Executive, on Zoom as well. Thank you. So moving to questions.
Thanks very much. The last time you guys were in, you were saying that we asked us for permission, or you were doing it, to order some steel to get it underway. Did that happen, or is it because the lead-in time was very long, and you wanted to secure that sort of stuff early? Did that?
So the final numbers on those packages are coming in right now.
Yeah.
Again, they have been late.
Yeah.
So we haven't made any of those major, other than the ground improvement works.
Yeah.
We haven't made.
Or did I misunderstand? Did we were going to order steel early?
Yes.
Yes. But we haven't yet.
We haven't yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's one of the main packages that has been delayed. Is the steel. So they want to get the steelwork prices in mainly for the bowl. Mm-hmm. And then once they've got that, then we'll do the ordering of the early steel.
Okay, that's fine. And you've got bulk earthworks and things like that. The tenders are in for that, and you're evaluating those at the moment.
Yep.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jimmy.
This the delivery program, the master schedule. Whether you already consider those kind of COVID impact, supply chain, etc., or not yet?
Yeah, but it's fair to say the program timetable's moving all over the place at the moment. It's a very detailed program.
Yes.
And even over the period of the last couple of months, it's moved back and it's moved forward, and it's starting to move back again. We really have to wait until they get more of these packages in,
yes,
before we can finalise the program.
Okay, but based on your delivery program, you already almost the design work has been done, in a way.
Yep.
So you are undertake those early works.
Yeah, for sure. We will start the early works as soon as we can.
Yes.
And some of the ground improvement work contractors have been affected by COVID, so they've been delayed on some of the other work. So there's been a slight delay at the start of our work here.
Yeah.
But the key for us really at the moment is to get those steel packages in and assess both the cost and the timing of delivery and how that impacts on the overall program.
Okay, thank you.
Just on the detailed
Yes.
design is underway for the ground improvement. So we've actually let the ground improvement subcontract, and they're underway with the detailed design and consenting for that. So that's a major subcontract underway.
Thank you. Back to Phil.
Yeah, sorry, Gary. When we do the steel or whatever, are we allowed to use all the government's money first, or we have to sort of put some of ours in and some of theirs in?
Oh, that's the intention too.
No, we use all their money first.
So it's all sitting there.
Yep.
With smoke coming out of your pocket.
We've got to apply for the funding every 3 months.
Yes. But we're allowed to use that.
Yep, we use their 220 million first. Yep.
Great. Thank you.
Yanni.
Yanni.
When are we? So basically, by the end of June, the budget will have a better handle on the 533. Is that currently the total estimated cost?
So we'll be bringing the budget and the program. Our current thinking is probably around mid-June. In terms of a full briefing, and we'll need to take you through quite a comprehensive risk assessment, because it's not just the final bid we'll be having a discussion on. We'll be having quite an in-depth discussion on all the contingencies and how the risks apply to those contingencies. So our plan at this stage is to have quite a comprehensive briefing with the council around mid-June, with the final decision coming to council for resolution at the end of June.
Right. And just wondering what's happening with the land and the building that we've acquired on Barbados Hereford Street. Are there currently plans for that? Is it being used? Just sitting empty?
Sorry, I don't know.
No, well, that is one of the options that they're looking at to council for the storage of the NG materials is on that site. But there's no plans at the moment for anything on the arena with that site.
Right. Okay. Yeah, but that site's going to be incorporated into the design.
No, it's not in the actual CMUA. Sorry, I have to stop calling it that. Te Kaha site. Yeah.
Right. So what are we using that for? What's the process to work out what we use that site for?
That'll be for the property unit to actually look after that. It's not actually under the control of the Te Kaha project.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Are there any further questions? Celeste.
Apologies, I know you've already answered this question, but I just want to clarify. When you say the NG building, that it was the owner's preference, one of the media stories that I've read is that it was partly due to the timeline of the project. So was it a decision from the project team end? So was the building owner's decision informed by the project team's timeline? Did they have the freedom to?
Yeah. So to be absolutely clear, so the NG building owner had an agreement with Linz to relocate their building by a certain time, and so they approached us and said, "Look, we're under pressure to be able to achieve that timeline. Here are a couple of alternatives." And we said, "Well, all those alternatives are available to you, but here are the risks and the cost implications if you're not able to achieve those things you want to do within that time frame." So they made the decision. I mean, they could have carried on and delivered their project within that that pathway that they agreed with Linz and within the time frame. But for a number of reasons, and only they can determine what those reasons are, but I can imagine being all the things that we're facing with supply chain, COVID, et cetera, they made the decision that it was easier for them to not relocate and to do a recovery demolition response instead. So our role was to provide them with information.
Thank you. Yanni.
Sorry, I mean, the building's still standing, right? Is it still?
So the roof, they've taken the roof off,
right,
and they're actually in there now and recovering items from within the building.
Right, and would they have needed to do that if they were relocating it anyway?
They would have done some work to stabilise the building.
There would have been a lot of work in strengthening the building. There would have been a lot of structural steel. So yes, they would have had to remove a lot of the internal lining so they could put the structure in to support it.
I mean, I'm just mindful, like at a governance level, whether there's anything that we can do, like meeting with the NG building owners, meeting with some staff from Linz and from Te Kaha, and just get a really clear sense of. It just feels a bit odd having this conversation with the kit, kind of one of the parties two of the parties not in the room.
Actually, we have met with them,
okay,
and everything we're telling you is on the basis of meetings we've had with Linz. Our chief executive and one of our directors have met with the NG building owners, one of our directors on a couple of occasions. So there have been discussions going on between ourselves and Linz and the NG building owner.
Right, yeah, no, I get you guys have done that, but we haven't as a council at our governance level, but that's okay. I just really want to see if there's any option to save it. It sounds like the timeframes, we just heard that there's delays around getting some of the things back for the stadium, but that's cool. I don't know how others feel.
I would endorse that. I would like a bit more information. So.
All right, so we're receiving an update from Te Kaha. If there's something that we want to do as a council outside of that update or as a result of what we've heard in that update, that would require to ask our own staff to do something, to consider and report back, or to provide a briefing, or to Leah, what would be the appropriate thing?
Well, we can do that. I just want to clarify though, Jan, you mentioned that there's a delay. The delay is only 2 weeks. And my understanding, they've made the decision, haven't they, in regards to the building? Is there anything more? There's nothing more that can be done, is there? Because
so to be absolutely clear, they've signed a variation with Linz to take up the ownership of the land, and build a new building on that land, and to remove what they can from the NG building and demolish it. So they've already made that decision. They've done a variation agreement with Linz.
So there was a legal situation which had been created from the original agreement been signed with Linz. Now, as a matter of fact, there's been a variation to it, which is leading to a particular outcome, and all of that is done.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I'm just not too sure what roles council has anymore in it. That's the point in regards to. I'm not too sure what you want us to do a report on or come back on, because it's not really our role.
When you look at the environment that we're in, it sounds as though things have moved on to a point where there's now no going back. And therefore, there's very little influence that we could have, even though we might like to think that we could. Would that be let me phrase that as a question.
They have an agreement in place, they did a variation to the agreement, and now they are acting on that variation. And that agreement was between Linz and the NG building owner, and we're required, we've offered support, and so we are supporting the current agreement they have in place. We're storing material and whatever other support we can help the NG building owner with to achieve their agreement.
And then there have been other flow-on decisions from that made by the building owner, including contracting a contractor to remove the roof of the building and start removing materials from it. All of that seems pretty irreversible.
Yeah.
So, I mean, unless anybody wants to raise something differently, that, for me, is where it lands. And it sounds as though the advice that we're getting from Te Kaha and the questions which have been asked by our own staff that we're asking to do something, but we're not quite clear what, is leading us in the direction of there isn't a lot that we can do. Okay. Are there any further questions? No further questions. So we need a mover just to receive the information in the update. I'm happy to move that. Phil's happy to second. Is there any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Against, that's carried. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So now let's move to the item 17, Local Government Funding Agency Draft Statement of Intent and Shareholder Presentation. Now, we've got Mark Butcher here. Mark, apologies for keeping you waiting. For a couple of reasons, our timings have been thrown out today somewhat, so apologies for the effect that that's had on you. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Now, there's a slide deck which has already been provided to all of us, which we've had the opportunity to look at. My understanding is that you're going to give us a presentation for around about 10 minutes. If there were any questions, you would be able to answer them, and then we'll move on to noting the statement of intent and obviously the presentation as well.
I was only going to say, Mark, and apologies, I didn't recognise you back there with your mask on because they said, "Oh, it's Mark here." And I go, "I don't know."
Leah, did you have any comments to open this?
The only comment I was just going to suggest, and thank you, reiterating what Andrew said, thank you, because we've actually asked Mark to come down to present today. In regards to the presentation, as I said, we'll take it as read. A couple of the things that I just think would be really good from our point of view for you to highlight, we'll talk through obviously the current market and the impact on LGFA and therefore onto us. The Three Waters reform involvement from an LGFA point of view I think is quite relevant, and also your work in the sustainability area that you are moving into would be great.
Fantastic. Okay. Yeah, thank you, councillors. And right up front, look, we do want to acknowledge the support of the council to LGFA. We've just had our 10-year anniversary at the end of 2021, and Christchurch City Council was one of the founding councils who actually put LGFA together in the lead up to 2011, 2012. You're also our second largest borrower at just over, I think, $2.1 billion. So that's around about 15% of our lending to councils and New Zealanders to Christchurch. You're our second largest guarantor, but you're also our equal largest shareholder, or second equal largest shareholder after the New Zealand government as well too. So I think right from the very start, you've played a very strong involvement in our governance as well too. You've either had a staff member being a non-independent director, or you've actually participated in the shareholder council as well too. So the relationship goes back a long way, and we really do want to acknowledge that. In terms of probably just purely looking at recent developments, because that will just bring everything together for you. We have achieved a AAA credit rating. That's the same as the New Zealand government. That is really important because it means that we are the second cheapest borrower in the country after the government. So it means that we can pass on the interest savings to you. There are actually very few AAA rated sovereign or central government organisations around the world now. So that is really key to the business model of LGFA. We have 74 council members now. We've got 3 in the pipeline, Dunedin, Southland Regional and Waimate. So that will take us to 77 out to 78. So the last one is Chatham Islands District Council, and they've got a very low level of debt. We have actually approved them to be a borrower, but they just don't have the debt levels at the moment to actually do that. So by the end of this year, we will have effectively every council who wants to borrow is actually borrowing through us. And then probably just the 2 key focus areas for us. So we had a board strategy day in March. There's only 2 topics on the agenda. One was Three Waters, and the second one was sustainability. So it sort of shows where our focus is now to where it was probably 10 years ago, where it was purely just delivering the cheapest cost of funds to our council members. In terms of probably the statement of intent, I might just go straight to that, just to talk about that. We have, like all CCOs, we have way too many performance targets. I think we've got 20. But the 20 are aligned to our 5 key strategic priorities. They also happen to be our materiality topics under our GRI reporting standards as well too for the accountants in the room. So we do hang them all together in terms of making sure that they are relevant to the organisation. But I won't go through those now. What's probably more important is just to have a look at the financial forecasts for LGFA. 3-year forecasts. We can get onto Three Waters very shortly because obviously year 3 of our forecast is now 2025, and the Three Waters is due to obviously come in on 1 July 2024. We have prepared the SOI forecasts like councils have done with their LTPs on the assumption that Three Waters is not proceeding. So these numbers here still reflect that. What the impact on LGFA will be is that we have, because of a high market share of all council borrowing, we think that we have around about 35% of our loans are Three Waters related. So when you roll forward to 2024, we have around about $5 to $6 billion of Three Waters related lending that is in place. So we're currently engaged as much as we can with central government. We're completely agnostic on the Three Waters reform. We've said that we will help central government and local government as much as we can to ensure a seamless transition. If it goes ahead, we want to minimise the cost of transition to councils into the new water entity. So we're engaging with DIA and Treasury at the moment. Look, no decisions have been made, to be fair. They're still handling the bigger issues around shareholding, co-governance, everything else. They will get down to the nitty-gritty, I assume, of debt transfer once I've got those higher level areas, topics actually resolved. So we're waiting for that, but obviously we will be a key player. We are waiting for guidance, I suppose, from central government as to what role LGFA could play in the Three Waters reform. As it stands currently, we cannot lend to those proposed new water entities because we only lend secured against rates revenue, or we lend to a CCO with a guarantee from its council parent, or if it's a CCTO, it has to have uncalled capital in it. So currently, as proposed, those water entities don't fit the model for LGFA. So that's something that we'll have to work out. But no decisions would be made, obviously, without shareholder involvement and approval. So, so we will be coming back to you, no doubt, as events unfold. When it comes to the draft SOI and the financial forecasts, look, if you go through the next page, I think, you'll see that our profitability for the last 5 years has been in that $10 to $12 million range. We have had a growth in assets over that time, and we're forecasting a growth of around about $1 billion per year in terms of assets. What's happening there is that while the assets are growing, we're reducing our borrowing margin or our lending margin to councils. So we're passing through the benefits to councils. We're still having profitability of around about $10 million a year. So you'll see that the shareholder equity at the bottom there is still increasing by around $10 million per annum. To put it in context, your initial $2 million investment in LGFA 10 years ago is probably now worth around about $10 or $11 million. So you've had a 5-fold increase in your investment. You've had a dividend stream of around about 5% per annum, but you've also enjoyed probably greater benefits through your borrowing cost through LGFA as well too. So as I said, it's been very beneficial for LGFA to have your support, but I think it's also been beneficial to the sector as well too. Shall I stop there? I've probably covered.
All right, thank you. So let's move to some questions, and I've got one. Given your comments on Three Waters, and assuming the government's proposals go ahead, the Three Waters entities not meeting the requirements to be part of the LGFA model, presumably that translates to a large amount of debt which is currently on LGFA's books that then no longer would be as the assets transfer to the new entities. What's the size of the expected detrimental effect to LGFA as a result of that?
Yes, so I'll just go through to the appendix. So what it actually does, it doesn't actually, this is why we're completely agnostic on it. So we would lose in 2024, the bottom left chart, we'd go from $17-18 billion of assets, we'd lose 5 or 6 billion, we'd go back to $11-12 billion worth of assets. So we'd only go back to where we were in 2019, 2020. So it doesn't actually make a lot of difference for us at all in terms of if we're in or if we're out of Three Waters. Possibly, obviously, what happens with local government review and reform is the next question as well too. But again, as I said, we're completely agnostic. We will still be delivering, I imagine, $10 million of profitability every year on a $12 billion balance sheet or an $18 billion balance sheet.
Yeah, so the model remains very viable regardless.
Yes, it does.
Great, thank you. Are there further questions? All right, so we've got a resolution to note the statements of intent and note the presentation. I'm happy to move both of those. Do I have a seconder? Pauline. Is there any discussion? Mark, I would just thank you for the presentation and for the information provided in advance as well. Certainly good for us to have this information and to have a good understanding of the role and function of LGFA and the particular relationship that we Christchurch have with you as well. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. All right, so now moving to what I was referring to earlier as our own internal reports, and I'm hopeful that we can move through these reasonably quickly. So item 8, key performance results. Peter Ryan, welcome to the table. Thank you for your patience in waiting.
No problem. Look, I'm conscious of time, both that it's been a long day and that we don't have much of it left. With your permission, Mr. Chair, I might just hit the high points of this report.
Please
Is that
do.
okay?
Yeah, please do.
All right. Okay, just to summarise, I'm looking at the table on the first page. Levels of service are about 2% below the target that we're pitching for. Now, we lost about 3% to COVID. That is facilities that had to be closed and facilities that didn't receive international visitors due to COVID. There's little we can do to control that. And a further 4 levels of service are affected by the wastewater treatment plant, which is also somewhat out of our control. Had those events not happened, we would have finished the year well ahead of target and, in fact, ahead of the previous 2 or 3 years. Just in passing there, I'd like to just recognise that staff who have had the same COVID impacts, isolation, illness, kids, family, have maintained our services at virtually the normal rate, despite all of those impacts, and that's something that might slip by unnoticed. So that's just something I wanted to mention in passing. Capital projects are also actually, based on the project manager forecasts, relatively close to the targets we were expecting. Obviously, there have been some supply chain and skills issues there, and you'll hear more about that in the detailed capital report. But we're sitting at close to 90% for watch list projects, a little bit lower for non-watch list. Capital program planning is on track for next year. That's exceeded the target easily. Capital program planning for 2 years out is a little behind, but bear in mind that's a stretch target to have that built for 2 years out. And they've also got a little bit of time left to catch it up. So good for next year. The year after, a little bit of work to do. Finance, the operational budget is well in operating surplus. In fact, it's doubled since last month from 11 to 22 million. And the capital program, based on the project manager forecasts, is at about minus 20%, so 20% will not be built. Based on the financial analysis, it's closer to 30. So there's a different set of forecasts there, but you'll see the reasons for the capital program shortfall in the following reports. That's the bottom line.
All right, Peter, thank you. So that capital program issue we'll deal with when we get to those other reports. Is there anything specifically on this report that people wanted to raise by way of questions? So Jimmy and then Yanni. Jimmy.
On page 44. I'm not sure regarding the resource consenting target and actual percentage. Target 99% is very good. Actually, why have two different figures in here, 59 and 79?
I'm sorry, Jimmy. It's going to take me a moment to catch up with you because I'm working off paper and you're working off an electronic agenda. So
that's a different. Okay.
Just give me a moment to find. So building. Which measure are you looking at? There's a number against it. If you could just tell
percentage.
Me.
Yeah, I just don't know why two different percentage actually. Why?
Okay. Jimmy, we'll just save a bit of time. If the measure you're looking at, if you could tell me the number that it's coded with, like 9.2.1?
Yeah, this one. This one, yeah. 9.2.1, yes,
That's
correct.
percentage.
Right.
Percentage.
Okay, the target is 99, the actual is 59.
Yeah.
And you're wondering where the extra 79 came from?
Yeah, that's right. I have two different issue. It's a different time frame or not?
I can only go back to the team and ask them if there's two different forms of consent that they're referring to there. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. That's minor one question.
Thank you. Yanni.
Sorry, I don't know if it's part of this report, but just chasing up actions that are from previous reports. Like, so there was a request around the water, and also there's been a request around the LEDs for the NIWA survey. So I just wanted to note that I think staff said we're going to have a briefing on the excess water charges,
yes,
and the water usage. And I think it might be quite good, given that we're not meeting our target, to just note that formally in the record.
I think it was noted earlier, wasn't it? That because Leah suggested there'll be a briefing on the water.
Yeah, that was in the before the meeting, though.
Yes.
That was in the informal.
Yeah, that was before the meeting, but that follows on from, I think, the previous month's meeting where we also, I think it was raised and we were, hoping to get something. And the only other one was from 29th of July, or for the June performance report, staff to forward to the committee research results from NIWA on LED lighting once it's available. And that date's just been changed, but I saw that there was some sort of article in the press about what's happening with the LED lights in the NIWA study. So I'm just wondering.
I can follow up on that for you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Sure. Or Lynette, I don't know if Lynette wanted. No, okay, cool.
All right, so you'll follow up and you'll come back to us, and the same with the matter that Jimmy raised as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. So, Pauline.
Just a brief one, probably for Helen, on page 47 with the water leakage. We're still sitting at 25%, 25.6%, but you mentioned that we require meters in each of the 200 zones. So this is obviously a new project. So does that mean 200 meters? And have we started that work yet? Because this has been ongoing for quite a long time. And do we have funding for the project?
Yes to all three of those. And we are having trouble getting meters into the country at the moment. So we've got some supply line troubles.
So you're just doing one test zone at the moment?
We cycle around the city.
Oh, I see. You move it around.
Mm.
So are we seeing any results?
So we're still having increasing water loss across our networks, and that's because of deferred renewals. However, the additional money is going into the water supply renewals, and that's gradually will gradually improve the situation. So it'll slow the increase in leakage, and then it'll start to decrease the leakage.
Okay, it might be quite nice to see that presented on a graph actually, that shows historical. Once it starts to improve, we can see the trend.
Yeah, and we do update those graphs, and we do follow those trends, and the updates are always in the asset management plans as we update the asset management plans.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further questions on this item 8? All right, so I'm happy to move that we receive the information. Pauline will second. Is there any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you. Now moving to the financial performance report, item 9, and Bruce, welcome to the table. Let's, if we can, just keep to the highlights as Peter did. Obviously, highlight those things that you need to, and then we'll move to questions.
Yes, certainly. I'll take the report as read. A significant operating surplus year-to-date and forecast, so a very strong result, second year running. It has improved significantly in the last month, 4.2, outlines subvention receipts better than budget, and some remuneration savings largely as a result of vacancies freed up. So a very good result forecast for this financial year. 4.3 COVID forecast is stable in terms of forecast costs relating to COVID, 6.4 million. That doesn't include the recovery package that was approved a couple of weeks ago by Council. In terms of CapEx, just refer you to section 6. Budgeted borrowing was $305 million this year. Our forecast at the moment is 112. That's hugely different, a lot lower, obviously due to the capital program and the positive operating result. That leads directly into the point that's been flagged at 8.5 around one of our Treasury policies that's at risk of breach, and I'll get Steve Ballard, our Group Treasurer, to give you a brief update on that, if I may.
Steve, thank you. Welcome to the table. So this is paragraph 8.5, the at-risk funding policy.
Yes, hopefully it's reasonably self-explanatory, and I guess I'll start with an apology that this sort of stuff shouldn't happen, or if it does, it should come with a longer advance notice. Effectively, what's happened is that the focus of our borrowing in recent months has been to try and keep things reasonably short. Firstly, because that suits the needs of some of the on-lending that we're doing, especially to CCHL, but also because of pre-planning for potential impacts on our debt portfolio from Three Waters. It's not perceived as helpful to have an awful lot that goes out a very long time if there's likely to be major disruption around the sort of June 24 time. We have obviously tried to keep a reasonable spread. As you can see from the graph in 8.6, the green bars are where our debt currently matures. But our reporting tools that we use didn't give us very good advance notice of the longer term breaking down towards the minimum end of the 7 years or more. The main focus has been on the shorter end, making sure we don't have too much in the first 3 years. So I'm in the process of fixing that. We had a discussion in our internal Treasury meeting earlier this month to say, well, here's the issue. We've discovered this will happen by the end of April. And it's because of a bunch of maturities in April 29 that will slip from that greater than to less than time bucket. And we've got a choice. We can either borrow in advance of requirements for a long period of time to maintain the policy, or we can wait until we actually need the borrowing, which will be around September, October time. And the feeling was that it was preferable to do the former in the circumstances rather than the latter.
Great, thank you. I mean, that seems to make perfect sense. Borrowing for the sake of borrowing to be on the right side of the policy when we've got no purpose for the funds that we're borrowing in a lower capital spend than expected environment and a higher operating surplus than expected environment, I think makes clear why you're providing the advice you are. Thank you. All right, happy to move to questions. Okay, so are there any questions for either Bruce or Steve on the report or on the Treasury matter? Yanni.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, I was just trying to get back to the page. It's just around, there's a reference to, I think it's an underspend or a carry forward around EV grants. I think it's item 15 on page 64. Strategy planning, future development, regeneration. It says variances driven by lower personnel costs, timing of grants, and it's got 0.4 million to 0.2 million EV grant forecast to be carried forward. What is the EV grant? Can anyone update on what's happening there, or can we get information back? But why is that being carried forward?
Sorry, I'm just trying to...
I mean, I'm happy just to get an email about it, but I remember when we had a big discussion and there was some projects that were put forward to be funded through that fund, and then it was told that there was a process that had to be gone through.
Sorry, what was the paragraph number?
15.
15.
15. Oh, down the bottom.
On attachment A.
Because I think Councillor Templeton had an amendment to the LTP or the annual plan to add some budget for, I think, for EV charging. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
We'll come back to you on Yanni. Look, I think the reality is I think it's timing. It's what they're saying is timing of grants. It's not necessarily that they haven't been allocated, it's timing of it. So we'll come back to you with an answer though.
Yeah, because what are we like? We're nearly May now. We've got 2 months left.
All right,
Let's
we'll
come
come
back
back
to
to
that.
Thank you.
Cool. Thanks. Cheers.
Anything further?
That's all from me. Thank you.
All right, so again, we've got a recommendation to receive the information in the report and noting the likely breach of the funding risk policy limit. I'm happy to move both of those. Do I have a seconder? Jimmy Chen. Any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. Now moving to item 10, the Capital Programme Performance Report for March 2022. And Richard, thank you for joining us. Yeah, let's deal with item 10 next. Thank you.
Sorry, it's actually Paul Dadson that's presenting. Richard
right,
had
my
to leave,
apologies.
unfortunately, that's all right. Richard had to leave a little bit earlier. So I'll take it, the report largely as read. There's just a couple of things I wanted to highlight. There has been a significant reduction in the overall forecast this month. So we're currently forecasting about a 75% overall spend against the capital program. This is due to a number of the combined effects, but particularly around COVID, supply chain and resource issues, which we've been flagging consistently for the last 6 to 8 months. So they have come into play this quarter. And although the program is substantially on track at the 6-month mark, this is why we've had a drop off in that last quarter. The other points are that even though we're focused on resuming the program as much as we can, we still have some of those constraints in play, particularly in the Canterbury region. But we will continue to provide updates each month on how we're progressing against that. We do expect another bit of a tail off in the forecast, perhaps a little bit further, but not as steeply as it has in this last month. And the final point is that as we're reducing the capital spend, obviously the carry forward balance is rising. So we're currently reviewing how that's tracking and where and what we need to do about that, and particularly as a part of the annual plan, because we need to review where those carry forwards need to land or lie. We think that we can keep a reasonably low level flowing into 2023. So a large percentage of that carry forward is likely to go into 24, not 23. But we're still working on that. So we'll continue to monitor that and update you as we have more information on where that's likely to land. So those are the...
Great, thank you. That leads to an immediate question. So clearly there will be some constraint around what can be delivered in FY23. We couldn't realistically expect to deliver, I'm assuming, everything that we are currently planning to put into next year's annual plan year, in addition to all of the carry forwards. And that's why I'm assuming there's a suggestion that some of that would carry forward to future years. Yes. There will be some questions of priority and deliverability that would determine what goes into next year and what gets pushed out. Whether we leapfrog FY23 with the carry forwards into FY24, or whether we push some of 22 into 23 and some of 23 into 24 and beyond. Correct. That's something I imagine that elected members will have an interest in.
Yes.
And something that we would expect to have some oversight of and input into. There will be the opportunity for us to have that input and oversight.
Yes.
Yep, excellent. And that'll come through the annual plan development
yes.
as we move from the draft through the consultation to the final annual plan.
Correct. Yes.
That's good.
Yes.
And then my next question, deliverability has obviously been affected, as you say, by COVID, by supply chain issues and by resource constraints. Some of those we might like to think have been unique to the period that we're in or that we've just come through, but some of them are likely to continue into the FY23 year and possibly beyond.
Correct.
Does that mean we need to have a look at the deliverability of the capital programme for FY23 as currently planned, notwithstanding the carry forward issue?
Yes, we do.
So we'll
Yes.
visit
We
that
do
as
that
part of
as
annual plan
part of the annual
finalisation
plan.
as well.
Yes.
All right. So there are workshops or meetings set aside for that to occur.
Yes.
Excellent.
That will be part of that annual plan process going forward. Yes.
All right. That's good. Thank you. Anything else that people want to raise? Jimmy?
Thank you. Yeah. Also, this one, the particular page 87, regarding the home bill, we could say the library customer service one. But item 11 also mentioned this one. It's page 119. I just want to know when the new piling methodology has been done and this piling work can be finished.
Okay. Darren's going to report. His report will cover off that in the next.
Next one.
Next agenda item, if that's okay.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Yep.
But how about major cycle route? Also next one. Major cycle way.
Major cycle route.
So what's the question, Jimmy?
Questions is I didn't see the particular regarding the South Express section 2 and the section 1 and 2. Where about I didn't see any information. Also particular section 2. I didn't see information. South Express. Between
Can you refer to a page? Oh, so
no, because the shoulder of this information
as you're saying it's not there.
The shovel-ready project.
not there, so I cannot show which page.
No,
Not
that's
here.
good news.
No. Yeah.
So it should be in the external. It hasn't. We missed something in the.
It's not in there. Is there any changes though from the last report?
Well,
Last time,
no.
yes, but this time I didn't see.
No, there isn't, except for the fact that Rapanui and South Express and Coastal Pathway have all been affected by COVID resourcing levels of staff because of COVID shutdown. So in this round, we've actually been hit with deliverability issues because people haven't been able to be on site.
Yep.
So that's really all it is. Otherwise, there's no change.
So the answer to your question, Jimmy, would appear is that there's no change.
Yeah, no. It's not true. I just want to know when will be started between the section, the Temperton and the Islington Homeby, this section, when will be started?
I can't answer that today. It would have been in the report. If it's not in the report, that's an error on our
I
part.
didn't see the information. I didn't see this time, no any information regarding to this one.
South Express, that's not that we need the. No, South Express.
So what I'm going to suggest is that we, it should be in the report. If it's not, it's an error, and we need to address that.
And it hasn't changed from last month.
No. Last time I still don't know this kind of answer.
So the information that should have appeared in the report would be exactly the same as appeared in the last report.
Correct. Yeah, correct.
Also, when the new the tree, replant between the Buchanan, Buchanan Road in this section. Because Star mentioned 7 months will be replanted start from the season of April to September. At this time, I still didn't see this information. There should be the updated information.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're asking
Because
me there.
those major cycle route has been done between the Buchanan Road, this section.
Yes.
But Star mentioned like to, replant the tree,
Yes.
during this section, but I didn't
And
see
when
any.
and before they replant, this has gone back to the board, and this has gone back or is about to go back to the board as a memo, but it has gone back in the past. The information has come back. We will go back to the board with a planting plan before we start planting. We need to plant in the planting season, which is about now or in spring.
Yeah, but bring to the board, Star mentioned is a start from April we bring. But I ask community board, still no any information.
Staff will bring it back as soon as they can.
Yeah.
All right, so it's coming back to the board. I mean, this is an opportunity to look at the performance of the capital programme rather than for necessarily a deep dive into one particular project and 2 particular trees or whatever it might be. We need to keep the discussion at the right level, given that this is the Finance and Performance Committee meeting, and there might be some local concerns around the way that a particular part of a local cycleway is built.
Yeah.
And that should be dealt with through the board.
Okay, last question, Last question, the page 101, Horseway Junction Road extension. Because in here, particularly about 2 kind of information. One is the current approved delivery is July 24. And the forecast is June 23. That's regarding to the delivery schedule. The other one is the budget one, but approved is the 12.5. Forecast is 13.7. I just want to know when will be put on the item 12. This kind of delegation budget change will be because the gap is $1.2 million.
There'll be a report coming back to this, either this committee or council, in
Yes.
order to discuss budget issues relating to this project. But we are still waiting on information from Kiwi Rail.
So when would you expect that report to come? It obviously depends on when the information lands from the third party.
We expected it a while ago, but I'm anticipating it will come in I am hoping it will come in the next month, so it will inform the final LTP.
All right. Given that this comes up regularly, if you can just volunteer an update on that next time, that would be good.
That'll be good.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any further questions on this report? In which case, I'm happy to move that we receive the information. Do I have a seconder? Sarah Templeton. Is there any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Against, that's carried. Now moving to item 11, vertical capital delivery. Darren Moses, thank you for waiting. Welcome to the table. Just any highlights followed by any questions that we may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. I'll take it as read. It's an information report. It provides a 2-monthly update on some of the more significant projects in the portfolio. And I know there's a question coming, so I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you for the report. Thank you for that. Are there questions? Jimmy has a question.
On page 119, particularly the Hornby Recreation Library issue, when those piling work will be finished?
Good news, it's 97% complete.
Yes.
So we've made a real breakthrough there now with completing the piling design, and we've instructed the contractor to begin the piling work for the additional hydrotherapy pool as well. So it's good progress.
Okay, thank you. The other one is particular regarding to the summer issue, like hydrotherapy to fit in for the new design, and also through the procurement process, the purchase from overseas material, etc. delay. So this time I check those delivery time delay for the 6 months. Original is in the Q1, but now it's in a Q3, delayed for 6 months. So I just want to know how the office to regarding this delay, how to to mitigate those effects is my particular concern. Because compared to the last month, this time show us will be delayed another 6 months.
Yeah, look, the team are undertaking all the actions that you'd expect project management professionals to do to try and mitigate some of those. So The current opening date at the moment is September 23, so we're still on for Q3 2023. But there is a lot of work going in behind the scenes to ensure that we don't lose any additional time for a lot of the things that are beyond our control in terms of supply chain and timing and port delays, cost escalation. So it is being worked on rapidly. The date is still Q3 2023. Yes. Yep. As you'll see across all of the capital program.
All right, thank you. Any further questions? Yanni.
Thank you. I just wanted to check with the project around Metro Sports. So the revised completion date is Q4 2023. How does it compare to what our baseline was?
I'll ask if it's all right. Unprompted Mark Noonan, who's leading council's involvement with that project. I don't know, Mark, if you can put you on the spot for that one.
I can't recall what the original date was. As you have been updated, there have been significant delays there with COVID and with the availability of subcontractors. So I can't recall, Councillor, just what the original delivery date was.
Okay, cool. And was that? Do you know when were we advised of that new date by Takaro? Was that just recently, or
It was within the last couple of months. Yeah.
Okay. And just.
But we don't have the confirmed completion date yet. They're still working with the contractor. It is a challenge.
Right. Okay. And just in terms of Naval Point, obviously there's been the sale GPs, obviously going to be next year, and the dates have been set. So are we the kind of completion date for that? I see obviously the project deliveries, the entire project is 2031, but obviously there's different stages.
Yeah.
So just in regards to stage 2, when is the completion date that we're looking at for that?
Stage 2, we're just underway at the moment with stage 2, which is an expansion to the existing works we've completed with the car park. So there'll be more.
There's this light, the place is just lightened up. Yes, those LEDs. Wake up, everyone.
It's a sign.
Okay, Naval Point Stage 2, yes.
Naval Point Stage 2 is happening now. I guess, Yanni, the date of 2031 talks to the fact that there's lots of stuff that's going to happen at Naval Point. There's lots of ongoing conversations with all the key stakeholders down there. But our focus now is to deliver that part of the approved plan that will be there to enable the sale GP to take place in March next year. The dates have been announced as well for boat racing, so we're working with our partners at ChristchurchNZ and the Runanga, etc., to make sure that it looks as good as it can for Christchurch and New Zealand.
So just in terms of both Diamond Harbour Wharf and the Naval Point, the two projects that are kind of underway or just about to get underway, we're confident that we'll get those in time before sale GP.
Certainly Naval Point. The Diamond Harbour Wharf, we've let a contract, and there'll be an update going out shortly to affected parties. So that work will continue through to Christmas. So yeah, we're fairly confident that we'll have the Diamond Harbour Wharf, whilst it's not integral to what we're doing at Naval Point and the sale GP, the wharf itself will continue to be operational during that period.
Okay. It's just you'd imagine people in that kind of area would probably be possibly.
Yeah, the event itself has got a very significant, I'll call it a traffic management plan, a marine traffic management plan that operates during that period of those 3 days that the boats are racing. So.
Oh, okay. But the Diamond Harbour Wharf will remain fully operational throughout the construction.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Cool. And are we able to just get the, I mean, it's a minor thing, but just the Diamond Harbour Wharf plan circulated?
Sure.
Yeah, I think that would be quite cool. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yep. I think the board are going to have an update shortly as well. So, yep.
Thank you.
Excellent. So I've got Phil and then Tim. Phil.
Thank you very much. Is the I know you've got stage 2 and that's all cool. Does stage 2 include doing the road up to?
Yeah, we're working with Lynette's team to improve. That's Godley Key which is the road that comes from Tayana Marina through.
straight
'Cause
ahead
it's,
So
it's in a
that
state.
you're working on that being right by.
Yeah. And there's some service upgrades as well, and we're putting super fast internet into the site as well. So, yeah.
Great. Thank you. Tim.
Thank you. How much of when we can look at costs associated to projects, so with the sailing GP, how much of this is required for sailing GP over and above perhaps what was originally required?
As a percentage, probably no more than 10%.
Okay.
So what we're delivering is the Naval Point plan that was approved.
Yep.
Most of it, there's a serendipity that Sail GP have looked at what we've done and said they can utilise most of that to deliver. So things like crane pads, for example, we've poured some concrete pads that enable the big boats to be put in and out of the water. But beyond that, most of it is ratepayer benefit works.
Okay, thank you.
There was a briefing provided some time ago, and it was really a timing and sequencing issue rather than a lot of additional capital, wasn't it? Great, thank you. Moved by Pauline, seconded by Mike. Any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Darren, thank you very much indeed. Now coming to item 12, delegations and visibility of budget changes in the capital programme. There was a previous briefing on this. There was some feedback provided. Sam and I have done quite a bit of work on it with management. Len, I don't know whether there are any comments that you want to make. I'd like to think we can move reasonably quickly through this one, given that previous briefing and previous work.
Yes, there have actually been 2 briefings on this. I think other than working through the recommendations, unless there's any questions, I suggest we move to that.
Indeed. I'm not seeing any questions. What I am seeing is Mike wanting to move this and Phil wanting to second it. Yanni, you've got a question or you want to debate?
Yeah, no, I just had one question, which is around the road renewals. My understanding is we're bringing forward some of the renewals around the street renewals, or is that coming back at a different one?
Are you referring to the performance management report, the program management report, or this delegations?
I think it's the delegations. It's approving the major budget changes around the transport.
So which page are you on?
So I'm just trying to find where the list of those reports are, but the briefing that we've had a lot more detail, right? We don't have the detail.
No, because what we're doing here is establishing a framework for delegations, and there will be quarterly briefings on all the changes that are made under the $5 million mark for programs of work such as roading, water. If there is to be a proposal to change the capital for a vertical capital project that is standalone, it will come through to council for decision between if it's over $500,000. So we're keeping a very clear delineation between the types of programs of work and ensuring that councils have full visibility on a regular basis of changes that are made.
Right, okay. So this is just changing the delegations effectively.
That's correct, yeah.
I think just the first one's kind of, it's a little bit, it just needs to kind of say we're changing the delegation. Otherwise it makes it seem like we're actually approving those budget changes.
Delegations changes is the title of the report. Delegations and visibility of budget changes.
Approve major project budget changes over $5 million in the programs of 3 waters, transport, parks, digital rec, sports, and vertical cap following ELT endorsement.
Okay, so are you suggesting we change the wording? So to give you an example, we could say that the Finance and Performance Committee assume the responsibility to approve. Is that what you're
I guess so, because I was thinking this was actually the formal approval of those changes.
No,
But
it's the framework.
This is
approving the framework, and then 3 monthly this framework will be applied and a report will be brought to the committee.
Yeah, Lynn's wording was right.
We can change the wording.
Cool.
That the Finance and Performance Committee assume the responsibility to. sorry, above that.
Yeah, if you leave these paragraphs exactly as they were, but at the top where it's that the Finance and Performance Committee assume responsibility to
And then the others
approve
follow.
major project, approve budget changes, receiver. Does that make sense?
Assuming responsibility for is like yourself a delegation.
Yeah, so we,
The Finance and Performance Committee would go through a process whereby they approve
we had a brief conversation about this earlier and looked at the terms of reference for Finance and Performance Committee.
Correct.
So the Finance and Performance Committee terms of reference already provide for changes to budget, so it's within the existing terms of reference.
I don't understand what the wording change is intended to achieve, to be honest.
It just means that we were going to approve that.
Yeah, correct.
Assuming responsibility of the committee if we need to. It's just clearer, isn't it?
I think it was fine the way it was, wasn't it? Yeah, let's go back to the way it was, because otherwise it doesn't make sense as regards 3 and 4. And when you read the resolutions in the context of the report, it makes perfect sense. All right. Are there any further questions? Okay, so I'm happy to move this. Is there a seconder? Pauline, is there any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. All right. Annual plan, proposed timeline and process for adopting the final annual plan. I think we can take this as read. Peter, is there anything that you need to highlight to us? I mean, it stands on its own. There were some comments made around possible adjustments to the capital programme where they might feed in. The timeline doesn't come as any real surprise. Anything you particularly wanted to highlight?
No, it's the standard timeline. The only difference is that there are 3 public briefings for your direction setting.
Yep, and the fact that they're public,
yes,
in the context of the public briefing that we had prior to the adoption of the draft, is certainly worth pointing out, and thank you for doing it. Are there any questions on this? So Tim's happy to move, Pauline's happy to second. Were there any questions? No? All right. Is there any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Item 19, overdue general and rates debtors at 31st of March. Andrew?
Are you doing this, covering this, Bruce? Is Andrew around?
Apologies from Andrew. This is just a standard report.
Yep.
Just noting the report's now in public with the detailed attachment as PX. There's nothing else to say on the report.
Yep, self-explanatory. Are there any questions on this? Pauline, you're indicating you're happy to move it. Tim's seconding. Any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. So now we come to the resolution to exclude the public, which I'm happy to move. Somebody will second. Tim will second. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. And then